Chapter 56-28. Gufei's clone in the limitless realm, Wang Zhan actually killed Tu Xiao. This directly alarmed the big shots in Black Qilin City. One had to know that although Tu Xiao was only a small figure, he was also a hedonistic son. No one was willing to mix around with him in the Tu family or the Hu family, because what this guy did was really despicable. However, although Tu Xiao was a super scoundrel, he was still a direct descendant of the Tu family. Furthermore, his sister was married to a big shot in the Hu family. Therefore, by killing Tu Xiao, Wang Zhan directly offended two great cultivation clans in Black Qilin City. He was only a small soldier. Offending two great cultivation clans in the city at the same time was simply courting death. However, after Gufei's clone killed Tu Xiao, he actually almost crippled Hu Feng in front of everyone on the Eastern Street. This time, Wang Zhan had truly offended the Hu family. One had to know that Hu Feng wasn't Tu Xiao. Not only was he a direct descendant of the Hu family, he was also an Earth Stage battle general in the Black Qilin City's city guards. Hu Feng's position in the Hu family wasn't low either. After injuring Hu Feng, the Hu family naturally wouldn't let it go just like that. However, the Hu family's patriarch, Hu Xiaoyu, was very cautious. This was because the Hu family's spy reported that Wang Zhan actually had the princess token. After fighting with Hu Feng, he actually directly entered the city lord's residence. What kind of place was the city lord's residence? Even the patriarch of the Tiger clan could not step into the city lord's mansion of Black Qilin City without the permission of the city lord. If Gufei's clone didn't have Princess Dongyue's token, he wouldn't even have the right to enter the city lord's residence. This guy who killed Tu Xiao and almost crippled Hu Feng actually entered the city lord's residence. This wasn't good. As long as this guy stayed in the city lord's residence, neither the Tu family nor the Hu family could do anything to him. At this moment, the Tu family also received the news. What? Did you look carefully? That guy really entered the city lord's residence. In the residence of the Tu family in the east of the city, the Tu family's patriarch, Tu Tianlong, sat at the head of the table and stared at a black-clothed man kneeling in front of him. Patriarch, this subordinate indeed saw Wang Zhan enter the city lord's residence with my own eyes. The black-clothed man's tone was very certain. Big brother, my son cannot die in vain. A middle-aged man, sitting beside the head of the Tu family, Tu Tianlong, said angrily to Tu Tianlong. He was Tu Xiao's biological father, Tu Qianhu. This Tu Xiao was the son of Tu Qianhu, the Black Qilin City's #1 underground force. The Sky Tiger Gang actually had a bastard son. This was the so-called like father, like son. The father and son did not have a good relationship. However, no matter how trashy, useless, scoundrel, or reckless Tu Xiao was, he was still Tu Tianhu's son. His son was killed by a small soldier. Tu Tianhu was sad, but he also wanted to avenge Tu Xiao. He did not feel that Tu Xiao deserved it at all. So what if I can't die in vain? Don't tell me you still dare to barge into the city lord's mansion? Tu Tianlong was depressed. Then what should we do? Tu Qianhu was an ambitious and ruthless person in Black Qilin City. Although his son had died, he only felt sad for a while, and then became cold and arrogant again. Send someone to keep an eye on the city lord's mansion. Tu Tianlong thought for a while, and said with a deep voice. Tu Qianhu did not say anything. He also knew that as long as Wang Zhan hid in the city lord's mansion, no one could do anything to him. The same went for the Hu family. They could only send spies to keep an eye on the city lord's mansion. Your Highness, is this little guy called Wang Zhan really worth offending the Hu family and Tu family? In the main hall of the city lord's mansion, Longxiang Man said to Dongyue Shui, who was sitting on the throne, Gufei's doppelganger, Wang Zhan, was too good at tormenting others. He actually dared to kill Tu Shao. In fact, Long Xiangman also knew about Tu Shao. That guy was a good-for-nothing who did all sorts of bad things. Of course, with Long Xiangman's status, he did not care about such a small fry at all. It's been really boring recently. Why don't you have some fun? Dong Shui smiled. At this time, there were hundreds of thousands of troops of the tyrannical Sky Empire outside Black Qilin City. They could attack the city at any time. The reinforcements of the East Moon Empire were also almost here. Once the reinforcements of the East Moon Empire arrived, it would be time for the decisive battle with the army of the tyrannical Sky Empire. Ba Fei of the tyrannical Sky Empire had been shot by Dong Shui with the East Moon Bow. Ba Fei did not leave because he was injured. He wanted to fight to the death with Dong Shui. He wanted to break into Black Qilin City and capture her. Play. Long Xiangman was stunned. He never thought that Her Highness would still be in such a mood at this time. Of course, Princess Dongyue wanted Wang Zhan to be her personal bodyguard. It was definitely not that simple. Princess Dongyue was even more curious about Gu Fei's clone Wang Zhan. This Wang Zhan was just a small soldier. How did he suddenly become so powerful? Killing Tu Shao and defeating Hu Wu was nothing. However, he almost crippled Hu Feng, which was shocking. After all, Hu Feng was an Earth-rank battle general. Princess Dongyue was even more curious about Gu Fei's clone Wang Zhan. At this time, Dongyue Shui had already ordered people to bring Wang Zhan's mother and sister into the city lord's residence. On the surface, it was to protect them, but in reality, she wanted to use them as hostages. Both mother and sister were in Princess Dongyue's hands. How could Gu Fei's clone escape from her grasp? Thinking of this, Dongyue Shui was rather pleased. All right, go and watch in secret. Don't let anyone disturb that guy. Dongyue Shui said to Long Xiangman, "Yes, Your Highness." Long Xiangman bowed to Dongyue Shui, then left. At this time, Gu Fei's clone Wang Zhan was sitting under a fire dragon tree near the city lord's residence's gate. He was drawing in fire elemental spiritual qi to refine the coldine energy in his body. However, his body was still covered in a layer of frost. Gu Fei's clone was definitely on the verge of a mental breakdown. He shouldn't have been greedy. He almost devoured all of Hu Feng's vitality. He seriously underestimated the coldine energy he devoured from Hu Feng. This coldine energy was really torturing him. All the blood in his body almost froze, and the vitality in his body could only slowly circulate. He didn't know when he would be able to refine this coldine energy in his body. Of course, once Gu Fei's clone completely refined this coldine energy in his body, his cultivation might be able to break through to Earth rank. Cold. Black Tiger, who had been guarding Gu Fei's clone, rubbed his hands. The ground near Gu Fei's clone was already covered in a layer of frost. In the distance, people were pointing at Gu Fei's clone, who was sitting under the fire dragon tree. Many people were secretly staring at the figure under the tree. Outside the city lord's residence, there were spies from the Hu and Tu families everywhere. Chapter 56:29. The easternmost region of the infinite world was very large, so large that even the supreme existences of the infinite prime realm were unable to find out where the boundary of the easternmost region was. The limitless realm was like a huge, boundless world. The area occupied by humans and other life forms was only a very small part of it. Even in the easternmost region, there were many extremely ancient ruins and terrifying regions that even infinite primes did not dare to set foot in. In the incomparably vast easternmost region, the territories of the East Moon Empire and the tyrannical Heaven Tyrant Empire were as small as sesame seeds. They were completely unremarkable. Of course, This was in the context of the entire easternmost region. In reality, the territories of the East Moon Empire and the tyrannical Heaven Empire were still very large. Black Qilin City was an important city of the East Moon Empire. Regardless of the time, there would always be a large number of soldiers stationed in Black Qilin City, and there would also be powerful cultivators overseeing it. The city lord of Black Qilin City was a Heaven Realm expert. In the East Moon Empire, there were many Heaven Realm cultivators, and there were also God Realm cultivators. The Emperor of the East Moon Empire was a God Realm being. It was definitely not an easy task for the army of the Tyrant Sky Empire to breach Black Qilin City. Otherwise, the Tyrant Sky Empire would have destroyed the East Moon Empire long ago. At this time, the Black Qilin City was surging. Outside of Black Qilin City, in the military camp of the tyrannical Sky Empire, Commander Wu Liang was discussing with a group of generals how to attack the city. They couldn't wait any longer, because the scouts reported that the reinforcements of the East Moon Empire were already not far from Black Qilin City. However, the reinforcements of the tyrannical Sky Empire were still far away from Black Qilin City. Once the reinforcements of the East Moon Empire arrived, they would be surrounded by the army of the East Moon Empire. If they retreated before the reinforcements from the East Moon Empire arrived, they would still be able to preserve their strength. If they did not retreat, then the only outcome would be complete annihilation. Commander-in-Chief, I think we should retreat. That's right, let's retreat. The army of the Dongyue Empire will reach Black Qilin City within 3 days. If we don't retreat, we'll be in deep trouble. All the generals wanted to retreat. The current situation was very disadvantageous to Wu Liang and the others. You bunch of cowards. At this moment, a figure barged in from outside. Swoosh! Everyone in the tent stood up abruptly and looked at that person. Your Highness. When everyone saw the appearance of the intruder, they were shocked. The person who dared to break into the commander's tent was the young lord of the tyrannical Sky Empire, Ba Fei. Your Highness, why are you here? You're still injured. You should rest well. Wu Liang greeted Ba Fei with a smile. Humph, this is just a small injury. What are you guys trying to do? Do you want to admit defeat and flee? Ba Fei roared at Wu Liang. It wasn't easy for him to trap Dongyue Shui in Black Qilin City. This was a great opportunity to break into Black Qilin City and capture Dongyue Shui. Moreover, if they could take down Black Qilin City, it would be a huge contribution. Ba Fei was very ambitious. Your Highness, in the current situation, we have no choice but to retreat. Wu Liang said helplessly. Then let's take down Black Qilin City before their reinforcements arrive. Ba Fei roared. I'm not a coward. If you don't want to fight, then run. I can't afford to lose face like this. Ba Fei continued. All the generals in the tent felt very awkward when they heard this. They didn't want to flee without a fight, but the current situation wasn't something they could control. Your Highness, do you want to fight? Wu Liang stared at Ba Fei with a solemn expression. Of course. Ba Fei was speechless. Fine, then let's fight. Wu Liang gritted his teeth and roared. Ha ha, good, very good. Ba Fei laughed. Soon, the army of the tyrannical Sky Dynasty outside Black Qilin City began to move. Countless soldiers were on standby, war horses neighed, and murderous intent filled the air. The commotion in the camp of the tyrannical Sky Dynasty's army immediately attracted the attention of the guards in the city. Oh no, they're going to attack the city. Longxiang Man stared at the camp of the tyrannical Sky Dynasty on the city wall with a solemn expression. On the street inside the East City Gate, a tall figure suddenly appeared. The person charged straight at the tightly shut city gate. Courting death. The soldiers guarding the city gate immediately charged at the person. Scram! The person waved his right hand, and countless lightning bolts rushed out of his hand, directly blasting the soldiers who were attacking him into clouds of blood mist. Seeing that the person was unstoppable and was about to break the city gate, a figure descended from the sky and landed directly in front of the person. General Lei of the tyrannical Sky Dynasty's Wu Laiyang Longxiang man recognized this guy's origin at a glance. He was extremely shocked. How did this guy sneak into Black Qilin City? Roar! General Lei roared to the sky, and a powerful force of thunder and lightning erupted from his body. Every strand of his hair seemed to be surrounded by lightning, and every inch of his skin was flowing with electricity. He was like a demon overlooking the common people. A majestic wave of primordial qi erupted from his body like a monstrous wave sweeping across the sky and the earth, and the wind and clouds changed color. Good. Longxiang man sensed the opponent's strength, and the battle blood in his body began to boil. A phantom of a dragon and an elephant emerged from his body and roared at General Lei. Thunderclap ninth heaven. General Lei roared and attacked with all his strength. Countless lightning bolts rushed out of his hands and bombarded the opposite Longxiang man. Each lightning bolt revealed a heart-palpitating aura of destruction. Humph! Longxiang man sneered, and then punched out. A phantom of a dragon and elephant rushed out of his fist, and in an instant, countless lightning bolts were dispersed. After his fist force dispersed the lightning bolts, it directly bombarded General Lei. General Lei was shocked. He immediately formed a seal with his hands, and a light shield formed by interweaving lightning appeared in front of him. Boom! With a loud bang, the Longxiang man's dragon and elephant fist force instantly collided with the lightning shield, and a loud sound erupted. The lightning shield in front of General Lei burst out with a dazzling electric light, and the strong light was dazzling and painful. The lightning shield in front of the thunder general dissipated at the same time as the dragon-elephant phantasm. The thunder general, on the other hand, felt as if he had been hit by a huge mountain. His body shook violently, and he took a few steps back. The incomparably hard bluestone under Lei Zhang's feet was broken by him, and deep footprints were left on the ground. Swish! The Longxiang man moved, and in an instant he was in front of General Lei. General Lei was shocked and wanted to attack, but the Longxiang man didn't give him a chance. He had already heavily punched Lei Jiang in the chest. At the same time, the sound of bones breaking was heard, and Lei Jiang was sent flying. Blood spurted out of his mouth, and he smashed into the ground. He slid on the ground for dozens of feet before coming to a stop. You want to destroy the city gate. Chapter 5630. Wu Laiyang of the tyrannical Sky Empire had many capable people under his command. Otherwise, he would not have been able to lead the general of the tyrannical Sky Empire to defeat the army of the East Moon Empire and surround Black Qilin City. Black Qilin City was a gateway into the heart of the East Moon Empire. To the East Moon Empire, the importance of Black Qilin City was unquestionable. If the army of the tyrannical Sky Empire could take Black Qilin City, they could march straight into the heart of the East Moon Empire and conquer the city. Even if they could not destroy the East Moon Empire in one fell swoop, they could definitely make the empire suffer heavy casualties and lose a large piece of territory. As a result, the reinforcements of the East Moon Empire rushed to Black Qilin City. The vanguard was about to reach the city, and the main force was still behind. Tens of thousands of soldiers of the East Moon Empire flew across the sky like a dark cloud. A terrifying, murderous aura spread in the sky and on the ground. Everywhere they passed, countless living beings panicked. We're finally here. Bastards of the tyrannical Sky Empire, it's time for you to die. She stood on a large golden eagle, dressed in silver battle armor and silver battle boots. Her cloak fluttered behind her like flames. This was a young and beautiful female general with a heroic face. She wasn't inferior to a man in any way. At this time, outside Black Chelan City, the army of the tyrannical Sky Empire attacked the city gate in a frenzy. Battle cries shook the heavens and the earth. The soldiers of the tyrannical Sky Empire were everywhere outside the city, and the end could not be seen. On top of the city wall, the soldiers who saw this scene were so scared that their legs trembled and their faces paled. Even the guards at the city gate were extremely nervous. Woo, the sound of the horn resounded throughout the city. In Black Chelan City, the barracks at the 4 city gates were already in an uproar. Countless soldiers tidied up their armor and weapons in an orderly manner and gathered in the square inside the barracks. Then, under the leadership of the generals, they rushed out of the barracks and attacked the city gate. The main direction of the army of the tyrannical Sky Empire was the East Gate. Although the South and North Gates were also attacked, it was only a feint. The West Gate was behind Black Chelan City, so the army of the tyrannical Sky Empire could not attack the West Gate at all. Therefore, the troops stationed at the West Gate directly went to the East Gate. Countless citizens in Black Chelan City were terrified. Buzz. The void shook, and Black Chelan City's Great City Defense Formation was activated at once. A ball of divine light was like an inverted bowl, covering the entire city. Dust billowed outside the city as countless soldiers of the tyrannical Sky Empire charged towards the East Gate. Bam! The first soldier from the tyrannical Sky Empire slammed into the light barrier outside the city gate. He screamed in pain and was sent flying back, crashing into a dozen soldiers behind him. In the next moment, the sound of collisions rang out, and the Sky Tyrant soldiers that hit the light shield of Black Chelan City were all sent flying. The guards on top of Black Chelan City heaved a sigh of relief when they saw this. However, at this moment, an arrow light shot out from the formation of the Sky Tyrant army and landed directly on the defensive formation of Black Chelan City. Boom! With a loud bang, the arrow light that hit Black Chelan City's light shield instantly exploded. The explosive power actually blasted a big hole in the light shield. Attack! The soldiers of the tyrannical Sky Empire immediately rushed in through the big hole in the light barrier of Black Chelan City like a tide. Fire! The general on top of the city wall roared angrily. The soldiers of the East Moon Empire were already prepared. Now that the general gave the order, arrows immediately rained down from the top of the city wall, turning the Sky Tyrant soldiers that charged in from outside the light shield into porcupines. However, at this moment, the army of the tyrannical Sky Empire continuously shot out powerful arrows. Those arrows actually directly blasted holes in the light shield of Black Chelan City. The soldiers of the tyrannical Sky Empire directly killed their way in through the holes in the light shield. However, what welcomed these Sky Tyrant soldiers was a rain of arrows from the top of Black Chelan City. In an instant, groups of Sky Tyrant soldiers fell in the city's Great City Defense Formation. The smell of blood permeated the air. This was war. It was cruel to the extreme. It was either you die or I die. It would not stop until one side was completely conquered. Very soon, the Sky Tyrant soldiers used the shield formation. They raised their heavy shields and pushed toward the city gate under the rain of arrows. Just as Wu Liang was commanding the army to attack the city, Gu Fei's clone had reached a critical juncture in refining the cold qi in his body. Of course, he was in the city lord's residence, so the battle did not affect him. Dong Weishui was still in the city lord's residence. She did not personally command Dong Yue's army to resist the attack of the army of the tyrannical Sky Empire, At the same time, the people of the tyrannical Sky Empire, who were hiding in Black Qilin City, began to destroy everywhere in the city. Even the Thunder General under Wu Liang's command had sneaked into Black Qilin City and suddenly exploded at the East Gate. He wanted to break through the gate and cooperate with the army outside the city to attack Black Qilin City. Unfortunately, the Dragon Elephant Man happened to be patrolling at the East Gate. As a result, the Thunder General was unlucky. The Dragon Elephant Man sent the Thunder General flying with a punch and strode toward the Thunder General. Thunder General, I respect you as a man. Why don't you surrender to me? The Dragon Elephant Man looked at the Thunder General, who was slowly standing up from the ground, and could not help but admire his talent. This Thunder General was not simple. His thunder mystical skill was also impressive. If the Dragon Elephant Man did not happen to be at the East Gate, no one at the East Gate would be able to stop this guy. If this guy broke through the East Gate, the consequences would be dire. Uft! The Thunder General spat out a mouthful of blood and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He stared at the Dragon Elephant Man opposite him with a strong battle intent. However, the Dragon Elephant Man punched him in the chest. The soft armor under his clothes was broken and his sternum was broken. He was seriously injured. However, he still held on and wanted to continue fighting with the Dragon Elephant Man. Sigh, in that case, I'll send you on your way. The Dragon Elephant Man shook his head and sighed. Thunderclap, ninth heaven. The Thunder General once again performed his strongest trump card. Rumble, 9 balls of lightning rushed out from his body, and a terrifying aura of destruction broke out from these balls of lightning. Countless dazzling electric lights appeared in the void like silver snakes. This time, the Thunder General gave it his all. The 9 balls of lightning, like the tribulation lightning of the 9th heaven, bombarded the Dragon Elephant Man. The void seemed to be torn apart by the dazzling electric lights. You overestimate yourself. The Dragon Elephant Man's mighty body shook, and the shadow of the Dragon Elephant immediately emerged from his body. At this time, it was not 1 dragon and 1 elephant, but 3 dragons and 3 elephants. Chapter 56:31. Outside Black Qilin City, the army of the tyrannical Sky Empire could not help but attack the city. Under the command of Wu Liang, the army of the tyrannical Sky Empire launched a fierce attack on Black Qilin City. To the surprise of the defenders of Black Qilin City, there was a powerful array master among the army of the tyrannical Sky Empire. The mysterious array master was the trump card of the young emperor of the tyrannical Sky Empire. He had saved this trump card for last. Sure enough, the mysterious array master broke through the light shield of the Black Qilin City's protective formation with his arrows, allowing the army of the tyrannical Sky Empire to charge into the light shield. Young lord, you're really something. Wu Liang gave Ba Fei a thumbs up in the sky above the army of the tyrannical Sky Empire. Great Array Master Lin is really powerful. Ba Fei said proudly as he looked at the figure sitting cross-legged in the void not far away, surrounded by countless formation runes. Great Array Master Lin was an expert in array Dao that he had spent a lot of money to invite. He was the successor of the mystical sky sect of the limitless realm. His array Dao was not weak. Otherwise, the successor of the mystical sky sect would not have been able to break through the light shield of the Black Qilin City's array Dao and let the army of the tyrannical Sky Empire in. You're right, young lord, but Master Lin is a little mysterious. Wu Liang laughed. Rays of light shot up into the sky from Master Lin's array and landed on Black Qilin City. Every arrow broke a big hole in the light shield of Black Qilin City. Heavenly Army, attack! Wu Liang roared. His voice was heard by every soldier of the tyrannical Sky Empire. This was the power and terror of a peak heaven rank expert. Ba Fei frowned. Wu Liang's cultivation was not to be underestimated. He was also in the heaven rank, but he was only in the initial stage. With Wu Liang's cultivation, he did not care about the young lord at all. However, he did not dare to slight Ba Fei because of his status. Ba Fei was the most beloved little brother of the tyrannical Sky Emperor. There were many kings in the tyrannical Sky dynasty, but only Ba Fei could have his own private army. The other kings didn't have this privilege. At Wu Liang's command, countless figures rushed out from the Sky Tyrant Army's formation. These soldiers rode on black demon eagles and soared into the sky. In the next moment, under the leadership of the Black Fiend General, the Black Fiend heavenly army pounced towards Black Qilin City like a dark cloud. However, the guards of Black Qilin City were not to be trifled with. Countless arrows were shot out from the city. The arrows hit the Black Demon Condor in the sky above Black Qilin City and bounced off. The feathers on the Black Demon Condor's body were extremely hard, and not even sharp arrows could pierce through them. At the same time, black shadows swooped down from the sky and charged into the city. Brothers attack Black Qilin City and capture Dongyu and Shui are alive. Charge! The Black Demon General roared and jumped down from the Black Demon Condor King. Like a meteor, it landed on the east street of Black Qilin City. At this moment, Lei Jiang was fighting the Dragon Elephant Barbarian. The Black Demon General was dumbfounded when he saw Lei Jiang and the Dragon Elephant Barbarian fighting. He thought to himself, "My luck is too bad to meet the Dragon Elephant Barbarian as soon as I arrived." The Dragon Elephant Barbarian was the #1 warrior in Black Qilin City. Whoever met him was unlucky. Even Lei Jiang was almost beaten to a pulp by him. The Dragon Elephant Barbarian was extremely powerful. He broke Lei Jiang's trump card in one move and sent him flying with a punch. This time, Lei Jiang fell to the ground with a punch from the Dragon Elephant Barbarian. He vomited blood and could not even stand up. He had completely lost his ability to fight. Shit! The Black Demon General was shocked. The Dragon Elephant Barbarian really lived up to his name. Swoosh! When the Black Demon General saw the Dragon Elephant Barbarian looking at him, he immediately turned around and fled. What a joke! This guy was the #1 warrior in Black Qilin City. Hey, weren't you very cool just now? Attack Black Qilin City and capture Dongyu and Shui are alive. You're awesome. Why did you run? The Dragon Elephant Barbarian's voice came from behind the Black Demon General. The Black Demon General did not dare to answer and fled even faster. The Dragon Elephant Barbarian was about to give chase. Dragon Elephant Barbarian, he's mine. At this moment, a warrior appeared on the opposite street. The warrior held a halberd and blocked the Black Demon General's path. Very well, Tu Qianhu, this guy is yours. The Dragon Elephant Barbarian ignored the Black Demon General and directly soared into the sky, landing on the city wall. He raised his head and looked at the arrows falling from the sky. He could not help but frown. Those were formation-breaking arrows. Obviously, there were array masters in the enemy's camp. To be able to break the light shield formed by the power of Black Qilin City's city defense formation, these formation-breaking arrows were no ordinary arrows. At this moment, Tu Qianhu and the Black Demon General were fighting on the street. The Black Demon Army of the tyrannical Sky Empire charged into Black Qilin City, but these Black Demon Army had to face the Black Qilin City garrison that was more than 10 times their number. Soon, the Black Demon Army was surrounded by the city's army. The Black Demon Army of the tyrannical Sky Empire was about to be completely annihilated. However, at this critical moment, several powerful tyrannical sky generals directly charged into Black Chelan City from the sky. Although there were only a few black demon generals, their battle prowess was extremely great. As soon as these fellows charged into the city, they killed many soldiers guarding the city. The experts in the city had no choice but to take action. Even now, the little princess of the East Moon Empire still had not shown herself. The army of Black Chelan City moved, methodically killing the black demon army that had charged into the city. The situation had not yet gone out of control. The tyrannical Sky Empire's army could not break into the city for a while, so the two sides engaged in an extremely brutal battle. The smell of blood that permeated the air was nauseating. At this moment, Gufei's God King clone was still refining the cold energy in its body under the fire dragon tree near the city lord's residence. There were no array masters in Black Chelan City, so no one could completely activate the entire city defense formation. As a result, the East Moon Empire's garrison was very passive. More and more experts of the tyrannical Sky Empire charged into the city through the gap in the light barrier. Everyone wanted to break open the east gate so that the army outside the city could charge in. However, the garrison of Black Chelan City was extremely tenacious, fighting desperately against the soldiers of the tyrannical Sky Empire. Corpses piled up like a mountain below the city walls. Most of these corpses were left behind by the soldiers of the tyrannical Sky Empire. Whoosh! An arrow suddenly descended from the sky and landed less than a meter away from Gufei's clone at the east gate of the city lord's residence, stabbing into the ground. Boom! Chapter 56:32. Outside Black Chelan City, the army of the tyrannical Sky Empire was attacking in a frenzy. Battle cries shook the heavens and the earth. Whether it was the defenders of Black Chelan City or the army of the tyrannical Sky Empire, countless people were bloodshot. Wu Liang and Ba Fei both knew that this was their last chance to take down Black Chelan City because the reinforcements of the East Moon Empire were about to arrive. If they did not take down Black Chelan City before the reinforcements arrived, they would be surrounded by the army of the East Moon Empire and be completely annihilated. Therefore, Wu Liang, the commander of the army of the tyrannical Sky Empire, did not hold back. He sent out the entire army. However, to Wu Liang's surprise, the hedonistic Prince Ba Fei was not completely useless. He actually invited a formation master from the mystical heaven sect. Black Chelan City was an important city of the East Moon Empire. This city had a protective formation. Once the formation was activated, the entire city would become an impenetrable fortress. The reason why the city was so difficult to take down was because of the protective formation. But now, the hedonistic Prince Ba Fei actually did not hesitate to invite a formation master from the mystical heaven sect to break the formation. He had really invested a lot this time. After all, it was not so easy to invite a formation master from the mystical heaven sect. This time, Master Lin was willing to help, so Ba Fei must have paid a great price. At this moment, a huge formation loomed in the sky above the tyrannical Sky Empire's army. Countless formation patterns interweaved in the void, and rays of light condensed from the formation. A figure sat cross-legged in the center of the formation. All the spiritual chi in the world was attracted by the formation. Endless spiritual chi gathered toward the formation from all directions. The weather changed in the area where Black Chelan City was, and the sun and moon dimmed. In addition, countless soldiers from the East Moon Empire and the tyrannical Sky Empire were fighting fiercely. The smell of blood filled the air. This was practically hell on earth. That's high up in the sky, dozens of kilometers away. A valiant female general standing on a huge golden condor could not help but be shocked when she saw the strange phenomenon in the sky before her. at the location of Black Chelan City, the dark clouds were vast and mighty. Dazzling bolts of lightning constantly appeared in the dark clouds. Even though it was tens of miles away, one could still feel a terrifying aura that made one's heart palpitate. Prepare for battle. Kill your way over. The female general waved her arm and shouted. Then she stepped on the golden condor and rushed towards the direction of Black Chelan City. Kill! The countless heavenly soldiers of the East Moon Empire behind her roared at the same time. They drew their weapons and charged forward on their condors. A terrifying aura of slaughter swept through the surroundings. The vanguard of the East Moon Empire had arrived. However, the ground army of the East Moon Empire was still over 100 kilometers away from Black Chelan City. It was impossible for them to reach Black Chelan City in a short time. However, the heavenly army of the East Moon Empire would soon reach Black Chelan City. Even if the tens of thousands of Eastern Moon heavenly army joined the battle, they would not be able to gain any advantage over the tyrant army. Just as the battle was in a stalemate, an arrow light landed near the east gate of the City Lord Mansion, right in front of the fire dragon tree, where Gu Fei's clone was sitting. Boom! With a loud bang, the arrow light exploded and turned into a destructive force that enveloped Gu Fei's doppelganger. The violent power was wreaking havoc. Nephew Wang Zhan, when Black Tiger saw this, he was shocked, furious, and sorrowful. They had already hidden themselves in the City Lord's mansion, yet Wang Zhan still had to collect his lunchbox. However, when the smoke dissipated, a figure appeared under the fire dragon tree. Nephew Wang Zhan, Black Tiger, was surprised and overjoyed when he saw the figure under the tree. When the smoke and dust dissipated, Gu Fei's clone was still sitting under the fire dragon tree. However, he was now completely charred and cut a sorry figure. Phew! Gu Fei's clone exhaled a breath of black air. It had been really dangerous earlier. The arrow light had first broken through the barrier of the Great Protective Formation, so its power had naturally been greatly reduced. Otherwise, he would have died from that attack. His body shook, and in the next moment, a powerful wave of energy immediately erupted from his body. This Black Tiger was taken aback. The aura that erupted from Gu Fei's clone was so oppressive that he almost couldn't breathe. Earth rank. Black Tiger was indescribably shocked. How long had it been? This young man had actually broken through to the Earth rank. In Black Tiger's eyes, Wang Zhan was merely a soldier from Black Chelan City who was trying his best to survive. As a soldier, he did not know what would happen tomorrow. Especially now, a war had erupted between the East Moon Empire and the tyrannical empire. Soldiers like them seemed to have long been destined to die on the battlefield. Wang Zhan's father had died on the battlefield. As his nephew, Black Tiger knew everything about Wang Zhan. No one knew Wang Zhan's capabilities better than he did. Ever since he returned from the battlefield, Wang Zhan seemed to have changed into a different person. His temperament changed greatly, and his cultivation continued to soar. What the hell was going on? Black Tiger was truly curious. Furthermore, this nephew of his seemed to be working for Princess Dongyue. How did Wang Zhan get to know the princess? Earth rank initial stage. Not bad. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded. A figure appeared under the fire dragon tree, without any warning. "Greetings, Your Highness." Black Tiger knelt on the ground in fright when he saw the person. Naturally, Dongyue Shui did not take Black Tiger seriously. She only had eyes for the person sitting under the fire dragon tree. "Your cultivation barely qualifies to be my guard," Dongyue Shui continued. Dongyue Shui continued. With her heaven-rank cultivation, she could naturally see through Gu Fei's clone with a single glance. Moreover, Gu Fei's clone did not intentionally hide his cultivation. Only barely qualifies. Gu Fei's avatar slowly stood up from the ground. He had finally refined the cold yuan qi that he had devoured from Hufeng. Just now, he had been blasted by the arrow light that had descended from the sky, and he had casually devoured the energy that had erupted from the arrow light. Now, it could be said that he had profited from a disaster. After devouring the energy from the arrow of light, his cultivation level had completely stabilized. Her Highness has already overestimated you by saying that you qualify. At this moment, a figure walked over from afar. It was a woman wearing battle armor and holding a spear. She had a red headband and a slender figure. She looked heroic, but not ugly. One look, and it was obvious that she could fight. Earthrank Peak. Half-step Heaven Realm. When Gu Fei's doppelganger saw this woman, his pupils involuntarily shrank. She's my guard captain. Donghua Shui said. Is she very strong? Gu Fei's clone said indifferently. Why don't we fight? Chapter 56:33. The Princess of the East Moon Empire, Donghua Shui, was accompanied by a team of female guards. Yang Feiyun was the captain of the team. Yang Feiyun was no weaker than men. Although she was a woman, her cultivation and battle prowess were much stronger than men of the same level. Of course, no matter how heaven-defying she was, she could not be as heaven-defying as Gu Fei's clone, who could challenge cultivators of a higher level. At this moment, Yang Feiyun had already arrived before Gu Fei's clone with her spear in hand. She was brimming with battle intent, and her gaze was like lightning. She could attack Gu Fei's clone at any time. What, you don't dare to fight me? Yang Feiyun stared at Gu Fei's clone, and a powerful aura burst from her body. Are you crazy? Why should I fight you? Gu Fei's clone refused right away. This captain's cultivation was far above his. Fight her? He was not that stupid. Of course, Gu Fei's clone was not afraid of this captain. Even if she was half a step into the heavenly realm, he was not afraid. His 9 secrets of a mortal path was not to be trifled with. So you're a coward. Yang Feiyun said disdainfully. Come on, goading is so common. Can't you come up with something new? Gu Fei's clone shook his head helplessly. I don't care if you fight me or not. If you don't fight me, I'll fight you. Yang Feiyun raised her spear as she spoke. The spear in her hand immediately turned into a blur, stabbing towards Gu Fei's clone's chest at an extremely fast speed. Gu Fei's clone was truly speechless. Who was this girl? She actually wanted to force me to fight her? Princess Donghua watched from the side, without saying anything. She seemed to be enjoying the show. The black tiger was still lying on the ground. Princess Donghua did not tell him to stand up, so he kept lying there, not daring to move or speak. Humph! Gu Fei's doppelganger used the 8 desolation steps and dodged Yang Feiyun's spear with ease. Then, he threw a punch at Yang Feiyun. The punch he threw seemed very casual, and there was no powerful fist energy wave that erupted from his fist. However, it was this punch that shocked Yang Feiyun. Bam! Yang Feiyun's right palm moved forward, and the fist and palm instantly collided. Gu Fei's doppelganger felt as if he had been hit by a huge mountain. His entire body was lifted off the ground, and he floated a few dozen feet away. Half-step Heaven Realm is indeed powerful. Gu Fei's doppelganger calmly looked at the woman in front of him. There was still a huge difference between him and the people who were half a step into Heaven Realm. After exchanging a blow with Yang Feiyun, Gu Fei's avatar's entire right arm was numb from the shock. Moreover, he knew that this was not the true power of this guard captain. If Yang Feiyun had used her full strength, Gu Fei's avatar would definitely be injured. Stop! Seeing that the female guard captain was about to attack him again, Gu Fei's avatar hurriedly shouted for her to stop. He did not want to be beaten up for no reason. "You think I'll stop just because you say so?" Yang Feiyun continued to press towards Gu Fei's avatar. At this moment, rays of light broke through the light barrier of Black Qilin City and landed in the city. The entire city was in chaos, and the arrows destroyed many houses. Even the ordinary citizens hiding in their houses were no longer safe. Meanwhile, the defending army of Black Qilin City was engaged in an intense battle with the Sky Tyrant army. The casualties on both sides kept increasing. The Sky Tyrant army refused to retreat and swore to take down Black Qilin City. Dong Yue Shui did not expect the Sky Tyrant dynasty to hire a formation master. Only a formation master could break through the light barrier of Black Qilin City. Moreover, this was not something an ordinary formation master could do. The formation master who helped the Sky Tyrant army was most likely a heaven formation master. To Dong Yue Shui, this was definitely not a good thing, because the formation of Black Qilin City could only passively defend. Without a formation master controlling it, it would be great if it could even unleash 1/10 of its power. Black Qilin City originally had a professional formation master controlling the formation. However, before the war broke out, the array master who was in charge of the Black Qilin City's protective formation was assassinated. Everyone could guess that it was done by the tyrannical Sky Empire, because only they could benefit from killing the formation master of Black Qilin City. Reality proved that killing the formation master of Black Qilin City was a brilliant move. Now, the formation master from the Mystical Heaven sect that Ba Fei hired had successfully broken through the light barrier of Black Qilin City. The Sky Tyrant dynasty's army had already entered Black Qilin City under the leadership of the Black Fiend General. Meanwhile, the main force of the Sky Tyrant army was also attacking the East City Gate. Once the city gate was breached by the Sky Tyrant army, the owner of Black Qilin City would change. All right, that's enough. Instead of wasting your energy here, you might as well go kill the enemies. Dong Yue Shui finally spoke, because among everyone present, she was the only one who could order Yang Feiyun around. "Yes, Your Highness." Yang Feiyun sheathed his spear. "Ha! Dong Yue Shui, I'm going to capture you alive today, and make you my feet-washing maid." At this moment, an arrogant laugh came from the sky. Gu Fei's clone raised his head abruptly and saw more than a dozen powerful figures rushing down from the sky, charging towards them. Ba Fei, Dong Yue Shui, immediately stared at the young man wearing a golden crown. With a flip of her left hand, a godly bow appeared in her hand. East Moon Bow. Ba Fei, the young lord of Sky Tyrant dynasty, who had descended menacingly with a group of experts, was shocked when he saw the godly bow in Dong Yue Shui's hand. After all, he was injured by Dong Yue Shui's East Moon Bow earlier. If it wasn't for the medical experts treating him, he would still be bedridden. Ba Fei, looks like you really don't want to live anymore. Dong Yue soared into the sky and arrived before Ba Fei. "Leave her to me. You guys go break the formation." Ba Fei stared coldly at Dong Yue Shui. Yes, Your Highness." The generals behind Ba Fei immediately accepted the order and charged towards the east, south, and north gates of Black Qilin City. As long as the 3 gates were broken, Black Qilin City would be done for. This time, Ba Fei had brought all of his experts, hoping to win the battle and leave his name in the annals of history. "Uncle Mystic, let's go." When Gu Feiyun's clone saw this, he immediately rushed to the Mystic Black Tiger, who was still lying on the ground. He grabbed the tiger and dashed towards a secret place in the city lord's mansion. "Wang Zhan, you're running away?" Yang Fei-yun was furious when he saw Gu Fei-yun's clone escaping into the city lord's mansion. Chapter 56:34. When the battle erupted, the young lord of the tyrannical Sky Empire, Ba Fei, led his subordinates and charged straight into Turtle Chilin City, intending to capture Dongyue Shui alive. However, Dongyue Shui was the princess of the East Moon Empire after all, and the most beloved princess of the East Moon Imperial Lord. She also possessed the East Moon Bow. How could it be easy for the young lord to capture Dongyue Shui alive? As soon as he saw Dongyue Shui's right hand on the bowstring, he was so frightened that he immediately took out a shield and placed it in front of him. A powerful wave of energy spread out from the shield in his hand and enveloped him. The sky-dominating shield. Dongyue Shui was shocked when she saw the shield in front of Ba Fei. The seemingly inconspicuous shield was definitely not simple. It was a great treasure of the tyrannical Sky Empire, the sky-dominating shield. This was a powerful Taoist treasure. The East Moon Bow was mainly used for attack, while the sky-dominating shield was used for defense. This combination of attack and defense was simply amazing. In the end, whether the East Moon Bow could pierce through the sky-dominating shield was still unknown. Even Dongyue Shui was uncertain. Ba Fei was also nervous. He did not know if the sky-dominating shield in his hand could block an arrow from the East Moon Bow. If he couldn't stop them, then not only would he not be able to break through Yulin City, he might even lose his life here. Neither of them dared to act recklessly. Both of them stared at each other, just as Dongyue Shui and Ba Fei were facing off in the sky. Yang Yunfei was fighting the general who had charged down from the sky. Although Yang Yunfei was a woman, she was extremely ferocious when she wielded the spear in her hand. Her strength was astonishing as well. Clang! She swept her spear horizontally and directly smashed it against the general's saber, causing sparks to fly everywhere. The general was sent flying over a dozen meters away by Yang Yunfei's spear. Even the hand holding the saber was trembling. He lowered his head and saw that there was a thumb-sized nick on the blade of his saber. This Ling Feng sucked in a breath of cold air. His battle blade was a middle-grade Dao artifact among the earth-ranked ones, but the blade was actually chipped by the opponent's battle spear. Could it be that the spear in his hand is actually a high-grade, earth-tier Dao artifact? The Dao tools of the limitless realm could be divided into low-grade, mid-grade, and high-grade. Above high-grade was the supreme grade. Normally, cultivators would use low-grade or mid-grade Dao tools. Very few people would use high-grade Dao tools. As for the supreme grade Dao tools, very few people would use them. To be more precise, very few people would use them. You are Yang Fei-yun. Ling Feng stared at the heroic female, general with a spear in her hand. Kill. Yang Fei-yun didn't bother to talk nonsense with this guy. He directly raised the spear in his hand and attacked Ling Feng. His murderous aura was shocking. Damn it! Knowing that his opponent was Yang Fei-yun, Ling Feng did not dare to fight with him anymore. He turned around and ran. What a joke! Yang Fei-yun was Dongyue Shui's guard captain. His cultivation was at least at the peak of Earth Realm. Although Ling Feng asked himself that his cultivation was not bad compared to Yang Fei-yun, it was still not enough. If he didn't escape, should he stay and die? Fighting with his opponent despite knowing that he was no match for him was definitely an extremely stupid move. Ling Feng was not a fool, so he could only admit defeat. At the same time, Dongyue Shui and Ba Fei were still facing off in the sky. Gu Fei's clone, who had already entered the city lord's mansion with the black tiger, looked up at the two figures in the sky and could not help but shake his head. A fight between experts always seemed to be the same. Gu Fei's clone withdrew his gaze and brought the black tiger to an inconspicuous house. He directly punched open the wooden door and was about to walk in. Whoosh! 2 rays of cold light shot out from behind the door, without any warning, at an extremely fast speed. What? Gouffet's doppelganger was taken aback. He hurriedly stretched out his hands and caught the 2 beams of cold light in his hands. The black tiger was shocked by this scene. He stared blankly at the short arrow that was less than an inch away from his nose. The arrowhead almost touched his nose. A drop of cold sweat trickled down Black Tiger's forehead. If Gouffet's doppelganger had been just a little slower, he would have been shot in the face by the short arrow and died. In that instant, he had taken a trip to the gates of hell. There's a trap. Gouffet's clone threw away the 2 short arrows in his hands. In the next moment, a wave of will spread from his body. With the help of his spiritual force, everything in the small house appeared in his mind. There was another world inside the house. Gouffet's clone was about to walk in. At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him and blocked Gouffet's clone. The entrance to the small house was a door. The person who suddenly appeared directly blocked the small door. "Little guy, this is not a place you can come. Get out of here." The middle-aged man in front of the door glared at Gouffet's clone impatiently. Gouffet's clone did not waste any time. He tore off a token from his waist and threw it in front of the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man stared blankly at the medallion that was almost smashed into his face. His expression was as uncomfortable as if he had just swallowed 100 flies. "Why aren't you moving to the side?" Gouffet's clone retracted the token and said coldly. The middle-aged man's expression changed. He hesitated for a moment, but still retreated to the side, obediently. He felt extremely depressed. Why did the princess send a little guy who was still wet behind the ears to take over this place? Gouffet's doppelganger no longer paid attention to this fellow and directly brought the black tiger into the house. The moment he stepped into the house, Gouffet's clone saw a bright light in front of him. A huge space appeared in front of him. In this space, there were interweaving array inscriptions. These array inscriptions looked extremely complicated. Even the void was filled with array inscriptions. This was the array center of the entire Yulin City. Here, all the array formations of Yulin City could be controlled. However, there was no one controlling it. Gouffet's clone had come here to control the entire array formation of Yulin City. "Guys from the tyrannical Sky Empire, you're out of luck." Gouffet's clone stared at the core of the formation in front of him with a cold smile on his face. As long as he controlled this array center, he would be able to control all the array formations of Yulin City. The power of the array formations of Yulin City would definitely increase by several times, or even more than 10 times. Chapter 56:35. No one would have thought that the core of the formations was actually hidden in an inconspicuous little hut at the back of the city lord's estate. The scouts of the tyrannical Sky Empire could not find where the core of the formations was either. Otherwise, the experts of the Empire would have attacked this place as soon as possible. This was because once the core of the formation was breached, they would be able to destroy the entire formation. At that time, the entire Yulin City would become a defenseless city. That way, the army of the tyrannical Sky Empire would be able to easily breach the city and open the gates of the East Moon Empire. The army would then be able to march straight in and kill their way into the heart of the empire. The reason why Gouffet's clone knew where the core of the formations was because his cultivation in formations was rather high. In reality, he could tell where the source of the formations was with a single glance, but the formation master of the wondrous heaven sect that the young lord of the tyrannical Sky Empire had invited failed to do so. This was the difference. At this moment, the sounds of battle shook the heavens both inside and outside of the city. Outside the city, Wu Liang was commanding the army of the tyrannical Sky Empire to attack the city, while inside, the young lord of the tyrannical Sky Empire was leading a group of experts against the experts of the three great clans. The experts of the Hu family, the Tu family, and the Longxiang family had all been mobilized because everyone in the city had reached a critical juncture of life and death. If they did not fight with their lives on the line, there would only be one outcome: the annihilation of their clans. The city lord of Dragonqilan City, Dong Yu Tianxia, was an extremely domineering expert. At this moment, he was clad in battle armor and wielding a blade, standing on top of the city's eastern gate, staring coldly at a general in the sky. The general in the sky was also looking down at Dong Yu Tianxiao on top of the city walls. This general was the commander of the army of the tyrannical Sky Empire, Wu Liang. The two experts faced off in the sky, actually ignoring the countless soldiers fighting for their lives in front of the city gates. It was as if they only had eyes for each other. At this moment, Gu Fei's clone was standing in the air inside the small hut, closely examining the countless formation inscriptions that constantly wove together. In the eyes of those who didn't understand array formations, these runes were naturally mysterious and unfathomable. However, in the eyes of the ancient clone, these runes were actually low-level runes. What happened? Gu Fei's doppelganger was somewhat dumbfounded. This was the limitless realm. Amongst all the great worlds, the limitless realm was the apex superworld. Moreover, the cultivation system of the limitless realm should have been developed to the pinnacle. But why was the Yulin city's array formation still at the elementary level? This shouldn't be the case. Gu Fei's clone really could not understand why something like this would happen. After all, Bailin City's importance to the East Moon Empire was beyond doubt. It was such an important city, but the city-protecting array was actually a basic array formation. When Gu Fei's clone saw this, he couldn't help but shake his head. Could it be that the Limitless Realms Array Dao was actually very backward? The various cultivation systems of the Limitless Realm should have been developed to the pinnacle. When the middle-aged man saw Gu Fei's clone staring blankly at the countless runes in front of him, he could not help but sneer. He said with some mockery, "The array formation here is not something you can imagine. I think you'd better leave." Humph! Gu Fei's clone did not say anything. Instead, he directly strode forward. "What are you trying to do? Are you tired of living?" The middle-aged man could not help but be shocked when he saw that Gu Fei's clone actually wanted to enter the center of the array formation. In his opinion, only a formation master could enter the center of the array formation and control it, as well as all the formations in the entire Bailin city. Nephew Wangzhan, the Black Tiger, also wanted to stop Gu Fei's clone. "It's just a basic array formation." Gu Fei's clone said indifferently, "Little guy, you're so young, yet you don't know your limits." The city-protecting formation of Bailin City was set up by a formation master. "If you want to die, go in." The middle-aged man mocked. "Is that so? Then why don't we make a bet?" Gu Fei's doppelganger remained indifferent. "Ha ha ha, do you have a wager?" The middle-aged man became even more disdainful. "This guy is only a teenager, and he looks so unkempt. Even the beggars on the streets are cleaner than him." Gu Fei's clone thought to himself, "This guy is looking down on me. I'll show you later. If I lose, this token will be yours." Gu Fei's clone took out the token Donghua Shui gave him. The middle-aged man was startled. "You really want to use this token as a wager?" "Do I need to lie to you?" Gu Fei's clone said indifferently. "Fine, I'll fight you." The middle-aged man knew the value of this token. If he could obtain this token, he might be able to leave Bailin City. He did not want to die together with the city. At this moment, the Heaven Tyrant army was slowly gaining the upper hand and was charging at the city gate. The situation was dire. I've taken out my wager. What about yours? Gu-Fei stared coldly at the middle-aged man. Humph! The middle-aged man sneered and flipped his right hand. A giant halberd immediately appeared in his hand. This is an Earth-class low-grade Dao weapon. What do you think? The middle-aged man said proudly. He had spent a lot of effort and paid a hefty price to obtain this halberd. He felt the pain of taking it out. Of course, he did not believe that this little guy could control the core of the formation laid out by a formation master. Very well, hand over the halberd. Gu-Fei's clone reached out his right hand and was about to take the halberd from the middle-aged man's hand. You think you've won? The middle-aged man dodged and said coldly, You're right about that. I've really won. Hand it over. Are you joking? The middle-aged man was a little angry. Sai, since that's the case, open your dog eyes wide. As Gu-Fei's clone spoke, he strode forward and walked into the void filled with runes. What? Seeing this scene, the middle-aged man's eyes widened, and his face revealed an expression of disbelief. What made him most dumbfounded was that wherever Gu-Fei's clone passed, the interweaving formation runes in the void would move aside. How was this possible? How did he do it? Who is he? How is this possible? The middle-aged man murmured. He had lost. Gu-Fei's doppelganger strolled around the center of the formation before walking out again. He walked up to the middle-aged man, step by step, and looked at him coldly. You want to fight with me? Aren't you looking for trouble? Chapter 56:36. In an inconspicuous hut in the black Qilin City's city lord residence, there was a completely different world inside. The huge space was filled with formation runes. Countless formation runes were constantly intertwining, forming various mysterious and unpredictable array diagrams. These array diagrams looked extremely complicated, but in the eyes of Gu-Fei's avatar, it was nothing much. Because the great Tao was simple, the simpler the Tao pattern, the more powerful it was. If one could replace countless formation runes with a single formation rune and exert a stronger power, then would there be a need to make the array so complicated? This was the difference between an expert and a beginner. In the eyes of Gu-Fei's avatar, the array of Black Qilin City was just a basic array. This was also the reason why there were countless formation runes in this huge space. At this time, Gu-Fei's avatar walked around the space filled with countless formation runes, then stood in front of the middle-aged man and looked at him indifferently. The middle-aged man was not a weakling because he was the guardian of the Black Qilin City's array center. He was just a guard, and a guard with good combat power. He did not understand array formations. Still not going to hand it over. Gu-Fei's avatar said indifferently. The middle-aged man's complexion became very ugly. He had actually underestimated this little guy. However, he was extremely curious. This little guy actually knew about arrays. How was this possible? How old was he? He was just a little guy who was still wet behind the ears. Could it be that he was more awesome than the array master of the mystical heaven sect who was breaking the array outside the city? When it came to array formations, the mystical heaven sect was really famous in the limitless realm. They were one of the rare array formations sects in the limitless realm. Could it be that this little guy had obtained an even more powerful array formation inheritance? If you bet, you must be willing to lose. What? Can't afford to lose. Just when the middle-aged man's mind was in a mess, the voice of Gu-Fei's avatar suddenly came into his mind. This voice contained a force. Every sound was like a heavy hammer, fiercely pounding on the middle-aged man's soul. The middle-aged man was directly shaken awake by the sound wave technique of Gu-Fei's avatar. Ah! The middle-aged man subconsciously tightened his grip on the halberd in his hand. This was a low-grade, earth-ranked Tao artifact, and he had actually lost it. His heart was bleeding. One had to know that he had paid a considerable price to obtain this Tao artifact. "Give it to me." Gu Fei's doppelganger reached out and grabbed the halberd in his opponent's hand. The middle-aged man was unwilling to give up. He grabbed onto the halberd, and a murderous aura emanated from his body. He actually wanted to kill Gu Fei's clone. Gu Fei had experienced countless battles in his life, so he was especially sensitive to killing intent. As long as someone wanted to kill him, he would immediately sense it. This had already become an instinct of his. Although Wang Zhan was just a clone of Gu Fei in the unbounded realm, this clone possessed all of Gu Fei's combat experience. Gu Fei's doppelganger was not angry, but this guy actually wanted to kill him. The middle-aged man's heart trembled. He loosened his grip, and the spear in his hand was taken away. Sigh. The middle-aged man sighed. In the end, he still did not dare to make a move, because he could not see through this little guy's strength. Moreover, this little guy had Dongyue Shui's token. Dongyue Shui's token was not so easily given to others. Only those whom Dongyue Shui valued and trusted the most would have the opportunity to obtain the token. Killing this little guy would have dire consequences. After all, Dongyue Shui was a heaven-ranked expert, and the Dongyue royal clan was so powerful that the middle-aged man would not dare to go against them. He could only reluctantly give up his treasure. "Not bad," Gu Fei's doppelganger said, and kept the halberd in his hand. He originally wanted to give it to the black tiger, but on second thought, if the black tiger were to carry such a spear, it would directly bring disaster upon itself. It would not even know how it died. In the unbounded realm, killing and robbing was a common occurrence. Gu Fei's doppelganger had no time to care about this young man. He directly strode into the center of the formation and sat on a stone seat. With a wave of his right hand, the entire central space of the formation changed directly. The middle-aged man and the black tiger could not see the figure of Gu Fei's doppelganger in an instant. Then, in the dazzling divine light, the shadow of a city appeared. The entire city was covered by countless formation patterns, and the formation patterns on the surface had small holes from time to time. Naturally, they did not know what was happening. The small holes on the formation patterns were gradually being repaired. The center of the formation actually displayed the current situation of the entire Black Qilin City. The city shadow was naturally Black Qilin City, and the countless formation patterns covering Black Qilin City were the city guarding formation. The holes that appeared on the runes of the city protecting Great Array were the runes that were broken when the formation master of the mystical heaven sect outside the city attacked the city protecting Great Array. Although the city guarding formation of Black Qilin City was not controlled by anyone, it was still operating and could automatically repair the formation patterns broken by the formation breaking arrow. At this moment, in the sky above the east gate of Black Qilin City, a figure sitting cross-legged in the formation suddenly opened his eyes. 2 rays of cold light rushed out from his eyes. This man in black was the formation master of the mystical heaven sect, invited by young Lord Batian, Master Lin. And Master Lin was very mysterious. He wore a bamboo hat and covered his face. No one knew whether this Master Lin was a man or a woman, because it was impossible to tell at all. This mysterious Master Lin sensed that the city guarding formation of Black Qilin City had changed. What's going on? Master Lin was shocked. Didn't they say that the formation master of Black Qilin City had been assassinated by Batian? Who else in Black Qilin City could control the city guarding formation? In order to break into Black Qilin City, young Lord Batian could be said to be unscrupulous. He wanted to destroy the city guarding formation of Black Qilin City at all costs. Without anyone controlling the city guarding formation, the power of the city guarding formation of Black Qilin City was greatly reduced. This gave Master Lin of the Mystical Heaven sect an opportunity. But at this moment, the city guarding formation of Black Qilin City changed. It was the most crucial moment. As long as one or two formation eyes were destroyed, the city guarding formation of Black Qilin City could be completely broken. But now, there was an accident. Master Lin was shocked to find that the restoration speed of the city guarding formation of Black Qilin City had become faster. The surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth began to gather towards Black Qilin City. The city guarding formation of Black Qilin City was actively gathering the power of heaven and earth. Compared to the passive gathering speed of the power of heaven and earth, the speed of the city guarding formation of Black Qilin City actively gathering the power of heaven and earth was 10 times faster. Soon, a huge whirlpool appeared in the sky above Black Qilin City. Countless people who were fighting outside the city looked up to the sky in horror. Chapter 56:37. After Gu Fei's doppelganger took control of the Black Qilin City's formation center, the entire Black Qilin City's defensive formation was like a terrifying heavenly beast that had suddenly awakened from its slumber. The sky above Black Qilin City suddenly changed color, the sun and the moon lost their light, and the aura from all directions crazily gathered towards Black Qilin City. The whole Black Qilin City's Great City Defense Formation came alive. On the city protecting Great Array, the runes on the areas that had been damaged by the formation-breaking arrows were rapidly repairing themselves. The power of the array was constantly increasing. How is this possible? Master Lin of the Mystical Heaven sect was inexplicably shocked. Did an array master take over the array center of the Black Qilin City? Black Qilin City's city defense formation was the key to the survival of Black Qilin City. Once the city defense formation was broken, Black Qilin City would be finished. However, as long as the city barrier formation was still in place, the people in the city would still be able to fight against the Sky Tyrant army. What happened? At this moment, everyone looked up at the huge spiritual vortex that appeared in the sky above Black Qilin City. A visible pillar of spiritual energy fell from the sky and was absorbed by the city defense formation. Wu Liang, who was in the air, was also shocked. Behind Wu Liang were more than 10 warriors. These warriors were all very strong, and even the weakest among them was an Earth-rank warrior. These were the subordinates of Wu Liang, the commander-in-chief of the Tyrant army. His subordinates had followed Wu Liang for at least 10 years. Wu Liang didn't take young Lord Batian seriously because he had a group of trusted subordinates. All of them held military power. Military power was a good thing. The young lord of the Sky Tyrant Empire refused to leave because he had taken a fancy to Wu Liang and the military power in his hands. In the entire Sky Tyrant Empire, the Sky Tyrant Empire's army of hundreds of thousands could be considered a force that could be independent from the rest of the empire. Of course, the territory of the tyrannical Sky Empire was vast. Compared to all the armies of the tyrannical Sky Empire, Wu Liang's army was nothing. However, the other armies of the tyrannical Heaven Dynasty were stationed in various places and could not be mobilized at will. After all, the East Moon Empire was not the only enemy of the tyrannical Heaven Empire. The tyrannical Sky Empire had to guard against many opponents. The East Moon Empire also had many enemies, and there were also many forces eyeing the East Moon Empire. This was the same in the Limitless Realm or even in other worlds. The big fish ate the small fish, and the small forces attached themselves to the big forces. Those who refused to submit would be beaten until they did. Although the tyrannical Sky Empire was stronger than the East Moon Empire, they were not much stronger. It would not be easy to destroy the East Moon Empire. The sky above the Black Qilin City changed color. Wu Liang and the others all felt something was wrong. At this time, in the sky a dozen miles away from Black Chelan City, a heavenly army was rushing toward Black Chelan City at top speed. The powerful murderous aura was earth-shattering. A female general stood on the back of a golden eagle, charging at the very front. Behind her was a dense mass of black-feathered war eagles, and on each of the war eagles stood an Eastern Moon heavenly soldier clad in battle armor. A distance of several dozen kilometers could be covered in the blink of an eye by the Eastern Moon heavenly army. However, Wu Liang was not to be trifled with. He directly ordered the heavenly army to attack. A tall general wielded a halberd and directly charged into the sky from the tyrant army's battle formation. Countless heavenly soldiers on heavenly winged beasts also charged into the sky. The heavenly soldiers that attacked Black Chelan City earlier were actually only the vanguard of the tyrant army. The real heavenly army of the tyrant army was mobilized now. The heavenly army of the tyrant army directly met the Eastern Moon Empire's heavenly army. Very soon, in the sky 7 or 8 kilometers away from Black Chelan City, the two armies instantly clashed. Countless soldiers fell from the sky, and battle cries shook the heavens and earth. The heavenly army of the tyrannical Sky Empire successfully intercepted the Eastern Moon Empire's reinforcements. The Eastern Moon Empire's heavenly army had already arrived, so the reinforcements were not far from Black Chelan City. The situation was extremely disadvantageous for the tyrant army. Attack with everything you've got. Wu Liang exhaled. His voice spread throughout the sky and earth. If they still hesitated at this time, they would die a terrible death. Kill! Kill! After hearing Wu Liang's voice, the countless soldiers of the tyrannical Sky Empire all became bloodshot. They attacked Black Chelan City like madmen. None of them were afraid of death, and all of them fought with their lives on the line. Boom! With a heavy crash, the heavenly army of the tyrant army successfully reached the eastern city gate. Dozens of soldiers carried huge logs and slammed the eastern city gate fiercely. On top of the city gate, the Eastern Moon Empire's guards desperately shot arrows at the heavenly army below. The heavenly army below the city gate fell one after another after being hit by the arrows. However, the city gate of Black Chelan City was not so easily breached. At this moment, the ground in front of the city gate suddenly shook. Countless grains of sand gathered on the ground in front of the city gate. Earth chi was condensing. The countless grains of sand and gravel actually condensed into an earth giant. The earth giant stood up from the ground. Its head was even taller than the city gate. The countless Eastern Moon Empire's guards on top of the city gate were stunned by this scene. The earth giant charged towards the city gate. The heavenly army that was attacking the city immediately scattered in fright. Roar! The earth giant roared furiously at the sky and directly threw a punch at the city gate that was tightly shut. Release the arrows. The guards on top of the city gate all fired arrows at the earth giant. However, when the arrows hit the earth giant's body, they directly pierced into the earth giant's body. These arrows could not harm the earth giant at all. Boom! The earth giant's fist smashed onto the city gate fiercely. The ferocious fist force exploded, and countless cracks appeared on the thick and heavy city gate. Oh no! One of the generals on top of the city gate could not help but be shocked when he saw this. At the same time, the earth giant's second punch was already flying towards the city gate. Boom! With a loud bang, the tightly shut city gate was directly smashed into pieces. Countless fragments shot into the city gate, and screams immediately rang out from within the city gate. Behind the city gate were all the soldiers of the Eastern Moon Empire. When the earth giant broke through the city gate, the soldiers behind the city gate immediately suffered, and a large number of them collapsed. The eastern city gate has been breached. At this moment, Gu Fei's clone, who had just taken control of the formation center of Black Qilin City, could not help but frown as he stared at the virtual image of the city above. The virtual image of the formation center displayed the real-time status of various parts of Black Qilin City. On the virtual image of Black Qilin City, the eastern city gate had been breached. How troublesome! Gu Fei's clone shook his head. Then let's start with this big guy first. As Gu Fei's clone spoke, he stretched out his hand and snapped his fingers. At the same time, dazzling bolts of lightning descended from the sky, directly blasting the earth giant that was charging towards the eastern city gate into the ground. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. It's just a small test. The power seems to be not bad. Chapter 56:38. Gu Fei's doppelganger controlled the core of Black Qilin City's formation. With a small test, he actually smashed the earth giant that had blasted open the east gate to the ground. Roar! The earth giant roared as it stood up. It was just an earthen figure that had been formed from the power of the earth. However, the yuan qi that erupted from the earthen figure was extremely powerful. The earth giant was over 30 meters tall, like a small mountain. The earth elemental energy that erupted from it was definitely at the peak of the earth realm, even reaching half a step into the heaven realm. Otherwise, this earth giant wouldn't have been able to blast open the east gate. Seeing the lightning strike the earth giant to the ground. Everyone was indescribably shocked. The countless warriors in the surroundings immediately retreated far away, apart from the corpses on the ground. No one dared to get close to the earth giant. One of Wu Liang's 5 elemental generals, Earth General, on top of the city wall, Black Qilin City, Lord Dongyue Tianxia, who was facing the commander of the Sky Tyrant army in the sky, said indifferently, not only did Wu Liang have the 5 elemental generals, but he also had the wind, cloud, thunder, lightning, and rain generals. These 10 generals added together made up Wu Liang's 10 generals. These 10 generals were Wu Liang's trusted subordinates. They had followed Wu Liang to battle all over the place. Each of them had quite a lot of military achievements, and were Wu Liang's most capable subordinates. At this moment, a tall and burly general walked up from below the city wall, carrying a person in his hand. This person directly brought a guy to the side of Black Qilin City, Lord Dongyue Tianxia. Greetings, City Lord. The person bowed to Dongyue Tianxia. He was Black Qilin City's #1 general, Longxiang Man. And the guy in Longxiang Man's hand was one of the 10 generals under the command of Sky Tyrant Army's commander, Wu Liang, who had infiltrated Black Qilin City and wanted to break open the East Gate. Thunder General. At this moment, Thunder General wasn't dead, but he had already lost all his battle strength. Although Thunder General was powerful, he was still not a match for Longxiang Man, the #1 general of Black Qilin City. He was miserably abused by Longxiang Man. Very good. Dongyue Tianxia nodded, still staring at the figure in the sky. Thunder General. Seeing his subordinate crippled, Wu Liang couldn't help but be enraged. However, he didn't dare to act recklessly because Dong Yu Tian was staring at him, wanting nothing more than for him to reveal an opening. Dong Yu Tianxia was the city lord of Black Qilin City. His cultivation was actually on par with Wu Liang. This was also why they did not dare to act rashly. This was because the moment they revealed an opening, the other party would immediately launch a fatal attack. Wu Liang, retreat. Dongyue Tianxia said coldly. Impossible. Wu Liang immediately refused. Then your general will have to die. Longxiang Barbarian raised the Thunder General in his hand and said loudly, despicable. Wu Liang glared at Dragon Elephant Barbarian with red eyes. The 10 war generals had followed him for hundreds of years, and their friendship was even closer than blood brothers. Now that Thunder General was seriously injured and on the verge of death, Wu Liang really wanted to tear that barbarian dragon elephant into 1,000 pieces. Ha ha! Wu Liang, who are you calling despicable? Weren't you despicable when you assassinated my black Qilin City's array master? Dongyue Tianxia laughed. Wu Liang's expression changed several times. Assassinating black Qilin City's array master was really dishonorable. For a moment, he did not know what to say to refute. Cut the crap. I'll just ask you, are you going to retreat or not? Dongyue Tianxia said sternly. Wu Liang did not speak, but his expression was extremely ugly. Fine. Dongyue Tianxia waved his hand. Kacha! The sound of bones breaking rang out. Long Xiang barbarian directly broke the Thunder General's neck. Just like that, the Thunder General of a generation fell on the east gate of Black Qilin City. Roar! Wu Liang roared at the sky. The entire void trembled, and the rolling sound waves spread out, shaking the souls of countless soldiers and making them almost vomit blood. The Thunder General had fallen. Of the 10 war generals that once shook the tyrannical Sky Empire, only 9 were left. Dongyue Tianxia, I want your life. Wu Liang roared and directly pounced on Dongyue Tianxia from the sky. Rumble, he threw a punch at Dongyue Tianxia on the city wall. The violent fist Qi turned into a huge dragon, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws as it pounced at Dongyue Tianxia. Swoosh! A sword ray suddenly rushed out from Dongyue Tianxia's body. The sword ray seemed indestructible, instantly splitting the dragon-shaped fist Qi in half. At the same time, Dongyue Tianxia directly rushed up. He instantly became one with the sword ray, turning into an immortal sword rainbow that soared into the sky and slashed at Wu Liang. The 2 army commanders finally started fighting. Kill! Kill them all! The tyrannical Sky Empire's army charged again. Countless tyrannical war soldiers attacked the East Gate like a tide. At this time, inside the city, tyrannical young Lord Ba Fei and Princess Dong Yushui were still in a standoff, but their subordinates were fighting everywhere in Black Qilin City. In the City Lord Residence's formation hub, Gu Fei's clone was also fighting with the formation master of the Mystical Heavens sect outside the city. This was a contest of formations. Whoever had a higher cultivation in formations would be the winner. The problem was Gu Fei's clone was controlling the Black Qilin City's Great City Barrier formation, while the formation master of the Mystical Heavens sect was outside the city. He felt like he was too far away to help. After all, the range of the Great City Barrier formation was limited. Although Gu Fei's clone controlled the Great City Barrier formation, if the opponent did not barge in, there was nothing he could do. You draw the spiritual qi of heaven and earth, so I will too. The formation master of the Mystical Heavens sect was furious. The formation master slapped a cloth bag on his waist. In the next moment, dozens of divine lights rushed out from the bag, rushing in all directions. Each beam of divine light was wrapped in a flag. These flags rapidly grew in size, then stabbed into the surrounding void. Countless formation patterns emerged from these flags and rushed out. The formation patterns that rushed out from the flags were branded in the void. A large formation appeared in the void in an instant. In the next moment, the spiritual energy of the world was attracted by the formation and gathered towards it in a frenzy. Interesting. Gu Fei's clone sensed the changes in the surroundings and nodded. The guy who broke the formation outside was quite capable. Since the other party dared to break the Black Qilin City's Great City Barrier formation, he naturally had some confidence. Unfortunately, Gu Fei's clone had already controlled the formation hub of Black Qilin City. I'll play with you. Chapter 56:39. Who is it? Outside Black Qilin City of the East Moon Dynasty in the limitless realm, the formation master of the mystical heaven sect, Master Lin, sat in the air with his legs crossed. A layer of cold sweat seeped out of his forehead. Countless formation patterns intertwined around Master Lin. Mysterious formation diagrams kept appearing in the air and kept changing, attracting a huge amount of spiritual energy from heaven and earth. However, Master Lin was extremely nervous at this moment because the previously lifeless Black Qilin City's city defense formation had come alive. It was impossible for the Black Qilin City's city defense formation to come alive for no reason. Needless to say, someone must have taken control of the formation. At this time, was there still a formation master in Black Qilin City who could control the formation master? Master Lin knew that young Lord Ba Fei had assassinated the formation master of Black Qilin City. That was also why Master Lin agreed to help. Master Lin didn't think much of a defensive spell that no one was controlling. However, it would be very difficult to break the Black Qilin City's great formation that was controlled by someone. Even this formation master from the mystical heaven sect did not have the confidence to break the Black Qilin City's great formation that was controlled by someone. What's going on? Inside Black Qilin City, young Lord Tyrant Fei was shocked to see the hole in the void being quickly repaired by the formation-breaking arrow. If the formation patterns of the Black Qilin City's city defense formation were completely repaired, they would be trapped in Black Qilin City and become Dongyue Shui's prisoners. How could that be? Young Lord Ba Fei's wish was to break through Black Qilin City and capture Dongyue Shui alive. He wanted Dongyue Shui, the high and mighty princess of the East Moon Dynasty, to be his servant. Kill. Sensing young Lord Ba Fei's emotions, Dongyue Shui drew her bow and shot an arrow at Ba Fei. Swoosh! A dazzling arrow light appeared and instantly pierced through the air, arriving in front of young Lord Ba Fei. Without hesitation, young Lord Overlord raised the Overlord shield in his hand to meet the attack. The arrow light directly hit the sky-dominating shield. In the next moment, with a loud bang, the arrow light directly exploded. It was as if a dazzling firework had suddenly appeared in the sky. Ba Fei only felt the hands that were holding the sky-dominating shield shake violently. His arms were in extreme pain, as if the bones in his arms had been shattered. His entire body was sent flying backward. The blood in his body was tumbling, and a gush of blood surged up his throat. He almost spat it out. Ba Fei forcefully swallowed the blood that was welling up in his throat. After flipping in the air for more than 100 feet, Ba Fei stopped retreating. He immediately checked the sky-dominating shield in his hand and saw that it was undamaged. The hegemonic sky shield truly lived up to its reputation as an important treasure of the hegemonic sky empire. Even after being struck by the East Moon Bow's arrow light, not a single mark was left on its surface. Ha! Ba Fei was surprised and happy, laughing out loud. However, at that moment, over a dozen streaks of light appeared in the air. Each streak of light shot towards Ba Fei like bolts of cold lightning. The streaks of light moved rapidly in the air and surrounded Ba Fei from all directions, sealing off all his escape routes. Damn, Ba Fei did not dare to be careless. He used the sky-dominating shield in his hand with all his might. Buzz! The sky-dominating shield vibrated in Ba Fei's hand. A ball of divine light erupted from the shield, enveloping him instantly. The dozen or so streaks of light landed on the ball of divine light around Ba Fei's body. Dense explosions rang out. Terrifying, destructive power engulfed Ba Fei and the ball of divine light around him. Violent power spread out, causing the surrounding space to tremble. Dongyue Shui, who had fired over a dozen streaks of light, did not feel happy at all, as her opponent had the sky-dominating shield. Although the East Moon Bao was an important treasure of the East Moon Empire and possessed shocking power, the sky-dominating shield of the hegemonic Sky Empire was not to be trifled with. The sky-dominating shield was also a famous treasure of the path. As for which of the two Tao treasures was stronger, no one knew. As the light dissipated, a figure appeared in Dong Wei-Shuai's eyes. Ba Fei had blocked the dozen or so streaks of light. The defensive power of the sky-dominating shield was indeed shocking. Even the streaks of light fired by Dong Wei-Shui with the East Moon Bao could not break through the shield's defense. This is bad. Dong Wei-Shui cursed inwardly. Since the sky-dominating shield was in Ba Fei's hands, the other Tao treasure, the sky-dominating spear, was definitely in his hands as well. The sky-dominating shield and sky-dominating spear were a set of Tao treasures, one for defense, the other for offense. Using the two Tao treasures together was flawless. Ha, Dong Wei-Shui, let's see where you can run to this time. Ba Fei laughed and flipped his right hand. A spear immediately appeared in his hand. As I thought, Dong Wei-Shui immediately tensed up when she saw the spear in his hand. I should be the one saying that. Dong Wei-Shui suddenly smiled. At that moment, she also sensed that the entire Black Qilin City's city defense formation had changed. Although she did not know what was going on, she was certain that someone had taken control of the formation. Moreover, the person who had taken control of the formation was on her side. If the other party had controlled the city protecting formation, then the current Black Qilin City would have become a defenseless city. Ba Fei lost his cool. Dong Wei-Shui was right. The Black Qilin City's city defense formation was rapidly being repaired. Once it was fully repaired, all those who had attacked Black Qilin City would be trapped in the city like turtles in a jar. At that moment, Ba Fei's subordinates began to flee toward him. Everyone realized that something was wrong. No one was willing to die trapped in the city. These guys are pretty smart. Gu Fei's clone in the center of the formation nodded when he saw this. The people of the tyrannical Sky Empire began to retreat. These guys were pretty quick to react to changes in the formation. If that's the case, let's give them a small reward, Gu Fei's clone said, and snapped his fingers again. Although he had only snapped his fingers in the center of the formation, the sky above Black Qilin City suddenly changed color, and the sun and moon dimmed. Dazzling bolts of lightning descended from the sky without warning, directly striking Ba Fei and his subordinates. Blood-curdling screams could be heard everywhere. The lightning that descended from the sky was extremely fast. In an instant, it struck the bodies of Ba Fei's subordinates. Even Ba Fei was struck by a bolt of lightning. His whole body was charred, and his hair stood straight up. How does it feel to be struck by lightning? Chapter 5640. At this moment, Black Qilin City was shaking. Although it was daytime, the sky was dark. Lightning flickered in the air, and the entire place was filled with the smell of blood. The sky above Black Qilin City was covered in dark clouds, but there was no sign of rain. Two powerful figures were moving rapidly in the sky above Black Qilin City. The battle was intense. Dull clashing sounds kept ringing, shaking the entire city. Everyone was shocked. It was the city lord of Black Qilin City, Dong Yu Tianxia, and the commander of the Heaven Tyrant's army, Wu Liang. Moreover, Black Qilin City's defensive formation was gathering spiritual qi. The formation master of the mystical heaven sect was also operating the formation to compete for the spiritual qi. Dong Yu Tianxia was fighting Wu Liang with his life. The spiritual qi of the entire Black Qilin City was in a mess. Those with weaker cultivation couldn't even fly. The black demon general who attacked Black Qilin City first was retreating. They had no choice but to retreat because the defensive formation was repairing quickly. Tu Tianhu of the Tu clan was fighting with the Black Demon General. Tu clan, Tiger clan, and Longxiang clan, the three great cultivation clans of Black Qilin City, sent out all their experts, trying to hold back those who attacked Black Qilin City. They all knew that once the great formation of the Black Qilin City was repaired, it would be the death of Ba Fei and his men. However, it was easy for them to attack Black Qilin City, but it wasn't easy for them to kill their way out. I'd like to see who you are. In the sky outside Black Qilin City, the formation master of the Mystical Heavens sect clenched his teeth and slapped the leather pouch on his waist. 9 rays of divine light rushed out from the pouch. The 9 rays of divine light wrapped around 9 formation plates. The 9 formation plates quickly enlarged and floated in 9 different directions above Black Qilin City. 9 heavens thunder transformation. Master Lin roared and formed a seal with both hands. Buzz. The 9 formation plates vibrated at the same time. Countless runes rushed out from the formation plates and imprinted in the air. In an instant, a formation appeared in the sky above Black Qilin City. Rumble. When the formation was activated, it actually cut off the spiritual energy that was gathering towards Black Qilin City from the sky. Io, you dare to steal my fruit? In the center of Black Qilin City's protective array formation, Gufei's clone couldn't help but be excited when he saw this scene. In the Limitless Realm, this was the first time he had encountered a formation master. He originally thought that the array formation masters of the Limitless Realm were only like this, but now it seemed that he had still underestimated the array formation masters of the Limitless Realm. The array formation grandmaster outside the city could actually use an array disk to set up an array formation. It seemed that his array formation mastery was not low. However, in the eyes of Gu Fei's avatar, it was still not enough. However, with the current cultivation level of Gu Fei's clone, even if this array master's array Dao cultivation level was not enough to catch his eye, he was definitely stronger than him. And it wasn't just a little bit stronger, it was a crushing defeat. However, Gu Fei's doppelganger was now in control of the Black Qilin City's city protection formation. With the help of the Black Qilin City's city protection formation, he could still compete with the formation master outside. Gu Fei's clone knew very well what the formation master outside the city was going to do. First, he would cut off the spiritual chi source of the Black Qilin City's city protection formation. Then he would break the formation. The moment the spiritual chi source of the Black Qilin City's city protection formation was cut off, the power of the entire city protection formation immediately weakened, and the formation's repair speed immediately slowed down. Ha! Master Lin really lives up to his reputation. The Extraordinary Heaven sect is worthy of being the number 1 sect of array Dao in the Limitless Realm. When the Black Demon General and the others saw this scene, they were both surprised and delighted. High up in the sky, the commander of the Heaven Tyrant army that was fighting against the East Moon Empire, Wu Liang, also heaved a sigh of relief. The current situation was really very critical because the vanguard of the East Moon Empire's reinforcements had already arrived. Although the East Moon Empire's heavenly army only had tens of thousands of people and could not influence the outcome of this battle, it greatly boosted the morale of the defending army of Black Qilin City. Since the East Moon Empire's heavenly army had arrived, then the main force of the East Moon Empire's reinforcements should also arrive very soon. Once the main force of the East Moon Empire's reinforcements arrived, the outcome of this battle would be decided. The main force of the East Moon Empire's reinforcements was a powerful force that could change the outcome of the battle. Kill them all. Those who kill their way into the city will be rewarded with 1,000 taels of gold. The generals of the tyrannical Sky Empire roared angrily at the same time. Roar! Kill! Countless soldiers of the tyrannical Sky Empire charged towards the city gates of Black Chelan City with bloodshot eyes. Scaling ladders were placed on top of the city walls, and countless soldiers of the tyrannical Sky Empire charged up the ladders. No matter how many of you come, I'll kill them all. On top of the city walls, a tall and burly general unsheathed the saber at his waist and leaped up, sweeping down towards the bottom of the city walls. Dazzling saber gleams immediately shot out from the saber, soaring thousands of meters in an instant. Wherever the saber gleam passed, dozens of scaling ladders on top of the city walls were directly severed. The soldiers of the tyrannical Sky Empire on the scaling ladders fell down like dumplings. The Dragon Elephant Man made his move. He was a peak Earth-rank general. With a single move, he directly dealt with the soldiers who wanted to attack the city walls. Although this was the everlasting realm, siege warfare here was still very primitive. It should be noted that even in the everlasting realm, not everyone possessed powerful cultivation. The lowest-ranked soldiers of the two great empires were only slightly stronger than ordinary people. However, this was the everlasting realm after all. This world was very mysterious, and all living beings in the everlasting realm possessed a long lifespan. At this moment, the Dragon Elephant Man leaped down from the city walls and directly charged into the tyrannical Sky Empire's army. He was like a tiger that had entered a flock of sheep. With a casual sweep of his saber, a large number of the soldiers of the tyrannical Sky Empire collapsed. Every time the Dragon Elephant Man struck with his saber, the saber gleam that rushed out from the saber was definitely longer than 40 meters. Wherever the 1,000-meter-long saber gleam passed, corpses were strewn everywhere. Right now, the Dragon Elephant Man was simply a terrifying killing tool. In the blink of an eye, the tyrannical Sky Empire's army suffered heavy losses. Clang! Just as the Dragon Elephant Man was about to go on a killing spree, a general directly charged over from the side. This general waved the battle axe in his hand and directly blocked the saber that the Dragon Elephant Man had slashed out. The battle axe in the general's right hand was directly sent flying. His palm was dripping with blood, and a series of cracks had appeared on it. You actually managed to block my saber. Since you have some ability, I shall grant you death. The Dragon Elephant Man waved his saber and slashed at the general. What? The general was shocked and hurriedly retreated. Chapter 56:41. The Battle of Black Chelan City was about to end. Both the East Moon Empire and the Sky Tyrant Army were giving it their all. Under the lead of the generals, the Sky Tyrant Army attacked the city in a frenzy. Among the 10 generals under Wu Liang's command, a few had already reached the top of the city walls. Scaling ladders once again reached the top of Black Chelan City. The Sky Tyrant soldiers attacked the top of the city walls along the scaling ladders. On the top of the city walls, the East Moon Empire's soldiers lifted huge logs and rocks, smashing them at the Sky Tyrant soldiers climbing up from the scaling ladders. However, when the Sky Tyrant soldiers in front of the scaling ladders were smashed down, the Sky Tyrant soldiers behind them surged up again. They were not afraid of death at all. Facing countless enemies who did not care about their lives, the East Moon Empire's soldiers were also quite frightened. However, they knew very well that they still had a chance of survival if they fought with their lives on the line. If they were to cower and be defeated, they would only be left with a dead end. Behind the East Moon Empire's soldiers were their families, the family and friends of every soldier on the top of the city walls were in the city. If the city was breached, everyone would be finished. As a result, even when facing ferocious enemies who did not fear death, they could not retreat. They could only fight to the death. Outside the east gate of Black Chelan City, battle cries shook the heavens and the earth. Corpses piled up into a small mountain, and the water of the moat was dyed red. It was extremely tragic. At this moment, high up in the sky, the city lord of Black Qilin City, Dong Yu Tianxia, and the commander of the Sky Tyrant Army, Wu Laiyang, were also fighting. Their cultivation was about the same, so it did not seem easy to determine a victor. Meanwhile, the formation master of the Mystical Heavens sect, Master Lin, who was invited by the young lord of the Sky Tyrant Army, also used his trump card. This formation, Master laid down the most powerful Nine Heavens Thunder Formation, directly cutting off the source of spiritual qi for Black Qilin City's protective formation. Dazzling bolts of lightning appeared in the dark sky, as if tearing the void apart. A terrifying aura of destruction permeated every inch of space, instilling fear in everyone. This guy's formation skills aren't completely useless. I'd like to see just how capable he is. In the City Lord's mansion of Black Qilin City, in the center of the city defense formation, Gu Fei's doppelganger was interested in the formation master outside the city. The Limitless Realms Array Dao was actually so backward. This surprised Gu Fei's clone. That was because this was the Limitless Realm, a super world of the highest level. In such a super world, the various cultivation systems should have been developed to the extreme. After all, the infinite world was a place where infinite primes could be born. Let's try it out first. Gu Fei's doppelganger sat on the throne in the center of the formation and extended his right hand. Pa! He snapped his fingers. Then, at the four gates of Black Qilin City, a dazzling pillar of light rushed out. The four pillars of light were like pillars that supported the sky and actually supported the ninth heaven's thunder formation that was pressing down from the sky. Outside the city, Master Lin, who was controlling the Nine Heavens Sky Thunder Formation, suddenly raised his head. Two rays of light shot out from his eyes. As expected, Master Lin formed a seal with both of his hands and struck the Nine Heavens Sky Thunder Formation. The power of the Nine Heavens Sky Thunder Formation immediately rose. Rumble, countless bolts of lightning appeared in the void, and balls of thunder descended from the sky, directly blasting towards Black Qilin City below. The power of the balls of lightning was so strong that it actually broke the light barrier of Black Qilin City. Hee, I want to see how you're going to deal with this. Master Lin sneered. Her voice was crisp and sweet. The mysterious Master Lin turned out to be a woman. Fire Qilin swallows the sky. In the center of the formation, Gu Fei's doppelganger chuckled and snapped his fingers again. The next moment, the Black Qilin City's city defense formation immediately changed. A huge shadow of a Fire Qilin appeared in the sky above Black Qilin City. The fire unicorn opened its mouth and inhaled, directly swallowing the countless thunderballs falling from the sky into its stomach. Roar! After the Fire Qilin swallowed the balls of lightning, it roared at the Nine Heavens Sky Thunder Formation in the sky. The next moment, the Fire Qilin rushed to the sky and directly collided with the Nine Heavens Sky Thunder Formation. When Master Lin saw this, he couldn't help but be shocked. She never thought that the opponent could deal with her big move so easily and counterattack. Boom! A huge explosion rang out, causing the heavens and earth to tremble. The fire unicorn actually collided with the Nine Heavens Thunder Formation and exploded. The destructive power exploded out, shaking the entire Nine Heavens Thunder Formation. In the void, the patterns that formed the Nine Heavens Sky Thunder Formation were collapsing and dissipating. Master Lin was shocked and angry. He quickly activated the 9 formation boards that were fixed in the sky above Black Qilin City. Buzz! The 9 formation boards were shaking violently. Countless patterns rushed out from the 9 formation boards and quickly repaired the collapsed patterns. Just as Master Lin was activating the Nine Heavens Sky Thunder formation, Gu Fei's clone in the center of the formation waved his right hand. A dazzling sword light rushed out from Black Qilin City and pierced through Master Lin, who was outside the city at an extremely fast speed. At this moment, Gu Fei's clone had completely controlled the Black Qilin City's defensive formation. He could use the power of the Black Qilin City's defensive formation for his own use with just a wave of his hand. He could do whatever he wanted. Gu Fei's clone's formation Dao was not something that Master Lin outside the city could compare with. He only needed to wave his hand in the center of the formation, and he could instantly activate the power of the Black Qilin City's defensive formation. This power turned into a dazzling sword light. The sword light arrived in an instant and broke through Master Lin's protective shield. Master Lin's shock was no small matter. Just as Master Lin was about to be pierced by the sword light released by Gu Fei's clone, a light shield suddenly appeared in front of Master Lin. The sword light that pierced through the shield directly collided with the light shield. In the next moment, the sound of something shattering could be heard from Master Lin's body. Then, the light shield in front of him shattered, and the shards disappeared into thin air. The sword light that collided with the light shield also dissipated. Master Lin of the Mystical Heaven sect was so frightened that she broke out in a cold sweat. Just a moment ago, she had taken a trip to the gates of hell. If it weren't for her sect's protective talisman blocking that sword light, she would have been killed by that array master in the city. Who was the formation master inside? His formation Dao cultivation made Master Lin from the Mystical Heavens sect palpitate. His formation Dao cultivation was probably far above her. A formation Dao cultivator with such amazing formation Dao cultivation was definitely not an ordinary person. Who was it? Chapter 5642. In the limitless realm, the Mystical Heaven sect was known as the number one sect in the field of formations. Of course, many people in the limitless realm were unconvinced by the title of the number one sect in the field of formations. However, in the field of formations, the Mystical Heaven sect was rather impressive. In the limitless realm, most of the famous formation masters came from the Mystical Heaven sect. Moreover, the formation masters of the Mystical Heaven sect were not easy to get. To get them to help, one had to pay a hefty price because their price was not low. This time, Ba Fei was already lucky to be able to get a formation master from the Mystical Heaven sect. Actually, Master Lin was willing to help because Ba Fei happened to have something that she needed. Otherwise, she wouldn't have participated in this kind of struggle for supremacy in the dynasty. Of course, since she had already made a move, she would not fool Ba Fei. This was related to the reputation of the Mystical Heaven sect. The formation masters of the Mystical Heaven sect walking outside represented the Mystical Heaven sect. If Master Lin were to be defeated in Black Qilin City, not only would his reputation be tarnished, but the other formation masters of the Mystical Heaven sect would also lose face. At this time, this Master Lin from the Mystical Heaven sect was really curious. Who was the person who controlled the Black Qilin City's defensive formation and battled with him? Although the defensive formation of Black Qilin City was ready-made to be able to control the defensive formation of Black Qilin City, his formation mastery must not be low. A formation master with such a high level of formation mastery must not be a nobody. Who was it that was going against him? Die. Master Lin finally decided to kill. A terrifying, murderous aura emanated from his body, causing the temperature of the surroundings to drop rapidly. Rumble, the Nine Heavens thunder formation, was shaking. Countless runes spread from the sky and shrouded Black Qilin City. This was because a beam of light shot out from each of the 4 gates of Black Qilin City, supporting the Nine Heavens formation from the sky. However, the formation of the Nine Heavens Thunder Formation was like an open sack trying to contain the entire Black Qilin city. Master Lin, what are you doing? Wu Laiyang, who was fighting Dongyue Tianxia, was shocked to see this. Once the Ninth Heaven's lightning formation landed, not to mention whether or not it could break through Black Qilin City's defensive formation, his Sky Tyrant army would be the first to suffer. Countless bolts of lightning fell from the Nine Heavens Thunder Chen's formation. Outside Black Qilin City, the Sky Tyrant battle soldiers that were struck by the lightning were directly turned into charcoal and died. Why do I need to explain to you what I'm doing? Master Lin said coldly. She was in conflict with the Array Master, who controlled the Black Qilin City's defensive formation. This Wu Laiyang was shocked and angry when he heard this, but he didn't dare to flare up because he couldn't afford to offend the extraordinary Heaven Sect. To be honest, even though the mystical Heaven Sect was only an Array formation sect, its power was something even the tyrannical Sky Empire couldn't compare to. In the limitless realm, the power of a super sect was much stronger than any dynasty. This Master Lin didn't even care about Wu Laiyang, the commander-in-chief of the Sky Tyrant army. Naturally, she didn't care about the lives of the Sky Tyrant soldiers. Sai, Gu Fei's doppelganger in the center of the Black Qilin City's formation side. The Array Master outside was a ruthless person. One must know that the power of the Heavenly Thunder Formation was not small. If he didn't control the Black Qilin City's defensive formation, many people would have died. Gu Fei wasn't a person who killed indiscriminately. As Gu Fei's doppelganger, he wouldn't care about the lives of other living creatures. As long as it was within his ability, he would try his best to avoid hurting the innocent. But Master Lin outside the city didn't care about this. Gu Fei's doppelganger couldn't ignore the lives of countless living creatures. Wind, rise! Gu Fei's doppelganger became serious. In the next moment, the Black Qilin City's defensive formation immediately changed. A terrifying astral wind rushed out of the city and blew away the countless bolts of lightning that fell from the sky. Outside the city, Master Lin saw this scene and couldn't help but widen his eyes in disbelief. How was this possible? The astral wind, formed by the power of the formation, could blow away the lightning condensed by the power of the Nine Heavens Thunder Formation? If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Master Lin wouldn't have believed that someone could have such an ability. But then, an even more shocking scene appeared. The power of the Black Qilin City's formation was gathering crazily, and a giant figure appeared between heaven and earth. This figure was like a giant that opened up the sky. He reached out his hand and grabbed the formation map of the Nine Heavens Thunder Formation in the void and pulled it with all his might. The formation map of the Nine Heavens Thunder Formation was torn open by this giant just like that. Wah! Master Lin's heart trembled, his body trembled, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His entire body became a little weary. She had received a great shock. Seeing Master Lin spit out blood, many people were inexplicably shocked. Even the Array Master of the Mystical Heaven Sect couldn't defeat the Array Master of the Black Qilin City. In the eyes of Ba Fei and the rest, the Array Master of the Mystical Heaven Sect was like a god. With Master Lin's help, wouldn't it be a piece of cake to break through the Black Qilin City? But now, things had gone beyond everyone's expectations. Even Master Lin of the Mystical Heaven Sect was injured and spitting out blood. This was not a good thing for the people of the tyrannical Heaven Dynasty. One must know that if Master Lin lost in the Battle of the Formation, they would not be able to break through the Black Qilin City. Because if Master Lin lost, who would break through the Black Qilin City's defensive formation? If they couldn't break through the Black Qilin City's defensive formation, how could they break through the city? Let's do it! Master Lin roared, and attacked. She spat out another mouthful of blood. However, after she spat out this mouthful of blood, it turned into 9 rays of blood light that rushed towards the 9 array discs in the sky. The moment the blood-red light rushed into the formation plate, the 9 formation plates suspended in the void shook violently. Countless runes rushed out of the formation plates and quickly repaired the formation plate that was torn by the huge figure. However, Master Lin still underestimated Gu Fei's clone. Actually, the cultivation of Gu Fei's clone was not at the same level as Master Lin's. The gap between them was not just a little. Most importantly, the Black Qilin City's defensive formation had existed for a long time and had been strengthened by countless experts. This way, the power of the defensive formation would be even more difficult to predict. Chapter 5643. Black Qilin City's city defense formation was not weak. This formation should have been set up by a formation master in the Limitless Realm. In the Limitless Realm, to be able to set up a formation of this level, one must at least be a formation master. A formation master, even in the Mystical Heaven sect, was considered as a top-notch person. Of course, above the formation master, there were still formation grandmasters and formation saints. However, these people would not easily make a move. If it was an ordinary formation master, it would really be difficult for the Black Qilin City's city defense formation to unleash its full power. However, the person controlling the Black Qilin City's city defense formation was Gu Fei's doppelganger. With Gu Fei's doppelganger's cultivation, it was not difficult for him to unleash the full power of the Black Qilin City's city defense formation. At this moment, Gu Fei's doppelganger was sitting in the center of the Black Qilin City's city defense formation. His hands danced in the air like a pipa. The power of the entire Black Qilin City was gathering crazily and then exploded. Countless divine lights rushed into the sky and directly pierced through the 9 heavens thunder formation. Even if Master Lin used all his strength to activate the formation board's power, he still could not stop it. The 9 heavens thunder formation was immediately riddled with holes by the divine light that rushed out from all over Black Qilin City. The power of the formation naturally plummeted, and countless cracks appeared on the 9 formation discs that were floating in the void. The 9 formation boards were connected to Master Lin's mind. When the formation boards cracked, Master Lin was directly hit. Wah! Master Lin vomited blood again. Master Lin was really depressed now. She had never been in such a difficult situation. She never thought that she would meet such a powerful opponent in the small Black Qilin City. Even the 9 heavens thunder formation could not deal with the opponent. She had no choice but to admit defeat, because the strongest formation she could use was the 9 heavens thunder formation. Roar! At this moment, the huge figure formed by the Black Qilin City's city defense formation broke through the 9 heavens thunder formation and rushed into the sky. The formation patterns of the 9 heavens thunder formation dissipated in the air. The 9 formation discs of the 9th heavens thunder formation, which were suspended in the void, instantly crumbled. Damn it! When Master Lin saw this, she knew that she had lost the upper hand. She couldn't fight anymore. She crushed a talisman, and at the next moment, a ball of divine light enveloped her. Swoosh! With a flash of divine light, Master Lin's figure instantly disappeared into the void. He was nowhere to be seen. Master Lin escaped. The experts of the tyrannical Sky Dynasty were shocked to see this. Even the Array Formation Grandmaster of the Mystical Heaven sect was defeated. How could they continue to play? This high up in the sky, Wu Liang, who was fighting with Dong Yu Tianxia, was both shocked and angry. This formation master that Ba Fei invited was simply unworthy of his reputation. Retreat. Wu Liang couldn't care less. He roared angrily, and his voice reached everyone's ears. What the Sky Tyrant army that was attacking the city was thrown into disarray. Although the generals were a little confused, Wu Liang had already given the order, so they had to carry it out unconditionally. Very quickly, the Sky Tyrant army began to retreat in an orderly manner. The Sky Tyrant army retreated in an orderly manner and showed no signs of collapsing. This impressed the generals of the Dongwu Empire who were guarding the city. The army led by Wu Liang was not simple. The Sky Tyrant army outside the city had retreated, but the Sky Tyrant soldiers who were attacking the city were in trouble. The Black Qilin City's protective formation had already enveloped the entire city. The Black Demon General and the others were trapped in Black Qilin City. Ba Fei, this is what you get. Princess Dongyu stared coldly at Ba Fei and said, "Humph." Ba Fei didn't answer, but he secretly crushed several talismans. A ball of divine light instantly enveloped him. Trying to escape, Dongyu Shui was shocked. However, just as Ba Fei was about to use the power of the talisman to teleport away, Princess Dong Yu had already drawn her bow and shot an arrow at Ba Fei. The arrow shot by Dong Yu bow could not break through Ba Fei's protective divine light. Ba Fei did not retaliate. He flew into the sky and tried to escape. Bam! With a muffled sound, Ba Fei crashed into the invisible force field formed by the Black Qilin City's protective formation. He blacked out, and a huge bump appeared on his forehead, making him dizzy. It's too late to escape now. In the center of the formation, Gu Fei's clone said indifferently. In the next moment, a giant fist appeared in the void and smashed at Ba Fei. Ba Fei was shocked. He only had time to activate the Sky Tyrant shield, and a ball of divine light enveloped him. Bam! With a muffled sound, the giant fist smashed Ba Fei down from the sky. Boom! The ground shook, and a cloud of dust rose into the sky. Ba Fei was like a meteorite, smashing a huge pit in the ground. Ba Fei coughed out blood continuously and stood up unsteadily. Young Lord, Ba Fei's subordinates were dumbfounded at the sight. To Gu Fei's clone, drawing the power of the formation and transforming it into an attack was the most ordinary method. But to Ba Fei and the others, it was unbelievable. They were scared silly. Ba Fei was protected by the Sky Tyrant shield, so he would not be killed. But he was in a difficult situation. He crawled out of the huge pit on the ground. His face was pale with fright. If not for the protection of the tyrannical heaven shield, he would have lost his life just now. At this moment, countless formation patterns intertwined in the sky above Black Qilin City. The place that Master Lin broke was about to be repaired. Retreat. Ba Fei flew into the sky and protected himself with the Sky Tyrant shield. He held the Sky Tyrant spear and stabbed at a weak formation pattern in the sky. Swoosh! The spearhead of Ba Fei's sky-dominating spear emitted a dazzling divine light. This spear fiercely stabbed the formation pattern of the Black Qilin City's defensive formation. Boom! With a loud sound, the sky and earth shook. The power of the Sky Tyrant spear exploded, and a terrifying destructive force burst out. The formation pattern that had just been repaired collapsed in the void again. A big hole appeared on the protective formation pattern in the sky above Black Qilin City. The sleeve of Ba Fei's right hand, which was holding the Sky Tyrant spear, shattered and turned into dust. Wah! Ba Fei spat out a mouthful of blood from the recoil and fell from the sky. His right hand, which was holding the sky-dominating spear, was dripping with blood. Countless cracks had appeared on his arm, from which blood kept seeping out. A figure rushed over from the side and grabbed Ba Fei. Then they rushed toward the big hole in the formation pattern in the sky, trying to escape from Black Qilin City. If I let you escape so easily, wouldn't I lose face? Chapter 56:44. As a lord of the tyrannical Sky dynasty, Ba Fei had the tyrannical shield and tyrannical spear with him. He also had a protector by his side. Under normal circumstances, Ba Fei's protector would not make a move easily. Even when Dong Yushui injured Ba Fei with the East Moon Bow, this mysterious protector still did not make a move. However, at this time, Ba Fei's protector had no choice but to make a move, because if he did not make a move, even this protector would be trapped in Black Qilin City and become a turtle in a jar. By then, Ba Fei and the others would be at the mercy of Gu Fei's clone. Ba Fei's protector caught Ba Fei, who was falling from the sky, and soared into the sky. He wanted to rush out of the big hole in the protective formation of Black Qilin City. As long as they could rush out of the protective formation of Black Qilin City, they would be safe. At this time, Ba Fei had suffered a great impact, and his body was covered with wounds. He had used the tyrannical spear with all his might to break a big hole in the protective formation of Black Qilin City, and the recoil was extremely powerful. If it was not for the tyrannical shield, he would have died many times. However, Gu Fei's clone, Wang Zhan, who was in the center of the protective formation, would not let them escape so easily. These guys wanted to escape after attacking the city and wreaking havoc. There was no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Gu Fei's doppelganger, Wang Zhan, moved his mind, and the entire sky above Black Qilin City immediately became turbulent. Figures emerged from the formation of Black Qilin City's city protection formation and rushed towards the gap in the formation. Countless phantoms, densely packed together, were like a terrifying army charging towards the gap in the formation diagram. Ba Fei's protector had just popped his head out of the gap in the formation diagram. Even though the protector had a high cultivation base, a powerful battle prowess, and a vast knowledge, he was still frightened by this scene. Boom! Numerous shadows directly collided with Ba Fei's protector and body, forcing them back into the great formation of Black Qilin City. Everyone in Black Qilin City raised their heads and looked at the sky in shock. Everyone was dumbfounded. They would never forget this scene because it was too shocking. Countless shadows rushed down from the sky, densely packed and endless, like an unstoppable flood surging into the Black Qilin City's city defense formation. What happened? Ba Fei's subordinates were all dumbfounded. Ba Fei had risked his life to blast a big hole in the Black Qilin City's great formation. But now, this big hole was filled with countless figures rushing in from the outside. Even Ba Fei and his Dao protector were knocked down from the sky by the shadows. Although Ba Fei and his men didn't know what was going on, they knew that it wasn't a good thing for them. This was because the shadows that had descended from the sky had actually split up and pounced towards Ba Fei and his subordinates. Their murderous intent was earth-shattering. The Black Qilin City's great formation was played by Gu Fei's clone in a new way. No one knew that the Black Qilin City's great formation had such a change, such an unbelievable attack, and such a method of controlling the formation were really amazing. In fact, the formation Dao of the Limitless Realm was not as bad as Gu Fei's clone had imagined. However, the formation Dao of the Limitless Realm was too old-fashioned and didn't know how to change. At this moment, the power that the Black Qilin City's great formation had accumulated for countless years was released by Gu Fei's clone. This power was so strong that even Gu Fei's clone was a little jealous. However, with his current cultivation and the strength of his body, he simply couldn't withstand the power condensed by the Black Qilin City's great formation. If he could refine and devour this power, why would he need to control the formation to save Black Qilin City? If he could devour the power of the Black Qilin City's great formation, he could defeat Ba Tian's army alone. Very soon, Ba Fei's subordinates were drowned by the countless shadows that rushed down from the sky. These shadows were condensed by the power of the Black Qilin City's Great Formation. These human shadows had form, but they didn't have a physical body. An illusory figure pounced on the black demon warrior and pierced through its body. In the next moment, the black demon general was turned into a dried corpse. All the essence in his body had been completely devoured by the shadow in an instant. Ba Fei's subordinate, who was not far from the black demon general, saw this scene and was scared out of his wits. He turned around and fled. However, there were too many of these shadows. They were everywhere in the sky and on the ground. Moreover, these shadows didn't hurt anyone because they had locked onto Ba Fei and his subordinates. Damn it! Ba Fei's eyes turned red when he saw his subordinates turn into dry corpses. These were his subordinates that had followed him for many years and were the most loyal. However, the subordinates that he had gathered were completely annihilated. Ba Fei's heart was bleeding. After all, he had spent a lot of effort to gather these experts. However, his efforts had been wasted. Dense sounds of collision were heard. Countless human shadows pounced on Ba Fei and his protector, but they were all blocked by a ball of divine light around them. The power of the sky-dominating shield was still very strong. Even these human shadows couldn't break through its defense. "Let's go." Ba Fei gritted his teeth. He had suffered a great loss this time. In order to break into Black Qilin City, he had brought all his trusted subordinates. Ba Fei's protector controlled the sky-dominating shield and soared into the sky. He rushed out of the countless human shadows. Just as they were about to rush out of the Black Qilin City's city defense formation again, a huge hand the size of a hill directly grabbed them from the sky, along with the ball of divine light around them. What? Ba Fei was shocked. Even the Guardian was shocked to the extreme. Who was controlling the Black Qilin City's city defense formation? How could the power of this great city barrier formation be so strong? Trying to escape? "I'll seal you in the sky as a public display." Gu Fei's clone's voice spread throughout Black Qilin City. "You..." Ba Fei spat out a mouthful of blood. He was both shocked and furious. If he was really sealed as a public display, how could he continue living in the boundless realm? "Haha, Ba Fei, to think you'd have such a day." Dong Yue Shui, who had already retreated to the side, laughed. At this time, the army of the tyrannical Sky Empire also began to retreat. Even if the reinforcements of the East Moon Empire had not arrived, they would have already lost. Chapter 5645. Gu Fei's doppelganger controlled the Black Qilin City's Great Formation and sealed Ba Fei and his Tao protector in the sky above Black Qilin City. Don't go too far. Ba Fei's Tao protector frantically attacked the ball of divine light that was sealing them. However, his attacks only caused ripples to form on the ball of divine light. At this moment, Gu Fei's doppelganger activated the power of the entire Black Qilin City's Great Formation. This huge power surged towards Ba Fei and the others, strengthening the seal. Even though Ba Fei's protector was at the immortal state, he still could not break the seal of Gu Fei's clone. The Black Qilin City had existed for countless years. The Black Qilin City's great city defense formation had been strengthened by generations of city lords. The power of the formation Tao had also reached an unimaginable level. Of course, the power gathered by the great city protecting formation was not something that anyone could control. Even a formation master would not be able to make the Black Qilin City's great formation explode with such a powerful force. However, the person controlling the Great Formation was Gu Fei's doppelganger. His mastery of formations was incomparable to formation masters. "We're going too far?" Dong Yue Shui laughed. These guys really made her speechless. They were the ones attacking Black Qilin City. Who was the bully? Dong Yue Shui. Don't go too far. Let us go and nothing will happen. If you don't, do you think my brother is a pushover? Ba Fei said while gritting his teeth. He directly brought up the overlord of the tyrannical Sky Empire. Ba Fei was the overlord of the tyrannical Sky Empire's favorite little brother. How much did the overlord of the tyrannical Sky Empire break the rules and allow Ba Fei to have his own private army? In the entire tyrannical Sky Empire, only Ba Fei could have a private army in his fief. The other lords did not have the right. If the other lords had a private army, it would be considered treason, and they would be punished for it. Haha, are you threatening me? Dong Yue Shui laughed. These guys had already come to their doorstep. Who was he threatening by bringing up the overlord of the tyrannical Sky Empire? The East Moon Empire and the tyrannical Sky Empire were sworn enemies. You can understand it that way. Ba Fei sneered. Sigh. Dong Yue Shui sighed and said indifferently, I didn't want to kill you in the first place, but it looks like I need to let the tyrant Sky Sovereign know that the East Moon Empire is not a pushover either. Ba Fei was astonished by what he heard. He originally wanted to threaten Dong Yue Shui, but who would have thought that it would instead incite her killing intent? The young Lord of Batian was filled with regret. However, there was no medicine for regret in this world. Wang Zhan, I know that you are in control of the Great City Barrier Formation. Don't worry, kill these two fellows for me. Dong Yue Shui said loudly, her voice echoing throughout the entire Black Qilin city. Who is Wang Zhan? Ba Fei and his protectors were both shocked and angry. No one would have thought that a small soldier like Wang Zhan would be able to control the Black Qilin city's city defense formation. Ba Fei and the others didn't know who Wang Zhan was, but the big shots in Black Qilin city were shocked when they heard his name. Wang Zhan, wasn't he the soldier who became Dong Yue Shui's personal bodyguard? This Wang Zhan was a dark horse that suddenly rose up in Black Qilin City. The big shots of Black Qilin City's Hu Clan and Tu Clan were dumbfounded. They never thought that the person controlling the Black Qilin City's city defense formation was their enemy. Gufei's clone, Wang Zhan, had previously offended the Hu Clan and Tu Clan. Even Tu Shao, a direct descendant of the Tu Clan, died in his hands. Even the number one of the Hu Clan's younger generation was ruthlessly abused by him. Among the three clans of Black Qilin City, only the Longxiang clan didn't have any conflicts with Gufei's clone. When they heard that Wang Zhan was in control of the Black Qilin City's city defense formation, the big shots of the Hu Clan and Tu Clan couldn't remain calm. Because if Wang Zhan, who controlled the Black Qilin City's city defense formation, wanted to destroy the Hu Clan and Tu Clan, it would be as easy as flipping his hand. The Hu Clan and Tu Clan's people were all uneasy. At this moment, the number of figures in Black Qilin City was decreasing because the subordinates that Ba Fei brought had all turned into dried corpses. Very soon, only Ba Fei and his protector were left in the entire Black Qilin City. At the same time, the army outside the city was also retreating. The commander-in-chief of the army, Wu Laiyang, was entangled by the city lord of Black Qilin City, Dong Yue Tianxia. It wasn't easy for him to escape. However, the army of the Heaven Tyrant was indeed a seasoned army. When they retreated, they didn't collapse. Instead, they retreated in an orderly manner. Along the way, they left behind many corpses. The guards of the Dong Yue Empire didn't open the city gates to chase after them, but there was a continuous rain of arrows from the top of the city walls. These arrows rained down on the retreating army. Every time the arrows rained down, the warriors of the Sky Tyrant army would raise their shields to block the arrows that fell from the sky. Wu Laiyang, come and save me. In the sky above Black Qilin City, Ba Fei was truly frightened when he saw the army of the Heaven Tyrant retreating outside the city. Even Wu Laiyang had retreated. Who would come and save him? By the time the experts of the Heaven Tyrant city arrived, he would probably be dead. Although his protector was a godly state expert, he couldn't even protect himself now. How could he protect himself? This made Ba Fei so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. The reinforcements of the Heaven Tyrant Empire were also rushing towards Black Qilin City, but they were too far away. Wu Laiyang was also very depressed. He couldn't even protect himself, so how could he save Ba Fei, the good-for-nothing young lord? However, Ba Fei was the favorite of the Heaven Tyrant Emperor. If he died in Black Qilin City, he might not be able to escape death either. The Heaven Tyrant Emperor was not a kind person. "Young lord, you'd better pray for your own good," Wu Laiyang said, and immediately used his ultimate move. Rumble. 9 balls of fire rushed out from his body and shot towards Dongyue Tianxia as if they had turned into 9 divine suns. The entire void shook. "You're crazy." Dongyue Tianxia had no choice but to use his full strength. A light shield appeared in front of him. The 9 balls of fire instantly hit the light shield, causing it to shatter. Dongyue Tianxia was sent flying, and the 9 balls of fire dissipated into the void. Wu Laiyang took the opportunity to use fire escape, turning into a stream of fire and charging towards the army of the Heaven Tyrant Empire. Preposterous! Dongyue Tianxia wanted to give chase, but a strong wave of yuan qi erupted from the army. "Wu Laiyang, you win," Dongyue Tianxia said viciously. At this moment, Ba Fei, who saw Wu Laiyang escaping, felt even more despair. "What are you waiting for?" "In the city," Dongyue Shui shouted. "All right, I'll listen to the princess." Chapter 56-46. In the end, Gu Fei's doppelganger controlled the great formation of Black Qilin City and launched a counterattack. The Sky Tyrant army retreated in defeat. Wu Laiyang was really a ruthless person. In order to preserve his strength, he led his army to retreat, regardless of the Sky Tyrant young Lord Ba Fei, who was trapped in the city. This made Ba Fei, who was trapped in Black Qilin City, shocked and angry. This guy dared to abandon him and escape. In fact, Wu Laiyang was also helpless. Even the formation master of the Mystical Heavens sect that Ba Fei invited could not break the great formation of Black Qilin City. Wu Laiyang did not understand formations, so he could not save Ba Fei. Moreover, he was very clear about the current situation. As long as he had an army that was good at fighting, the Sky Tyrant Emperor would not touch him easily. "Young lord, it's time for you to die." The voice of Gu Fei's doppelganger resounded in the city. Soon, the power of the formation condensed quickly, and rays of bright arrow light appeared in the void. With a thought from Gu Fei's doppelganger, these arrow lights directly turned into bright arrow lights and shot towards Ba Fei and his protectors who were trapped in the light ball. The arrow lights instantly streaked across the dark void, like cold lightning, and each arrow light emitted a powerful wave of vitality. This was the power of the great formation of Black Qilin City. Not to mention a divine-level expert. Even a sage-level expert at the initial stage might not be able to block this attack from Gu Fei's doppelganger. The arrows pierced through the ceiling god light around Ba Fei and his way protector, piercing through their bodies in an instant. The two screamed and fell from the sky. Ba Fei's cultivation had reached the heaven stage. Although he was seriously injured, he did not die because the vitality of a heaven stage expert was extremely strong. If it was an ordinary person, he would have died long ago. Even the creatures of the limitless realm would not be able to survive such a fatal injury. However, this was for ordinary creatures of the limitless realm. The creatures of the limitless realm would become stronger through cultivation. so their vitality would naturally become stronger. Ba Fei, I heard that you want to capture me alive and make me your feet-washing maid. Dong Yue Shui, descended from the sky and landed in front of Ba Fei, staring at him coldly. At this moment, Ba Fei was no longer the high and mighty young lord. His body was covered in blood, and he was in a sorry state. His Tao protector was the same. They were both heavily injured, and it was difficult for them to even stand up. The two of them had completely lost the ability to fight. However, they would not die immediately. Of course, if Dong Yue and Shui were willing, they could still be saved. But why would Dong Yue Shui save her nemesis? Dong Yue Shui, the winner takes all. I have nothing to say, but don't you dare humiliate me. No matter what, I am still a prince of the tyrannical Sky Empire. Ba Fei was still very arrogant. As a member of the Sky Tyrant royal family, he was naturally superior to everyone else. This kind of superior mentality was not something that could be cultivated in a short period of time. Haha, really? Dong Yue Shui laughed and stepped forward, stomping on Ba Fei's head. I want to humiliate you. What are you going to do about it? Dong Yue Shui mocked. Dong Yue Shui, can't you give me some face? Ba Fei felt like vomiting blood. You're my captive now. Have you ever heard of a captive wanting to save face? Dong Yue Shui smirked. You're only going to die if you kill me. Don't cross the line. Ba Fei clenched his teeth. I'm crossing the line. What are you going to do about it? Dong Yue Shui said nonchalantly. You despicable and shameless woman, kill me if you have the guts. Ba Fei cursed. Fine, I'll fulfill your wish. Dong Yue Shui was about to stomp Ba Fei to death. Wait. At that instant, a voice was heard. A figure came from afar and landed in front of Dong Yue Shui. The crowd was startled when they saw the newcomer. It was the strongest warrior of Black Qilin City. Longxiang Man, what, you want to save him? Dong Yue Shui's tone turned cold. Please don't misunderstand. Your Highness, why would I save an enemy? I just feel that if I keep him alive, I might gain something unexpected. Longxiang Man said respectfully. Dong Yue Shui pondered for a moment before nodding. A living Ba Fei was definitely more valuable than a dead one. There was no doubt about that. Furthermore, killing Ba Fei would completely offend the tyrannical empire. The tyrannical empire would not let it go so easily. Take him away. Dong Yue Shui waved her hand impatiently. Yes, Your Highness. Two warriors immediately walked up and carried the heavily injured Ba Fei away. As for Ba Fei's protector, he was not as lucky. Longxiang Man went forward and killed Ba Fei's protector right away. As Wu Laiyang led the tyrannical empire's army to retreat, Black Qilin City's crisis was resolved. The East Moon Empire's reinforcements were about to arrive too. However, the reinforcements did not come in time. Meanwhile, the tyrannical empire's reinforcements were still advancing toward Black Qilin City. The commander of the reinforcements was the war god Ba Qiankuan of the tyrannical empire. He was a peak divine level expert and the most impressive warrior in the tyrannical empire. At this moment, a golden figure flew across the sky and landed on Ba Qiankuan's left shoulder. What Wu Laiyang lost? Ba Qiankuan was taken aback. He never thought that Wu Laiyang would lose. It had to be mentioned that Wu Laiyang had already defeated the army of the East Moon Empire, forcing the remnants of the empire to retreat to Black Qilin City. However, Wu Laiyang had lost. Furthermore, even the young Prince Ba Fei had fallen in Black Qilin City. How could this be? Full speed ahead. Ba Qiankuan ordered. The army immediately sped up. Ba Qiankuan did not care if Wu Laiyang was defeated, but Ba Fei could not die. This was because Ba Fei was a direct descendant of the tyrannical empire. The scouts of the East Moon Empire were also keeping an eye on the reinforcements of the tyrannical empire. The news soon reached Black Qilin City. Humph, Ba, Qianquan is personally leading an army here. Very good. Dong Weishui are sneered in the city lord's residence of Black Qilin City. Your Highness, looks like the tyrannical empire is determined to fight us to the death this time. Longxiang Man said with a solemn expression, they've come at the right time. Killing Ba Qianquan is equivalent to cutting off the tyrannical Sky Emperor's right-hand man. This is definitely a heavy blow to the tyrannical empire, Dong Weishui said excitedly. As long as they crippled the reinforcements of the tyrannical empire, the East Moon Empire would be able to gain the upper hand in this battle. The East Moon Empire might be able to suppress the tyrannical empire. However, to defeat the reinforcements of the tyrannical empire, it still depended on Gu Fei's clone. Chapter 56-47. The inconspicuous Wang Zhan, who was often bullied by the ruffians in the military camp, had now become a hot commodity in everyone's eyes. Wang Zhan's rise was too fast, so fast that it was unbelievable. It was so fast that everyone began to doubt their lives. Was there really a peerless genius in this world? The important figures of the Hu clan and the Tu clan, on the other hand, had complicated feelings because they had many conflicts with this Wang Zhan, especially the Tu clan in the east of the city. Tu Xiao, a direct descendant of the Tu clan, had died in Wang Zhan's hands. Of course, when Wang Zhan killed Tu Xiao, the people in the east of the city clapped their hands in joy, because this guy was really full of evil. It was good that he died. Killing a tyrant could save countless people. Wang Zhan was exterminating evil and promoting good. However, the Tu clan did not think so. Although Tu Xiao was bad and a tyrant in the east of the city, he was still a direct descendant of the Tu clan. If a direct descendant of the Tu clan was killed, how could they accept it? However, at this time, the Tu clan did not dare to get even with Gu Fei's clone, Wang Zhan, because Wang Zhan was no longer the soldier in the east of the city camp. Wang Zhan was now the favorite of the princess of the Dongyue Empire. When the lanterns were lit, Black Qilin City was decorated with lanterns and streamers. Everyone was celebrating the defeat of the invading army. The families of the soldiers who died in the battle would receive a large compensation so that they would not have to worry about their livelihood. In this aspect, the Dongyue Empire did a good job. It was no wonder that the soldiers of the Dongyue Empire were so powerful and reckless when they fought. They knew that even if they died in the battle, their families would be protected by the empire, and they would not have to worry about food or clothing. At this time, the city lord's residence was very lively. All the important figures in Black Qilin City had come. Dong Weishui set up a banquet to reward them according to their contributions. Gu Fei's clone also left the small house where the formation was located with the black tiger and came to the gate of a small square behind the city lord's residence. Brother, you look unfamiliar. Are you a descendant of the Hu clan, the Tu clan, or the Longxiang clan? At this time, a slender young man in white came to the side of Gu Fei's clone with a folding fan. Guess. Gu Fei's doppelganger smiled. And the young man folded his fan and sized up Gu Fei's doppelganger. Then he shook his head and said, I can't guess. I know most of the young generation in Black Qilin City, but it's my first time seeing you, brother. Who are you? Gu Fei's avatar couldn't help but be a little curious about this young man. This guy actually knew the younger generation disciples of the Hu family, Tu family, and Longxiang family. It seemed like he had some background. My surname is Dongyu, and my name is Hong. The white-robed young man said proudly. Oh, so you're a disciple of the East Moon Imperial family. No wonder you have such an extraordinary bearing, Gu Fei's doppelganger said in realization. Haha, Dong Weheng was very happy. However, Gu Fei's clone was even more curious. This Dong Weheng was a member of the Dongwei royal family. With his identity, why would he hang out with the young generation of Black Qilin City? To Dong Weheng, who was a member of the Dongwei royal family, this was a bit degrading. Brother Hung, who is this guy? He's a cripple without any cultivation. How did he get into the city lord's mansion? At this moment, a voice was heard. Then, a figure walked over from afar. Brother Hu Wei, Dong Yueheng couldn't help but frown when he saw who it was. This Hu Wei was not simple. He was a well-known figure among the earth rank experts of the Black Qilin cities, Hu family. Moreover, he was not old, in his 30s, but he had cultivated to the middle realm of the earth rank. The previous earth rank battle, General Hu Feng, was nothing in front of Hu Wei. Hu Feng was only a branch family member, and his cultivation was only at the initial realm of the earth rank, while Hu Wei was a direct descendant of the Hu family and had the cultivation of the middle realm of the earth rank. Whether it was his background or cultivation, Hu Feng was completely crushed by Hu Wei. This is not a place for a little cat or dog. Hu Wei looked at Gu Fei's clone in disdain, and the black tiger beside Gu Fei's clone was directly ignored by him. Gu Fei's clone concealed his presence, so no one could sense his cultivation. In the eyes of Dong Yueheng, Hu Wei, and the others, he was just a piece of trash without any cultivation at all. At this moment, Gu Fei's clone was really a bit depressed. What's wrong with this guy? He attacked me for no reason as soon as he arrived. This guy must be crazy. If it wasn't for Princess Dong Yue forcing him to attend the banquet, he would not have come here. Where did this guy come from? Why is his mouth so stinky? Gu Fei's clone said as he waved his hand in front of him. What did you say? Say it again, if you have the guts. Hu Wei was instantly enraged as he stared at Gu Fei's clone. TSK, do you think I'm afraid of you biting me? You idiot. Gu Fei's clone raised his middle finger at Hu Wei. Little guy, you're dead, Hu Wei said as he was about to attack. Brother Hu Wei, please calm down. Dong Yueheng saw that Hu Wei was about to attack Gu Fei's clone, but he silently stood between the two. Brother Heng, are you going to stand up for this trash? Hu Wei said coldly. Brother Hu Wei, with your status, why bother with this little brother? Dong Yueheng said indifferently. Humph, trash should go where trash should go. I won't be associated with trash. Hu Wei raised his nose and said proudly, You're F***King Awesome, aren't you? Calling me trash again and again. I've tolerated you for a long time. Do you believe that I won't turn you into trash? Gu Fei's clone flipped out. Kind people get bullied. Kind horses get ridden. Did I ever offend you? Preposterous. Hu Wei was instantly enraged and was about to attack. What are you guys doing? At this moment, a figure walked out from the door. Commander Yang? Hu Wei was overjoyed when he saw the person. He had always been pursuing Yang Fei Yun. Yang Fei Yun was the princess's guard captain and the commander. It's you. Yang Fei Yun showed a look of disgust when he saw Hu Wei. Is Commander Yang here to welcome me? Hu Wei said excitedly. He had long thrown Gu Fei's doppelganger out of his mind. You think you're worthy? A female guard behind Yang Fei Yun sneered. Hu Wei's expression immediately froze, feeling extremely awkward. At this moment, Gu Fei Yun's clone turned around and was about to leave with Black Tiger. Where are you going? Yang Fei Yun quickly stopped Gu Fei's clone. What? Hu Wei was shocked and angry. Did Yang Fei Yun personally come out to welcome this trash without any cultivation? Didn't this guy say that I'm trash? That I'm not qualified to be here? If I don't leave, am I supposed to stay here and continue to be scolded? Gu Feiyun's clone shrugged and said, helplessly, Wang Zhan is trash. Are you kidding me? Yang Feiyun was shocked. What, he's Wang Zhan? Chapter 5648. Dongyue Shui was a little annoyed that her personal guard Wang Zhan did not come. She directly sent the guard captain Yang Feiyun to take a look. Who would have thought that Yang Feiyun saw an interesting scene as soon as he walked out of the square? Hu Wei from the Tiger Clan had gone crazy. He actually attacked Wang Zhan, who had just arrived for no reason. Perhaps he was in a bad mood and wanted to find someone to vent his anger on. However, he never thought that he found the wrong person. Although Hu Wei had long heard of Wang Zhan's name, he had never seen Wang Zhan in person. When he first saw a guy without any cultivation talking to Dongyue Heng, he thought that this guy was easy to bully. However, who would have thought that the trash in his eyes was the famous little soldier Wang Zhan of Black Qilin City? Of course, no one knew that Wang Zhan had already become a clone of Gu Fei in the limitless realm. Otherwise, why would the coward Wang Zhan be so arrogant? You're Wang Zhan. Hu Wei stared at the young man in front of him with an extremely interesting expression. He never thought that the legendary little soldier Wang Zhan was actually this ordinary-looking guy. Unexpected, completely unexpected. It was too unexpected, too shocking, because he knew that it was this guy who controlled Black Qilin City's city defense formation and turned the tide of the battle. In the eyes of everyone in Black Qilin City, Wang Zhan was now the savior. He saved the lives of everyone in the city and was the superhero of Black Qilin City. At this time, who dared to offend Wang Zhan, who had the halo of a hero? I'm just a trash. Gu Fei's clone said indifferently. Hu Wei's forehead was sweating. Who dares to call you trash? Is that guy an idiot? Yang Feiyun smiled. Hearing that, Hu Wei's expression changed several times. He was extremely embarrassed. This was really a slap to the face. Moreover, he could not lose his temper and could only endure it. Dongyue Heng did not say anything. He wanted to laugh, but he did not dare to. It was uncomfortable to hold it in. Although he was a member of the Dongyue royal family, he was actually not considered a direct descendant of the royal family. He was only a side branch. This was also the reason why he could hang out with Hu Wei and the others. The status of the side branches of the royal family in the Dongyue Empire was not very high. The only ones with truly noble status in the Dongyue Empire were the direct descendants of the royal family. In the East Moon imperial family, bloodline was very important. They were both surnamed Dongyu, were both members of the imperial family, and shared the same ancestor. However, the bloodline of the main branch would always be more noble than the bloodline of the side branches. It was as simple as that. There is indeed a fool here. Tell her, Royal Highness, that I won't be joining in this banquet. After saying that, Gu Fei's doppelganger glanced at Hu Wei before turning to leave. Wang Zhan, where are you going? Yang Feiyun wanted to stop Gu Fei's doppelganger. However, Gu Fei's doppelganger simply ignored her and left with the black tiger. Her Royal Highness asked me to invite you. You dare to leave? When Yang Feiyun saw that Gu Fei's avatar was really going to leave, he couldn't help feeling anxious and shouted at Gu Fei's avatar. Who is this person? He actually wants Her Royal Highness to send her guard captain to invite him? There were many people at the entrance of the small square. When they heard Yang Feiyun's words, they all looked at Gu Fei's doppelganger and the black tiger in surprise and curiosity. Yang Feiyun was the guard captain of Her Royal Highness's side. In Black Qilin City, many people knew her. Who was this ordinary-looking young man? One had to know that whether it was the patriarch of the Tiger Clan, the patriarch of the Tu Clan, or even the patriarch of the Longxiang Clan, none of them were qualified for Her Royal Highness to send a guard captain to invite them. At most, she would just order someone to send an invitation. Tell her, Royal Highness, that I don't want to be associated with fools. After saying that, Gu Fei's doppelganger directly left with the black tiger. Don't want to be associated with fools? What's going on? Yang Feiyun was depressed. However, if he couldn't invite Wang Zhan, how was he going to explain himself? Who, the F*CK, is a fool. Yang Feiyun roared at Hu Wei and Dong Yueheng. You said that there were only the two of us outside. Which one of us looks like a fool? Dong Yueheng said with a faint smile. Hu Wei didn't say anything. If there was a crack on the ground, he would have already dove into it. Hu Wei, look what you've done. Yang Feiyun glared at Hu Wei and gritted his teeth. Gu Fei's doppelganger was the great hero who saved Black Qilin City. It was obvious that Hu Wei had offended this great hero. Otherwise, why wouldn't he come in since he was already at the door? Guard Yang, who offended you? At this moment, the patriarch of the Tiger clan, Hu Xiaoyu, walked over from afar. Your good nephew made Wang Zhan leave in anger. Let's see how you're going to explain yourself to her Royal Highness. After saying that, Yang Feiyun directly turned around and walked into the small plaza to look for Princess Dongyue. What? Hu Xiaoyu was stunned when he heard that. It took him a while to regain his senses. Pa! Hu Xiaoyu waved his right hand, giving Hu Wei a resounding slap across the face. Hu Wei's left cheek immediately swelled up, and a trace of blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. You idiot! Hu Xiaoyu's face flushed red with anger. Grabbing Hu Wei by the collar like an eagle grabbing a little chick, he strode through the main entrance to find the princess and apologize for his transgression. At this moment, Hu Wei was completely obedient and didn't even dare to let out a fart. Nephew, won't Her Royal Highness be unhappy if we don't attend the banquet? Black Tiger, who was following behind Gu Fei's doppelganger, said carefully, Uncle Black, don't worry. Not only will Her Royal Highness not blame you, she might even reward you. Gu Fei's doppelganger laughed. In the eyes of the mystic Black Tiger, the current Wang Zhan gave off an unfathomable feeling. He was getting more and more unfathomable, as though he was a completely different person. However, the more powerful his nephew was, the more Her Royal Highness would value him. Naturally, there would be plenty of benefits. Black Tiger was ecstatic. By following his nephew, he could also live well, especially now that his nephew had saved Black Qilin City and become a hero in everyone's eyes. Although Black Tiger didn't know how Wang Zhan had suddenly become so powerful, it wasn't important to him. What was important was that his nephew had soared through the ranks. Moreover, his nephew, who had achieved meteoric success, did not forget his uncle. Gu Fei's doppelganger brought Black Tiger back to the unremarkable house. Why did you come back? The middle-aged man guarding the house couldn't help but be startled when he saw Gu Fei's doppelganger. By now, he had already prostrated himself in admiration of Gu Fei's doppelganger. Can I come back? Gu Fei's doppelganger said indifferently. No, this lowly one is more than happy to have you back. The middle-aged man smiled apologetically. Although this fellow was young, his array formation cultivation was unfathomable. In the middle-aged man's eyes, Gu Fei's doppelganger was definitely an expert who hid his identity and cultivation. Moreover, one's appearance didn't mean anything in the limitless realm. Some people could live for billions of years and still look like a 5- or 6-year-old child. In the limitless realm, cultivation and strength were the most important. Wang Zhan, you're awesome now. Even my face isn't useful anymore. At this moment, a voice rang out and a figure appeared in the small house. Chapter 56:49. The sudden appearance of the princess of the East Moon Empire in the formation space surprised Gu Fei's clone. He was as calm as an old dog, but the middle-aged man and the black tiger guarding the center of the formation were scared out of their wits by Dongyue Shui-er's sudden appearance. Your Highness greets your Highness. The middle-aged man immediately knelt down in front of Dongyue Shui-er with a terrified expression. Not only was Dongyue Shui-er the princess of the East Moon Empire, but she was also a heaven rank expert. The aura of a heaven rank expert was enough to frighten the middle-aged man. The black tiger was in an even worse state, directly lying on the ground and trembling. The black tiger was only a veteran. He did not have a powerful cultivation, but he often participated in battles and struggled on the edge of life and death, so he had a lot of battle experience. However, under the heaven rank aura that Dongyue Shui-er intentionally or unintentionally released, even his soul was trembling. Your Royal Highness, please retract your magical powers. Gu Fei's clone sat in the center of the formation center and said indifferently, the aura he released to Dongyue Shui-er was like a spring breeze. It did not affect him at all. What ability? Dongyue Shui-er looked at Gu Fei's clone in the center of the formation with a faint smile. However, she still completely concealed her aura. However, she did not have the ability of Gu Fei's clone. Although she could conceal her aura, she could not completely hide her cultivation. Therefore, Gu Fei's clone could still sense Dongyue Shui-er's cultivation. Heaven rank initial realm. Although Gu Fei's clone was only at the earth rank initial realm, Dongyue Shui-er could not see through Gu Fei's cultivation. Dongyue Shui-er was really curious about what kind of fortuitous encounter this little soldier called Wang Zhan had. Did he really have an extremely powerful master behind him? When Dongyue Shui-er learned that it was Gu Fei's clone who controlled Black Qilin City's formation and turned the tide of the battle, she became even more curious. It was impossible for a lowly soldier like Wang Zhan to have such ability. If he didn't receive some kind of incredible inheritance, then he had an extremely powerful master supporting him from behind. There were only two explanations. Otherwise, how could he explain it? Gu Fei's doppelganger naturally wouldn't reveal his secret. Therefore, no matter how hard Dongyue Shui-er tried, there was no way she could come up with anything. May I know why your Highness is looking for me? Gu Fei's doppelganger laughed. Wang Zhan, now that you've become a hero, you've become arrogant? Dongyue Shui-er said coldly. Am I floating? Who said that? Gu Fei's doppelganger said disapprovingly. I will. Dongyue Shui-er shouted. Sigh, I didn't even know I was floating. How did Her Royal Highness know? Gu Fei said helplessly. You seem to have forgotten your own identity. If this isn't arrogance, then what is? Dongyue Shui-er crossed her arms in front of her chest and said proudly, this lowly one is your personal guard. How could this lowly one forget my identity? Gu Fei's doppelganger looked terrified. It's good that you know. Why didn't you attend the banquet? Dongyue Shui-er asked. Gu Fei's doppelganger's face showed a hint of disdain. Your Royal Highness, don't overthink it. This lowly one just doesn't want to be associated with some idiots. You mean that idiot Hu Wei? Dongyue Shui-er said in a deep voice. Dongyue Shui-er already knew about what happened at the entrance of the city lord's residence. Hu Wei had gone crazy for some reason, insulting Wang Zhan as soon as he arrived, directly angering him. At this time, Hu Wei was being taught a terrible lesson by the clan lord. In the forbidden area of the Tiger clan, Hu Wei's intestines were green with regret. He was punished by the clan lord to face the wall in the forbidden area for 30 years. How was he supposed to spend the next 30 years? There was nothing in the forbidden area, and he had to stay here for 30 years. Just the thought of it was driving him crazy. Of course, No one could save Hu Wei at this time. In truth, this was also Hu Xiaoyu's way of protecting Hu Wei. Hu Wei was a mid-level Earth-class expert of the Hu clan, and for a cultivation clan, like the Hu clan that wasn't very strong, it wasn't easy to raise an Earth-class expert. In Black Qilin City, the Tiger clan could be said to be one of the top forces, but outside of Black Qilin City, who would take them seriously? This was a very practical matter. Gu Fei's doppelganger didn't say anything. Why bother with an idiot? Dong Wuxue smiled. Who said I'm going to bother with that guy? Gu Fei's doppelganger smiled bitterly. He really didn't take Hu Wei seriously. He was Gu Fei's doppelganger. Gu Fei had seen all kinds of people. Even infinite primes had been defeated by him. What was a mere Hu Wei worth? Dong Wuxue still wanted to say something. But at this time, a loud sound rang out, and the entire core of the formation shook violently. What? Dong Wuxue was shocked. Hand over Tyrant Fei, a voice rang out. Interesting. Gu Fei's doppelganger waved his right hand, and a screen of light appeared in the center of the formation. Countless images appeared on the screen. Outside Black Qilin City, the weather changed and the sun and moon dimmed. A terrifying figure stood in the sky above the city, looking down at the people below like a supreme ruler. What, it's him? Dong Wuxue was shocked when she saw who it was. Your Highness knows who this person is? Gu Fei's doppelganger was as steady as Mount Tai, without the slightest hint of panic. You don't even recognize him? He's the war god of the tyrannical Sky Empire, Tyrant Qiankuan. Shue's voice trembled as she spoke. Tyrant Qiankuan is here in person. What should we do? Shue panicked. Tyrant Qiankuan was too famous. He was the war god of the tyrannical Sky Empire. He was the main reason why the tyrannical Sky Empire was as powerful as it was today. More than 60% of the tyrannical Sky Empire's territory was the result of the war gods' wars. If Tyrant Qiankuan wanted to be the ruler of the tyrannical Sky Empire, why would the current ruler of the tyrannical Sky Empire take the throne? But now, the famous war god of the tyrannical Sky Empire had come to Black Qilin City in person. This was going to be troublesome. We'll deal with it when it comes. So what if he's the war god? Gu Fei's doppelganger did not think much of it. The name Tyrant Qiankuan was heaven-defying, but whether he lived up to his name or not, he had to fight to find out. Good, you're ambitious. I'll leave it to you, then. I'll enjoy your performance here. Dong Wuxue actually refused to leave. At that moment, everyone in the city was terrified. No one expected the people of the tyrannical Sky Empire to arrive so quickly. The joy did not last for long before the city fell into panic again. Chapter 5650. When the Sky Overlord War god arrived, Dong Wuxue, who had just defeated the army and captured young Lord Ba Fei, was dumbfounded. The entire city fell into panic. After all, the person who arrived this time was not someone young Lord Ba Fei or Wu Liang could compare to. It was the famous Sky Overlord War God. The Sky Overlord Empire, the war god of a generation. People like him could no longer be described as veterans. Tyrant Qiankuan had experienced countless battles, big and small, in his entire life. He had fought more than a dozen battles to save the tyrannical Sky Empire from destruction. In other words, without the Sky Overlord War God, the Sky Overlord Empire would have been destroyed more than a dozen times. In the boundless realm, even ordinary creatures had a long lifespan. The Sky Overlord War God was the main reason why the Sky Overlord Empire was able to survive for so long. Even the princess of the Dongyue Empire was scared out of her wits in front of such a powerful person. Hand over Ba Fei, or I'll slaughter the entire city. An imposing voice came from outside the city again. Slaughter the entire city? I'll slaughter you first. In the formation center of Black Chelan City, Gufei's clone was very disdainful. He waved his right hand, and a dazzling sword light rushed out of Black Chelan City, piercing through the domineering figure outside the city. The sword light was like lightning piercing through the figure in an instant. Humph! The person sneered and waved his hand casually. The piercing sword light shattered in the void, turning into specks of light and disappearing. With a wave of his hand, the sword light was destroyed. This move of the person in the sky shocked the big shots in the city. Is it really the Sky Overlord War God? Some people did not believe it before, but after seeing the means and bearing of the person in the sky, they had no choice but to believe it. In fact, the Sky Overlord War God had come so quickly because he had spent a lot of money. He had used a supreme-grade teleportation talisman to send 30,000 vanguards to Black Chelan City. Although it was only 30,000 vanguards, they were elites under the Sky Overlord War God's command. They had followed the Sky Overlord War God to conquer the world and made great contributions. There were only 30,000 of them, but they had the aura of 1,000,000 lions. The 30,000 elites of Overlord Battle God surrounded Black Chelan City once again. Moreover, although there were more than 100,000 soldiers in Black Chelan City, none of them dared to kill their way out of the city. Dongyue and Shui felt very aggrieved that the entire city was surrounded by 30,000 soldiers. Meanwhile, Dongyue Shui was hiding in an inconspicuous hut in the city lord's manor. Although she said that she wanted to see the performance of Gufei's clone, she was actually too nervous to go out. How dare you attack the war god? Outside the city, a general stood up and roared. Kill, kill, kill! Outside the city, the 30,000 soldiers of the heaven-dominating divine army raised their arms and roared. Their voices shook the sky, and their imposing manner was like a rainbow. Everyone in the city became even more terrified. Even Long Xiang Man, who was standing on top of the eastern city gate, felt his scalp go numb when he saw the murderous aura of the heaven tyrant divine army outside the city. Sigh, I didn't want to start a massacre, but you guys don't know what's good for you. Since that's the case, let's begin. High up in the sky, the domineering figure said, helplessly. Ha! The laughter of Gufei's clone could be heard from Black Chelan City. You're quite an interesting guy. You're the god of slaughter, but you act like you're compassionate. Don't you find it funny? The voice of Gufei's clone continued to be heard from Black Chelan City. Hearing that, the figure in the sky immediately shot out a sharp gaze. It's been a long time since someone dared to talk to me like that. Even the Sky Tyrant Imperial Lord has to be respectful to me. Who is that guy in the city? Is he more powerful than the Sky Tyrant Imperial Lord? How dare you disrespect the war god? The generals under Overlord Battle God were instantly enraged. You guys are going to massacre the city. Why would I respect you? Gufei's clone sneered. How dare you? You deserve to die. The generals under the sky-dominating battle god were furious. One must know that in their hearts, the sky-dominating battle god was a supreme god. He was invincible and invincible. No one in East Moon Empire or Sky Tyrant Empire dared to look down on Overlord Battle God. But now, there was someone in Black Chelan City who dared to disrespect Overlord Battle God. This made the generals under Overlord Battle God extremely unhappy. I'm in the city. Come and kill me if you dare, Gufei's clone said proudly. Damn it! Preposterous! The generals under Overlord Battle God couldn't wait to charge into Black Chelan City and tear the guy who spoke into pieces. The war god couldn't be insulted. Kill! Unable to bear it anymore, the war god army outside the East City Gate began to attack the city. 10,000 soldiers in black armor held shields and spears and attacked the city gate in unison. Every time the orderly footsteps rang out, the ground would shake. Outside the East City Gate, smoke and dust filled the air. Hum. At the same time, there was a deafening sound in the sky above Black Chelan City. Then, the Black Chelan City Defense Formation was activated. In fact, when Overlord Battle God arrived, Gufei's clone had already activated the defense formation. Otherwise, Overlord Battle God would have charged into Black Chelan City personally. The sky-dominating Battle Immortal was a half-step sage. If he were to charge into Black Chelan City, no one in the city would be a match for him. He could destroy the entire Black Chelan City alone. This was the power and terror of Overlord Battle God, who was half-step sage. But now, the defense formation of Black Chelan City was fully activated. Even someone as powerful as Overlord Battle God wouldn't dare to charge into Black Chelan City, because the defense formation of Black Chelan City was emitting waves of energy that made his heart palpitate. For countless years, the defense formation of Black Chelan City had gathered a huge amount of spiritual energy. It was not a joke. Shoot! Long Xiang Man roared on top of the city gate. Swoosh! There was a rain of arrows on top of the city gate. A rain of arrows fell from the sky, directly falling on the formation of the Sky Tyrant Divine Army. In the next moment, the sound of metal colliding rang out. When the sharp arrows hit the bodies of the Divine Army soldiers wearing black armor, sparks flew, and all of them were bounced off. The soldiers of Overlord Divine Army were wearing heavy armor and helmets. Even their hands were wearing impenetrable gloves. This kind of defense had no blind spots. The arrows rained down, but not a single God's army soldier fell. How is this possible? Chapter 56-51. The 30,000 elites under the Sky Overlord War, God, began to attack the city. The army under Wu Liang's command was not comparable to the army under Wu Liang's command. Although there were only 30,000 people, their battle prowess was much stronger than an army of 1,000,000. Kill! The cry of 30,000 people was earth-shattering. The murderous aura made the world pale. The army under the Sky Overlord War, God, really lives up to its reputation. Longxiang Man couldn't help but be shocked when he saw this scene. The Sky Overlord Divine Army was known as the strongest army of the Sky Overlord Empire. However, the army of the East Moon Empire is not to be trifled with. Longxiang Man personally supervised the battle. He was the #1 general of Black Chelan City. Of course, compared to the war god, Longxiang Man was nothing. Even the city lord of Black Chelan City, Dongyue Tianxia, was a joke in front of Tyrant Qianquan. Perhaps only the #1 general of the East Moon Empire, Dongyue Lingxiao, might be able to fight against Tyrant Qianquan. Of course, these two war gods enjoyed supreme prestige in their respective empires. However, the two of them had never fought before. This was a miracle for the East Moon Empire and the Sky Overlord Empire that had been fighting for countless years. Changed to armor-piercing arrows. Longxiang Man roared. Yes, the guards on the city wall received the order in unison. The soldiers on the city wall skillfully operated the crossbows fixed on the city wall and changed to armor-piercing arrows. Fire! Longxiang Man roared. In the next moment, leather-armored arrows shot towards the Sky Tyrant Divine Army that was attacking the city like black lightning bolts. However, the barbarian dragon elephant was dumbfounded to see that the armor-piercing arrows bounced off the Sky Tyrant warriors' bodies, and every single one of the Sky Tyrant warriors' bodies was covered in array patterns. What Longxiang Man knew that Black Chelan City was probably doomed this time. There were formation patterns on the soldiers of the Sky Overlord Divine Army. How could they fight when 30,000 people were linked together? Even if the armor-piercing arrows hit the soldiers or their shields, they still couldn't hurt them at all. Kill! The barbarian dragon elephant roared and swung the saber in his hand down from the top of the city wall. Behind him were countless citizens of Black Chelan City. As the first general of Black Chelan City, anyone could retreat, but he couldn't. As a general of the East Moon Empire, protecting the empire was his duty. For generations, the Dragon Elephant clan had held military power in the East Moon Empire and held great authority. Furthermore, the generals from the clan were all loyal to the East Moon Empire. Clang, Dragon Elephant barbarian, fiercely slashed at the shield of a fighter. In the next moment, he felt an incomparably powerful force explode from his opponent's shield. A layer of runes appeared in the void, enveloping the entire square formation of the warriors. The power of 30,000 soldiers was linked together through the formation. This power was unstoppable, and it was not something that the Dragon Elephant Barbarian army could contend against. The barbarian dragon elephant roared as he was sent flying and slammed into the city wall. Then he slid down the wall and knelt on one knee. Drops of blood continuously dripped onto the ground. Both of his hands were torn by the recoil force, and blood continuously seeped out from the corners of his mouth. Boom! At this moment, there was a loud bang. The phalanx formed by the 30,000 Sky Tyrant soldiers directly collided with the city protection formation of Black Chelan City, and actually broke a big hole in the city protection formation. In the small house of the city lord's residence, Gufei's clone could not help but frown when he saw this. He had thought that the formations in the infinite realm were only SOSO. Who would have thought that the Sky Tyrant soldiers could actually form a battle formation? The power of 30,000 people was linked together through the battle formation. The power gathered in such a way was not as simple as 1 + 1. Moreover, the condensed power fiercely attacked a point of the Black Chelan City's Great City Protection Formation. Using the point to attack the surface, it actually broke a big hole in the Black Chelan City Protection Formation. The reason was very simple. The Black Chelan City's City Protection Formation was not strong enough. As long as the Black Chelan City's City Protection Formation was strong enough, no matter how powerful the Sky Tyrant soldiers were, they would not be able to shake the formation. The Black Chelan City's City Protection Formation was broken just like that, outside the core of the formation. Seeing the scene on the light screen, Dong Yue Shui could not help but exclaim, "Why don't you show me what you've got?" Dong Yue Shui anxiously said to Gufei's clone in the core of the formation. "What's the rush?" Gufei's clone sat in the center of the formation, as steady as an old dog. No, it should be as steady as a mountain. Moreover, he was not panicking at all. Why should he panic? The strongest power of the Black Chelan City's formation was not outside the town, but inside the formation. Outside the formation, even if Gufei's clone's formation mastery was high, he would not be able to help. However, inside the formation, it was different. The formation was his territory. As long as the Sky Tyrant Divine Army attacked the city, he would be able to do whatever he wanted to the 30,000 Sky Tyrant Divine Army in his territory. The formation is broken. Why aren't you doing anything? Dong Yue Shui was dumbfounded. So be it. It's not my city, Gufei's clone said indifferently. Ugh. Hearing this, Dong Yue Shui was speechless from anger. The black-robed, middle-aged man and black tiger trembled, not daring to speak. The city is broken. Many people will die. Dong Yue Shui looked at the 30,000 Sky Tyrant Divine Army charging towards the city gate anxiously. What does it have to do with me? Gufei's clone was even more indifferent. How did you become so cold-blooded? Dong Yue Shui was furious. Sigh, this has nothing to do with being cold-blooded. It's just that I'm not strong enough. Sky Tyrant War God is here. Can you stop him? Gufei's clone said, helplessly. This Dongwu Shui was speechless. I don't care. You're my guard. You have to listen to me. I want you to activate the formation and stop the Sky Tyrant Divine Army. Dongwu Shui said loudly, I'll try my best. I'm not strong enough. I can only make up for it with the formation. Gu Fei's clone shook his head and sighed. Your Highness, if I can defeat the Sky Tyrant War God, what reward will you give me? Gu Fei's clone was not in a hurry to act. Instead, he smiled and said to Dongwu Shui, you still want a reward. Dongwu Shui didn't know whether to laugh or cry at Gu Fei's clone. What kind of situation was this? And this guy was still thinking about how to get benefits from me. As the saying goes, there will always be a brave man under a generous reward. If your Highness rewards this lowly one might even be able to defeat the Sky Tyrant War God. The corner of Gu Fei's clone's mouth rose, revealing a cold smile. You, Dongwu Shui, pointed at Gu Fei's clone angrily. Fine, if you can defeat the Sky Tyrant War God. As long as this princess can do it, I'll give you any reward you want. Dongwu Shui said loudly. In her opinion, who was the Sky Tyrant War God? He was the #1 war god of the Sky Tyrant Empire. Even Longxiang Lingxiao might not be able to defeat him. Although this Wang Zhan was strong, was it possible to defeat the Sky Tyrant War God? Chapter 56-52. Gu Fei's clone was really quite naughty. He was actually trying to trick Princess Dongwu. Ha! As expected of the princess. Can I really get any reward I want? Gu Fei's doppelganger laughed happily. Really? Even if you want me to wash your feet, I'll do it. Is that enough? Princess Dongwu was about to go crazy from anger because of Gu Fei's clone. What kind of situation was this? Yet this guy was still chattering away. The Empyrean Divine Army was about to charge into the city. That's what you said. You can't go back on your word when the time comes. Gu Fei's clone was even happier. I won't go back on my word. I definitely won't. I swear to the heavenly ways that if I go back on my word, I'll be destroyed by the heavenly tribulation. You don't have to worry about me going back on my word now. Princess Dongwu gritted her teeth. She only wanted this guy to quickly activate the protective formation. She only wanted to protect Black Qilin City. As for defeating the Empyrean War God, she did not even dare to think about it. She just treated it as Wang Zhan's nonsense, because his opponent was the Empyrean War God, the #1 war god of the Empyrean Empire. Even the #1 war god of the East Moon Empire, Dongwu Lingxiao, would not dare to say he could defeat the Empyrean War God. In Dongwu Shui's eyes, although Wang Zhan had some fortuitous encounters, he definitely could not compare to Dongwu Lingxiao, let alone defeat the Empyrean War God. That was why she swore an oath without any hesitation. That was an oath to the heavenly ways. The unbounded realm's heavenly law could not be compared to the heavenly law of other worlds. The unbounded realm was the most perfect and top-notch super world among all the worlds that Gu Fei knew of. How big was this world? It was so big that even infinite primes did not know how big it was. It was easy to imagine how powerful the heavenly ways of such a huge and perfect world were. As a result, if Gu Fei's clone really defeated the Empyrean War God, and Dongwu Shui did not keep her promise, the heavenly ways would send down punishment. She would definitely be destroyed. Even infinite primes would not be able to save her. You're awesome. Gu Fei's clone gave Dongwu Shui a thumbs up from the core of the formation, as he knew very well how terrifying an oath to the heavenly way was. Please don't talk nonsense. Hurry up and start. When Dongwu Shui saw the screen of light above the core of the formation, she wanted nothing more than to pull out Gu Fei's clone and slap him a dozen times. Yes, Your Highness. Gu Fei's doppelganger snapped his fingers. In the next moment, the entire core of the formation changed. The entire Black Chelan city was like a terrifying beast that had suddenly awakened from its slumber. An even more powerful force enveloped the entire Black Chelan city. Moreover, the breach in the Great City Barrier Formation that had been breached by the Sky Overlord soldiers was also rapidly being repaired. Countless formation patterns began to appear in the void around Black Chelan City. Mysterious formation diagrams were activated, and the weather around Black Chelan City immediately changed. The power of Black Chelan City's defensive formation was enough to affect the natural aura within a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles around Black Chelan City. What's going on? High up in the Sky Overlord War God looked down at the city below and could not help but frown. It seemed that someone really controlled the core of Black Chelan City's formation. Actually, Black Chelan City was also extremely important to the Sky Overlord War God. However, the East Moon Empire was not the only enemy of the Sky Overlord Empire. The Sky Overlord War God had fought everywhere and offended many forces. Previously, he could not spare any attention to attack Black Chelan City. Now, he finally had a chance. However, no one could have imagined that a strand of Gu Fei's divine sense would possess the body of the little soldier Wang Zhan of Black Chelan City and become a clone of Gu Fei in the infinite realm. Unfortunately, Gu Fei's clone's cultivation in formations was not bad. So, in the end, the Sky Overlord War God's luck was really not that good. Massacre the city. The Sky Overlord War God ordered his Sky Overlord Divine Army. He, the Sky Overlord War God, always kept his word. Since he said he would massacre the city, he would definitely massacre the city. Otherwise, where would he put his face? Boom. At the same time, the 30,000 soldiers had already charged to the East City Gate and directly collided with the tightly shut city gate. The violent impact caused a large part of the thick and heavy city gate to cave in. The city gate was surrounded by formation patterns, and every formation pattern was releasing powerful formation power. However, the power gathered by the Sky Overlord Divine Army was also very strong. After all, this was the power gathered by the 30,000 Sky Overlord Divine soldiers through a formation. Moreover, Gu Fei's clone discovered that the battle formation formed by the Sky Overlord Divine soldiers was not ordinary. It could actually absorb the surrounding spiritual chi and integrate it into the battle formation. Therefore, the 30,000 Sky Overlord Divine soldiers became stronger as they fought. Kill! The 30,000 Sky Overlord Divine soldiers roared angrily at the same time and charged forward. Boom! There was another loud sound. Not only the city gate, but the entire city tower shook, and cracks appeared on the walls around the city gate. The city gate caved inwards from the power gathered by the 30,000 Sky Overlord Divine soldiers. The entire city gate loosened, and the formation patterns on the city gate also dimmed. Seeing this scene inside the city, the expression of the East Moon soldiers behind the city gate changed greatly. One should know that the army attacking the city was not the army under Wu Liang's command. This was the Sky Overlord Divine Army attacking the city. The Sky Overlord War God was famous, and that was not an exaggeration. The East Moon soldiers of Black Chelan City had already been scared, but everyone knew that if they did not fight with their lives now, the entire city would probably be slaughtered by the Sky Overlord War God's army. If they fought with their lives, there was still a chance of survival. Therefore, even if they were scared, the East Moon soldiers had to fight to the death and not retreat. To protect my homeland, to fight to the death, even if I die, I have no regrets. The soldiers behind the city gate roared in unison. To fight to the death, even if I die, I have no regrets. Their voices shook the sky, and the blood of all the East Moon soldiers was boiling. Everyone was unafraid of death, and everyone's blood was stimulated. Who cares about the Sky Overlord War God? Who cares about the Sky Overlord Divine Soldiers? If they dared to attack, they would fight with their lives. Kill, kill, kill. The 30,000 Sky Overlord Divine Soldiers outside the city gate also roared. Although there were only 30,000 people, their aura was not weaker than the 100,000 East Moon soldiers inside the city. At this time, in the east, hundreds of thousands of East Moon Empire's reinforcements were marching towards Black Chelan City. On the side of Black Chelan City, there were also hundreds of thousands of Sky Overlord Dynasty's army rushing towards Black Chelan City. Dongwa Ling Shao, the Sky Overlord War God, looked towards the east. He could already sense the aura of the number 1 war god of East Moon, but he did not expect it to be the number 1 war god of East Moon personally leading the army to rescue Black Chelan City. At this time, Gu Fei's doppelgangers attacked one after another. Rumble, the ground outside the east gate suddenly shook, and earth spikes rushed out from the ground, directly knocking the Sky Overlord Divine Soldiers into the air, and then they fell heavily to the ground. The army formation formed by the Sky Overlord Divine Soldiers was immediately thrown into chaos. These earth spikes could not hurt the armored Sky Overlord Divine Soldiers at all, but they disrupted the army formation, greatly reducing the army's power. In the space inside the small house, Dong Wuxue saw this scene on the light screen of the formation center, and could not help but be surprised and overjoyed. This guy really had some skills. Chapter 56-53. The Sky Hegemon War Immortal arrived with 30,000 troops and easily broke through the defensive formation of Black Chelan City. The entire city was shocked, and everyone was terrified. Even Dragon Elephant and Barbarian were pessimistic because their opponent was the famous Sky Hegemon Zhanshan. The reputation of the number 1 war immortal of the Sky Hegemon Empire was not just for show. Seeing that the 30,000 soldiers of the Heaven Tyrant Divine Army were charging at the East City Gate and were about to break the city gate and enter Black Chelan City, Gu Fei's doppelganger finally started his performance. However, before he began his performance, he tricked Princess Dongyue first, and even made her swear a heavenly Tao oath. Xue didn't care about the heavenly oath at all, because in her eyes, a mere soldier like Wang Zhan couldn't possibly defeat the famous Sky Hegemon War Immortal. The gap between the two was too great. Wang Zhan would be insane if he wanted to defeat the Sky Hegemon War Immortal. At this moment, under the watchful eyes of Xue, Gu Fei's clone made a move and showed the Sky Hegemon Divine Army that was charging at the East Gate. In this Black Chelan City, no one had a higher cultivation in array formation than him. The battle formation of the Sky Tyrant Divine Army was not without flaws. To break the formation, it wasn't difficult for Gu Fei's clone, who controlled the defensive formation of Black Chelan City, but it was a little troublesome. After all, he controlled the defensive formation of Black Chelan City, not the one who had the power to break the formation. Gu Fei's clone snapped his fingers and thought for a moment. The ground in front of the East Gate immediately trembled, and earth spikes suddenly shot out from the ground. The people in the Sky Tyrant battle formation were immediately thrown into a state of chaos. However, it must be said that the Sky Hegemon Divine Army was truly an elite. Even after being attacked by Gu Fei's clone, they quickly reorganized their troops. Kill, 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 the 30,000 troops roared in unison. Their murderous intent was shocking as they charged at the East Gate. All the soldiers of the Army of God were boiling with fighting spirit. Each of them was unafraid of death. They were all soldiers who had climbed out of a pile of corpses. As long as the order was given, they would unconditionally and resolutely execute it to the end. Even if they had to die in battle, they would not hesitate. These lunatics, the Dragon Elephant Barbarian, who had already returned to the top of the city wall, was shocked to see this scene. At this time, Long Xiang barbarian finally understood why the divine army under the sky-dominating battle god was invincible. Such an army was simply invincible. Interesting. In the center of Black Qilin City's formation, Gu Fei's clone saw this and couldn't help but think of his army. However, this army was in the void extent, where his real body was. When will I be able to cross over to this world? Where is Holy Master Su Tian, the old bastard who almost killed me? It seemed like he needed to become stronger as soon as possible, and then think of a way to open up a path between the void world and the limitless realm. How could he not find that old bastard Void Sky to take revenge? Of course, taking revenge on Sacred Lord Void Sky was only secondary. Boom. The 30,000-strong formation was unstoppable. It directly collided with the city gate that was already on the verge of shattering. In the next moment, the thick and heavy city gate directly exploded. The city gate exploded, and countless fragments shot out in all directions. The East Moon Army, behind the city gate, was directly implicated. Blood splattered all of a sudden, and a large number of the East Moon soldiers behind the city gates collapsed. The thick smell of blood permeated the air. The shards of the city gate directly pierced through the bodies of the countless East Moon soldiers behind the city gate. Although they were wearing armor, they were as fragile as thin paper and could not block the countless shards of the city gate that were flying towards them. What? In the space where the formation center was located, Dong Yue Shui, who saw this scene on the light screen inside the formation center, was truly shocked. The city is breached. The East Moon soldiers on top of the city wall were also shocked. The dragon elephant barbarian's hand trembled, and the saber in his hand almost fell to the ground. At the same time, the 30,000 soldiers of the heavenly tyrant divine army were like a black torrent, slaughtering their way through the eastern gate. Wherever they passed, blood splattered. The Eastern Moon Army that had gathered at the eastern gate were simply slaughtered like vegetables. As long as the saber flashed, an East Moon soldier would fall into a pool of blood. Kill all these bastards. The East Moon soldiers quickly came back to their senses. They roared and charged at the sky-dominating divine army that had charged into the city as if they had all gone mad. At this time, it was either you die or I die. All the East Moon soldiers were fighting with their lives on the line. There was no other way. If they wanted to survive, they had to fight with their lives on the line. Clang! An Eastern Moon soldier fiercely slashed at the shoulder of a sky tyrant divine, soldier clad in divine armor. Sparks flew everywhere, and the Eastern Moon soldier's blade actually bounced back, unexpectedly unable to break through the opponent's defense. At this time, the sky-dominating divine soldier swung the saber in his hand and directly killed the East Moon soldier. The sky-dominating divine soldier stepped over the East Moon soldier's corpse and continued to charge forward. This was a one-sided massacre. The sky-dominating divine soldiers were invulnerable, but the East Moon soldiers were clearly not on the same level. They did not even have the power to fight back. Very soon, the sky-dominating divine army had already broken into the city, and the East Gate was immediately in chaos. What to do? What to do? Outside the formation core, Dong Yue Shui panicked. She never thought that the sky-dominating divine army would be so fast and so easy to charge into Black Qilin City. What are you panicking for? In the formation core, Gu Fei's clone was still as steady as an old dog. Other than Dong Yue Shui, the middle-aged man guarding the formation core, and the black tiger were already paralyzed on the ground. The sky-dominating divine army had charged into Black Qilin City. This was the rhythm of a massacre because the sky-dominating war god had already said that he would massacre the entire city. A powerful person like the sky-dominating war god would definitely do what he said. Since he said that he would massacre the entire city, then everyone in the city would not be able to live. I thought there were capable people in the city, but it seems like they are only SOSO. High up in the sky-dominating war god said coldly with a condescending attitude, "Wang Zhan, you bastard, aren't you very powerful? Didn't you say that you would defeat the sky-dominating war god? Why don't you show me a thing or two?" Dong Yue Shui was almost driven mad by Gu Fei's clone. She bared her fangs and brandished her claws at Gu Fei's clone as she roared. "Sai, all right. Seems like I have to show you a thing or two." Gu Fei's clone said as he snapped his fingers again. "Pa!" He snapped his fingers, and the next moment, the sky above Black Qilin City immediately changed color. The sun and moon lost their light, and a huge tornado descended from the sky, shrouding the sky-dominating divine soldiers in the East Gate. One by one, the sky-dominating divine soldiers were swept into the sky by the tornado. In the face of such absolute power, even the sky-dominating divine army's formation could not withstand it. At the same time, the hole in the Black Qilin City's city defense formation that was broken by the sky-dominating divine army was also quickly repaired. This was the rhythm of closing the door to beat the dogs. Chapter 56-54. Dong Yue Shui didn't expect the Black Qilin City's defensive formation to have such a miraculous change. Gu Fei's doppelganger actually summoned a terrifying tornado. The tornado directly fell into the formation of the Sky Tyrant Divine Army that had already entered the East Gate. Although the formation of the Sky Tyrant Divine Army was powerful, they also wore impenetrable armor. It was an exaggeration to say that every member of the army was armed to the teeth and had no flaws. It was impossible to defeat such an army with ordinary means, unless one had absolute power to break the formation in one fell swoop. However, this was a formation made up of 30,000 soldiers. Moreover, these 30,000 Sky Tyrant Divine soldiers were selected from all the troops in the entire Sky Tyrant Empire. Those who could join the Sky Tyrant Divine Army were all soldier kings in the army. Sky Tyrant War God had spent a lot of effort to build this army because every member of the army had the fighting strength of an Earth rank. Every member of the Heaven Tyrant Divine Army was an Earth rank existence. In the eyes of the Dragon Elephant Barbarian, this was simply an undefeatable army because even the Dragon Elephant Barbarian was an Earth rank. In other words, any one of the Sky Tyrant Divine Army's fighting strength could compete with an Earth rank warrior in Black Qilin City. This was the reason why the Sky Tyrant Divine Army was so powerful. In any world, strength determined everything. Gu Fei knew this better than anyone else. Without strength, one would be beaten. Sometimes, even begging for mercy was useless. Sky Tyrant War God said he wanted to massacre the city because he had the strength. However, he didn't expect to meet an opponent in Black Qilin City. Preposterous. Seeing that his 30,000 soldiers were about to be trapped in Black Qilin City, how could Sky Tyrant War God sit still? Boom! Sky Tyrant War God finally made his move. He directly punched down at Black Qilin City. The ferocious fist power shook the void. When Overlord War God punched down, it directly shook the Black Qilin City's great city defense formation. Countless runes were shaking, undulating like water waves. An expert would know when he made a move. Although Overlord War Immortal had only punched once, Gu Fei's doppelganger in the Black Qilin City's formation center immediately sensed his cultivation level. Divine level. Gu Fei's doppelganger couldn't help but frown. This sky hegemonic Battle Immortal's cultivation was quite powerful. If he was in the Void Realm, he would be a formidable existence. Of course, In the limitless realm, this overlord battle god was also a formidable character. However, the Black Chelan City's city defense formation had existed for countless years. The power gathered by the formation was far beyond everyone's expectations. It was also beyond the expectations of Gu Fei's doppelganger. This city didn't seem simple at all. Of course, it was already unusual for a city to be able to stand in the infinite realm for so many years. This was because this city was located at the border between the East Moon Empire and the Tyrannical Heaven Empire. It was a place that the militarists would fight for. Ordinary cities were easily destroyed by the flames of war. Seeing that his punch couldn't break open the Black Chelan City's city defense formation, Overlord War Immortal couldn't help but be shocked. This Black Chelan City defense formation could actually block the power of a divine level. In fact, Overlord War Immortal didn't even know that most of the power of his punch was swallowed by the Black Chelan City's city defense formation. Gu Fei's doppelganger had already made some changes to the Black Chelan City's city defense formation. Although it was only a small change, the entire Black Chelan City defense formation was different. The same formation, when controlled by different people, would exert different power. The same divine weapon, in the hands of different people, could exert different power. With the cultivation of Gu Fei's doppelganger, he could exert the power of the entire Black Chelan City's city defense formation to the limit. It was that simple. It's impolite not to reciprocate. Gu Fei's doppelganger, who was in the center of the formation, waved his right hand. A shocking sword radiance immediately rose from Black Chelan City and pierced towards Overlord War Immortal at an extremely fast speed. The sword radiance pierced through the sky, cutting through the void, and instantly pierced in front of Overlord War Immortal. The chilly sword chi spread out, and the temperature of the entire heaven and earth dropped rapidly under the impact of the sword chi. What Gu Fei's doppelganger lacked the most now was power, but he could use the Black Chelan City's city defense formation for his own use and display some powerful magical power and combat skills. Overlord War Immortal didn't expect his opponent's counterattack to come so quickly. He suddenly dodged, and the sharp sword radiance that pierced through his body brushed past. The Sky Overlord Battle God sneered. He lowered his head and saw that the clothes around his waist had actually split open, revealing a layer of soft armor underneath. He was shocked and angry. If it wasn't for the soft armor, he would have been injured. Who exactly are you? Donghua Shui was dumbfounded seeing this. This Wang Zhan was so powerful that he could really fight against Overlord War Immortal, and it was through the air. Even a true divine-level terror warrior would be left in the dust by such means. Donghua Shui was extremely curious about Gu Fei's doppelganger, but she had already investigated Wang Zhan's background. This Wang Zhan was just a small soldier in Black Chelan City. Wang Zhan's father had died on the battlefield a few years ago. In order for his mother and sister to continue living in Black Chelan City, Wang Zhan took over his father's position and became a small soldier in the East Gate military camp of Black Chelan City. In the past, Wang Zhan was often bullied by the ruffians in the East Gate military camp, but he didn't dare to say anything. This Wang Zhan seemed to have changed into a different person recently. He began to rise in power and ignored the cultivation clans in Black Chelan City. Whoever dared to provoke him would be beaten up by him. No matter who he would fight him if he was unhappy. There must be a reason why a small soldier suddenly became so powerful. Donghua Shui no longer had any doubts. This Wang Zhan might really have an extraordinary mysterious person supporting him. Otherwise, how could a small soldier suddenly have the ability to control a super large formation? At this time, Gu Fei's doppelganger didn't have the time to care about Princess Donghua Shui. It wasn't easy to meet such a powerful guy, so he had to play with him. Even if he couldn't win, he could still slip away. At most, he could bring Princess Dongyue with him when he slipped away. In the eyes of Gu Fei's doppelganger, the noble Princess Dongyue had become a burden. However, with my formation cultivation, how could I not defeat that big black guy outside? Chapter 56-55. So what if he's at the divine level? I'll just do it. Although Gu Fei's clone, Wang Zhan, was not Gu Fei's original body, he had all the battle experience of the original body. Now that he encountered an opponent like the Sky Overlord War God, his battle blood finally began to boil. The Sky Overlord War God was the strongest opponent he had encountered since coming to the Infinite Realm. In the Infinite Realm, a divine-level expert could be regarded as an expert. After all, even in the Infinite Realm, there were not as many infinite primes as Gu Fei imagined. At this moment, Gu Fei's clone Wang Zhan fully controlled the protective formation of Black Qilin City. Although the 30,000 Sky Overlord Divine Army that successfully entered Black Qilin City were attacked by the terrifying tornado, they still did not panic. They directly attacked the City Lord's residence. Soldiers from all over Black Qilin City and experts from various clans all charged towards the East Gate from all directions. For a moment, the city was filled with earth-shattering battle cries. Every household in the city shut their doors and windows tightly. Countless ordinary people hid in their houses, trembling in fear. They were all praying that the guards could defeat the invaders. However, the invaders this time were exceptionally powerful. The Sky Overlord War God was determined to take down Black Qilin City and open up a passage to the East Moon Empire so that the army of the Sky Overlord Empire could march in. The interior of the East Moon Empire was a rich and fertile land. It was also a region that produced food. If they could take down Black Qilin City, it would be of great significance to the Sky Overlord Empire. They might even have the chance to destroy the East Moon Empire. Even the Sky Overlord War God was envious of this achievement because he had fought for the Sky Overlord Empire for countless years and destroyed countless small countries, but he had never destroyed an empire. If he could destroy the East Moon Empire, it would be the pinnacle of his life. Sky Overlord Divine Army, advance with indomitable will. The 30,000 Sky Overlord Divine Army was like a black flood. Wherever they passed, everything was destroyed. The guards of the East Moon Empire could not stop them at all. I'll kill all of you trash. The guards of the East Moon Empire and the experts of the various forces in the city all charged towards the Sky Overlord Divine Army like madmen. This was a desperate fight. It was either you die or I die. However, risking one's life depended on one's strength. Without strength, risking one's life was the same as throwing away one's life. The Eastern Moon Divine Army that charged towards the Sky Tyrant Divine Army were all stabbed to death by the battle spears in the hands of the Sky Tyrant Divine Army. The Sky Tyrant Divine Army trampled over the corpses on the ground as they advanced, leaving behind countless corpses along the way. The Heaven Tyrant Divine Army was truly an iron-blooded divine army. Even Gu Fei's doppelganger was impressed. From this, it could be seen that this sky-dominating battle immortal was also a powerful figure. However, compared to him, this big black was still not enough. Just as the Sky Tyrant Divine Army was moving along the East Gate Street and killing their way towards the City Lord's residence, the ground in front of them suddenly shook. At the next moment, a wall burst out from the ground and blocked the Sky Tyrant Divine Army. Humph! The first commander of the army of God sneered. He strode forward and punched the wall. Boom! With a loud bang, the wall in front of the Sky Tyrant Divine Army was blasted apart. At the moment when the first commander punched the wall in front of him, he was stunned by the scene in front of him. He saw that the street in front of him was densely packed with figures. these were not real people of flesh and blood, but rather phantoms. At this moment, the guards of Black Chelan City and the experts of the various clans retreated like the tide. This was because they knew how powerful these virtual figures were. As long as they came into contact with these virtual figures, their essence, chi, and spirit would be completely devoured by them. Before the Sky Tyrant Divine Army could react, the mysterious figures that suddenly appeared in front of them had already moved. Countless figures charged towards the Sky Tyrant Divine Army. Some virtual figures even soared into the sky and pounced towards the Sky Tyrant Divine Army. Defend! The first commander of the Sky Tyrant Divine Army raised his arms and roared. In the next moment, the battle formation of the Sky Tyrant Divine Army changed immediately. A ball of divine light emerged and enveloped the entire Sky Tyrant Divine Army. However, a scene that made everyone dumbfounded appeared. They saw that the virtual figures that were charging towards them had actually passed through the light shield and directly killed their way into the battle formation of the Sky Tyrant Divine Army. How is this possible? When the first commander of the Divine Army saw this scene, he was really shocked. He saw that the first virtual figure that killed its way into the Sky Tyrant Divine Army directly pounced on the body of a Sky Tyrant Divine Army soldier. This time, the armor of the Sky Tyrant Divine Army soldier did not work. This virtual figure directly passed through the body of the Sky Tyrant Divine Army, and the black armor of the Sky Tyrant Divine Army soldier immediately turned into a dried corpse. Until now, the invincible and courageous Sky Tyrant Divine Army finally had casualties. Even the terrifying tornado previously could not kill a Sky Tyrant Divine Army soldier. When the Sky Tyrant Battle God, who was blocked outside of Black Chelan City, saw this scene, he could not help but be shocked and angry. The Divine Army under his command actually had casualties, and this made him go crazy. Roar, break for me! The Sky Tyrant Battle God roared, and directly rushed down from the sky. His entire body turned into a ball of fire and fiercely smashed against the Black Chelan City's city protection formation. Violent energy exploded, and the entire Black Chelan City's city protection formation shook. Countless formation patterns intertwined in the void. This collision of the Sky Tyrant Battle God felt like he had fallen into a huge net. No matter how strong the power that the Sky Tyrant Battle God had erupted, he was like a fish in the net and could not break this huge net at all. Little guy, this is a formation that I have modified. If it was so easily broken by you, where would I put my face? In the core of the Black Chelan City's city protection formation, Gufei's doppelganger was very proud. So what if you are a divine level expert? Although my current cultivation is not very good, I am very good at using formations. If my cultivation is not enough, I will use formations to make up for it. At this time, on the Eastern Street, countless virtual figures frantically rushed towards the Sky Tyrant Divine Army. These virtual figures directly pounced on the Sky Tyrant Divine Army. Then, the Sky Tyrant Divine Army soldiers were directly pounced on by the virtual figures and directly fell to the ground, turning into dried corpses. In just a few seconds, less than half of the 30,000 Sky Tyrant Divine Army soldiers had fallen, and the Sky Tyrant battle formation had also weakened. This shocked the first commander of the Sky Tyrant Divine Army. The Sky Tyrant Divine Army was very strong, especially the Sky Tyrant Divine Army that had formed a battle formation, which was even more powerful and terrifying. However, at this time, the countless Sky Tyrant Divine Army actually had a feeling of powerlessness. These strange virtual figures were mysterious and terrifying, which caused a great impact on the hearts of the Sky Tyrant Divine Army. Chapter 56:56. In the end, Gufei's doppelganger still used his trump card. In an instant, The Sky Tyrant divine army that had entered Black Chelan City was in danger. Countless shadows, formed by the power of formations, appeared in the void, descended from the sky, and rushed towards the Sky Tyrant divine army from all directions. This was a terrifying army. Every shadow was a god of death. As long as these shadows pounced on them, even the fiercest Sky Tyrant divine army would be instantly devoured of their essence, chi, and spirit, turning into a terrifying mummy. Under the attack of the shadows, the Sky Tyrant divine army fell one after another. The first commander was about to go crazy when he saw this scene. Hold on. The first commander roared and slashed at a shadow that pounced on him. The powerful power of saber principle erupted from the saber in his hand. The shadow was directly split in half by the first commander, and then dispersed in the void by the power of saber principle. However, after one shadow was dispersed by the first commander's slash, the second shadow pounced forward, and more shadows appeared in the sky, directly falling from the sky below the city. The shadows were endless. As long as the Black Chelan City's great city-protecting formation was still operating, these shadows would continuously appear in the great city-protecting formation. Sky Tyrant exterminating Earth. At this moment, seeing that his army was in danger, the Sky Tyrant war god finally used his trump card. Rumble, an extremely powerful force suddenly erupted from the sky above Black Chelan City, and a powerful wave of primordial chi spread in all directions. In the next moment, countless formation patterns appeared in the sky above Black Chelan City. Huge formation diagrams covered the entire sky, and the great city-protecting formation of Black Chelan City suffered a great impact. The runes around the sky-dominating battle god's body were actually shattered by the tyrannical power that erupted from his body. It was as if a huge net had a hole in it. Countless people in the city raised their heads to see this scene, and they were all inexplicably shocked. The war god is invincible. The war god is invincible. The 30,000 Sky Tyrant divine army shouted in unison, and their voices shook the entire city. Meanwhile, the guards of the East Moon Empire in Black Chelan City were all pale with fright. That was the Sky Tyrant war god. If he killed his way into the city, then everyone was dead. I don't want to die. Someone broke down. Even a seasoned veteran would crumble in an instant. If you don't want to die, then fight with these guys. Someone waved the weapon in his hand and roared. That's right. If you want to massacre the city, you'll have to step over my dead body first. Someone roared ferociously. What should we do? In the space where the formation center of Black Chelan City was located, Princess Dongyue saw this scene. Even though she was a high and mighty princess, she was quite frightened at this moment. The sky hegemonic battle god was a god-rank existence. In the entire Black Chelan City, the most powerful person was the city lord Dongyue Tian. But even Dongyue Tian was only at the heaven rank. Now, the Sky Overlord War God had actually broken through the city protecting array and directly killed his way into Black Chelan City. The higher-ups of the Tiger Clan, Tu Clan, and Longxiang Clan were all scared out of their wits by the Sky Hegemon War God, who had charged into Black Chelan City. Some of them began to prepare to flee. For these big clans in the city, of course, they would have a backup plan. On the surface, they vowed to live and die together with Black Chelan City, but in fact, everyone knew that these guys would never die together with Black Chelan City. You dare to kill my soldiers? You should die 10 times over. The Sky Overlord War God's majestic voice resounded throughout the city. Boom! The Sky Overlord War God was like a sun descending from the sky and smashed into the city, creating a huge pit on the ground. Violent waves of Yuan Qi spread out, causing the surrounding ground to undulate like water waves. Houses collapsed, and dust flew everywhere. Many citizens of Black Chelan City, who were hiding in their houses were directly buried in the ruins. In front of an absolutely powerful expert, the weak were simply not even ants. However, Gu Fei hated these high and mighty guys who disregarded life the most. One must know that before these guys achieved the Tao, weren't they also such lowly existences? After achieving the Tao, did they think that they were superior to others? Gu Fei's original intention would never change. He was very clear about how he gradually became stronger from a weak and small place. Therefore, he would never disregard the weak and small creatures, let alone kill the lives of these weak and small creatures. No matter how weak a creature was, it was still a life, and it had its own meaning of existence. Damn it! Seeing that the Sky Overlord War God did not have any scruples and did not care about the lives of the citizens in the city, Gu Fei's doppelganger Wang Zhan could not help but be angry. Of course, the Sky Overlord War God had already said that he would massacre the city. He had killed his way into Black Qilin City to start a massacre. This was not a problem for the big black Sky Overlord War God. However, the Sky Overlord War God did not know that he would anger Gu Fei's doppelganger. The consequences of angering Gu Fei's doppelganger were very serious. Gu Fei's doppelganger, who was in the center of the formation, only needed a thought, and countless shadows pounced from all directions towards the Sky Overlord War God, who was walking out of the pit step by step. Child's play, the Sky Overlord War God said proudly. He waved his big sleeves, and the countless shadows that were pouncing towards him were swept away by his big sleeves. Then they dissipated in the void. A wave of divine-level power erupted from the Sky Overlord War God's body. This was the terror of a divine-level expert. Regardless of whether the shadows were tangible or intangible, as long as they were condensed from vitality, they would be shattered by the Sky Overlord War God's power. However, the shattered shadows would immediately condense again and pounce towards the Sky Overlord War God. Humph! The Sky Overlord War God's expression became somewhat ugly. He directly soared into the sky and charged towards the East Street, where the Sky Overlord Divine Army was surrounded by the shadows. Wherever he passed, countless shadows were shattered by his tyrannical power in the void. However, the Sky Overlord War God did not notice a detail. Although he had shattered the shadows, a small part of his own vitality had unknowingly integrated into the great formation of the city protection. In other words, in the territory of Gu Fei's doppelganger, the power of the Sky Overlord War God was constantly being weakened, while the power of the great formation of the city protection was constantly increasing. The Sky Overlord War God is invincible. The Sky Overlord Divine Army was still shouting. Their morale was greatly boosted, and they formed a battle formation to block the attacks of the shadows. However, the power of the Sky Overlord Divine Army's battle formation was constantly being absorbed by the Black Qilin City's great formation of the city protection. The Sky Overlord War God descended from the sky and directly shattered the shadows that were surrounding the Sky Overlord Divine Army. An extremely tyrannical divine-level power spread in all directions. Very good. It seems that I can't not be serious. Aren't you forcing me to use my ultimate move? In the center of the great formation of the city protection, the expression of Gu Fei's doppelganger became extremely solemn. Pa! He directly stretched out his right hand and made a loud snap of his fingers. Dragon soars to the heavens. He roared angrily. In the next moment, the entire great formation of the city protection immediately started operating crazily. Roar. Chapter 56-57. In Black Qilin City, the Sky Overlord War Immortal's disregard for life had infuriated Gu Fei's clone. He was going to use his ultimate move. Roar. An earth-shattering dragon roar resounded in Black Qilin City. In the next moment, The endless power of formation gathered in the sky above Black Chelan City, and a huge dragon shadow appeared in everyone's sight. Everyone in Black Chelan City was stunned by this scene. A dragon shadow larger than a mountain appeared in the sky above Black Chelan City. It coiled in the void and roared at the sky. A terrifying wave of yuan qi erupted from the dragon's shadow, and the entire void shook. Everyone felt a sense of fear that came from the depths of their souls. They were all stunned. How is this possible? Even the Sky Overlord War Immortal was shocked when he saw the dragon's shadow in the sky. With his cultivation base, he could naturally sense the change in the yuan qi in Black Chelan City. This was a huge dragon formed by the power of the Black Chelan City's city defense formation. Although it was not a real dragon, the battle power of the dragon shadow was not to be underestimated. In the formation center of Black Chelan City, Princess Dongyue, who was watching this scene through the light screen, was also dumbfounded. She did not expect the Black Chelan City's city defense formation to have such a magical power. In the eyes of Dongyue, Shui, the various changes of the formation were actually magical power of the formation, which was performed by the power of the formation. However, not everyone had such a skill. Even Lin Dashu, the formation master of the Mystical Heaven sect, who was beaten away by Gu Fei's clone, did not have such a skill. An expert of formation Dao, who could use the power of the formation to perform a magical power of the formation, was at least a Grandmaster level formation Dao expert. Continue to kill. The Sky Overlord War Immortal ordered his divine army. This is the order of the war god. The countless divine army received the order in unison, then protected themselves with shields and spears, and once again charged towards the City Lord's residence at the end of East City Street. At this moment, as most of the power of the Black Chelan City's city defense formation was used by Gu Fei's doppelganger to condense the dragon shadow, the power of those terrifying humanoid shadows plummeted. Countless divine soldiers of the Sky Tyrant Divine army formed a battle formation and charged forward. The countless illusory figures in front of the divine soldiers of the Sky Tyrant Divine army immediately dissipated in the void. Moreover, the dissipating human silhouettes did not continue to condense. Roar! At the same time, the huge dragon shadow in the sky roared angrily and swooped down on the Sky Hegemonic Battle Immortal. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws. In the center of the array formation, Gu Fei's doppelganger controlled the dragon shadow to attack. Swoosh! A gigantic dragon claw descended from the sky towards the Sky Hegemonic War Immortal, who was standing proudly on the street. Humph! The Sky Overlord Battle God sneered. In the next moment, he threw a punch upwards. Boom! His punch landed on the dragon claw descending from the sky. Under the huge dragon claw, the Sky Overlord Battle Immortal seemed very small. However, the Sky Overlord Battle Immortal, who was as small as an ant, only needed to throw a punch to block the dragon claw. Middle-level divine. Level. In the center of the array formation of Black Chelan City, Gu Fei's doppelganger remained as steady as an old dog when he sensed the burst of yuan qi from the Sky Overlord Battle Immortal. You bastard! Go to hell! Gu Fei's doppelganger roared. In the next moment, an even more powerful energy burst from the dragon claw. Boom! Dust flew up under the feet of the Sky Overlord Battle Immortal. The extremely hard floor tiles immediately exploded. He was suddenly slammed into the ground by the huge dragon claw like a nail. Princess Dongyue, who was hiding in the space where the center of the array formation was, saw this scene, and her eyeballs almost fell to the ground. How is this possible? Dongyue Shui could not believe her eyes. The insufferably arrogant Sky Overlord Battle Immortal was slammed into the ground by the dragon shadow. That was the Sky Overlord Battle Immortal, the #1 war immortal of the Sky Overlord Empire. Your Highness, don't forget your heavenly oath. Just as Dongwu Shui was in a daze, the voice of Gu Fei's doppelganger came from the center of the array formation. Dongwu Shui's forehead was covered in cold sweat. She initially thought that Wang Zhan would not be able to defeat the Sky Overlord Battle Immortal, but it seemed that he had hidden his strength well. Moreover, he seemed to be very evil. Dongwu Shui was dumbfounded when she thought of her heavenly oath. If Wang Zhan really defeated the Sky Overlord Battle Immortal, she would be in deep trouble. A heavenly oath was no joke. If she were to break the oath, the consequences would be unbearable. Humph! How could the Sky Overlord Battle Immortal be defeated so easily? Don't celebrate too early. Dongwu Shui comforted herself. Is that so? Hee, I'm not afraid that you'll go back on your word. When I defeat the Sky Overlord Battle Immortal, you'll have to fulfill your promise. Gu Fei's doppelganger smiled. If you can defeat the Sky Overlord Battle Immortal, I'll give you whatever you want. I'll never go back on my word. I'm just afraid that you don't have the ability to do so. Dongwu Shui said loudly. If she could defeat the Sky Overlord Battle Immortal, it would be a great military achievement. Her father would probably give her whatever she wanted. Although the East Moon Empire was not the strongest empire in the easternmost region of the Infinite Realm, the things that the Emperor of the East Moon Empire possessed were unimaginable. However, Dongwu Shui's thinking was too simple. Very well. Gu Fei's doppelganger smiled, even more happily. Boom. At this moment, there was a sudden loud noise on the east street of Black Qilin City. The dragon claw that was pressed on the ground suddenly exploded, and the ground was shaken by a powerful force that burst out from underground, creating a huge pit. The extremely hard floor tiles shattered, and countless fragments shot out in all directions. The houses on both sides of the street had holes of various sizes because of the floor tiles. At the same time, a figure shot up from the ground. An extremely dazzling saber light appeared in the void. The saber light soared into the sky, instantly reaching tens of thousands of meters, and directly slashed at the dragon. The void seemed to have been split open by the shocking saber light. The terrifying saber chi spread out, and everyone in the city felt chills all over their bodies. With just this slash, Gu Fei's doppelganger knew that the Sky Overlord Battle Immortal definitely lived up to his reputation. His cultivation and battle prowess were definitely enough to sweep through the entire Black Qilin City. No one could stop him. Of course, if Gu Fei's doppelganger did not control the Black Qilin City's protective formation, the Sky Overlord Battle Immortal could indeed sweep through Black Qilin City and massacre the entire city. Chapter 56-58. The saber radiance soared into the sky and beheaded the dragon. The Sky Overlord Battle God was extremely domineering. He slashed at the huge dragon formed by the power of the formation. The power of the slash made the heavens and earth lose their color. Everyone in the city raised their heads to look at the blade that soared into the sky. This scene was too shocking. Everyone was stunned by this scene. Humph! In the center of the formation of Black Qilin City, Gu Fei's doppelganger sneered. In the next moment, the huge dragon shadow above Black Qilin City roared fiercely. Then it swooped down and bit the saber radiance that soared into the sky. Clang! There was a sound of metal colliding in the void. What? The Sky Overlord Battle God was dumbfounded when he saw this scene. The saber that he had unleashed with all his strength was bitten by the dragon's shadow. One should know that this was not a real dragon. There were real dragons in the limitless realm. In fact, divine beasts that had long been extinct in other worlds existed in the limitless realm. Of course, these divine beasts were already very powerful, but the divine beasts in the limitless realm were even more powerful. The dragon clan in the Limitless Realm was definitely the strongest dragon clan in all the worlds. However, the people of Black Chelan City had never seen a real dragon before. "Break it," Gufei's doppelganger sneered. In the next moment, the dragon shadow that was formed by the power of the formation bit hard, and the saber radiance directly collapsed. "Damn it!" The Sky Overlord Battle God, Ba Chinquan's face was gloomy. He soared into the sky and punched at the dragon shadow in the sky. The violent fist force exploded and turned into a strange beast that fiercely pounced at the dragon shadow in the sky. Boom! The two divine beasts collided with each other in an instant and exploded with a loud sound. The terrifying sound waves spread in all directions, and the entire Black Chelan City shook. Everyone's ears were buzzing from the sound wave. Those with weaker cultivation even had their eardrums ruptured and blood oozed out of their ears. They held their heads and screamed in pain. The powerhouses in Black Chelan City were inexplicably shocked. This level of power was not something they could contend against. The Overlord Battle God truly lived up to his reputation. This made all the forces in Black Chelan City terrified. Once the formation of Black Chelan City couldn't suppress the god of war, then everyone in the city would die, without a burial place. It couldn't be helped. This was the reality. Sky Overlord Battle God wanted to massacre the entire city, so all of Black Chelan City's hopes rested on Gufei's doppelganger. At this time, the Black Chelan City's City Lord's mansion was already empty, because everyone knew that the Sky Overlord war god, and his army of gods' target was the City Lord's mansion. At this moment, the Overlord Battle Immortal's army of gods charged towards the City Lord's mansion again. The core of the Black Chelan City's formation was definitely in the Castellan's mansion. As long as they found the core and destroyed it, the entire Black Chelan City would be theirs. The Sky Hegemonic Battle Immortal attacked with all his might. One punch after another, the huge dragon shadow in the sky tumbled continuously. He actually fought against the power of the entire Black Chelan City by himself. This guy's too strong. Seeing this scene, everyone in the city couldn't help but exclaim. In the space where the core of the formation was located, Dong Yueshue was also dumbfounded. It seemed that it wouldn't be easy to defeat the Sky Overlord Battle Immortal. "Wang Zhan, you still need to work hard. Keep it up. I have high hopes for you." Dong Yueshue shouted at Gufei's doppelganger in the core of the formation. Gufei's doppelganger was speechless. He used all his strength to activate the Black Chelan City's Great City Defense Formation. The power of the dragon shadow in the sky grew stronger, and the huge dragon claws kept tearing at the Sky Overlord Battle Immortal. Muffled sounds of impact were heard continuously. "Kill!" The Sky Overlord Battle Immortal roared continuously. At this moment, he was extremely ferocious. However, he also realized that this dragon shadow was unusual. Who was controlling this dragon shadow? The Sky Overlord Battle Immortal was really curious. The person who could control the Black Chelan City's Great City Defense Formation was definitely not an ordinary formation master. Only a formation master at least had such ability. However, why would a formation master appear in a small Black Chelan City? One should know that such a big shot would be recruited even in the imperial city of the Sky Overlord Empire. Even the Sky Overlord Emperor had to treat him with respect. An array grandmaster was definitely not a nameless person. It was impossible for him not to know that a formation master had appeared in Black Chelan City. Bam! The huge dragon shadow swung its tail and directly swept the Sky Overlord Battle Immortal away. He crashed into the defensive light shield of Black Chelan City, then bounced back and smashed into the tower of the East City Gate. Boom! With a loud bang, the entire tower of the East City Gate exploded. The guards of the East Moon Empire on the tower were instantly blown away, all of them suffering. Sigh, looks like this won't do. In the center of Black Qilin City's formation, Gu Fei's clone sighed. It was impossible for the entire Black Qilin City's Great Formation's power to gather together. Even though the Black Qilin City's Great Formation had gathered a power that could even make divine-level experts tremble, this power had no choice but to disperse. Once the power was dispersed, it would naturally be weakened. This was a very simple logic. This was also why Gu Fei's clone could not deal with the Sky Overlord Battle Immortal immediately. In his eyes, the Sky Overlord Battle Immortal was just a slightly stronger ant. If the main body of Gu Fei's clone was here, he could kill this guy with a single slap. What? You can't deal with him? Dong Wuxue said in shock. Didn't this Wang Zhan clearly have the upper hand? Why would he say such a thing? I can't deal with him. Gu Fei's clone sighed. On the light screen in the center of the formation, the Sky Overlord Battle Immortal, who was sent flying by the tail of the Dragon Shadow controlled by Gu Fei's clone, soared into the sky from the East City Gate and charged back. Looks like I still have to do it myself. Gu Fei's clone said, helplessly. Wait, you've confused me. Aren't you going to do it yourself? Dong Wuxue said, how is it fun to fight from afar? Gu Fei's clone laughed. What, you're saying you're going to fight the Sky Overlord Battle Immortal? Hearing this, Dong Wuxue was shocked. Although she could not see through Wang Zhan's strength, she definitely did not believe that Wang Zhan could contend against the Sky Overlord Battle Immortal. The Sky Overlord Battle Immortal was the #1 battle immortal of the Sky Overlord Empire. Other than this, what else can you do to stop that lunatic outside from slaughtering the city? Gu Fei's clone asked. Dong Wuxue was immediately speechless. What else could she do? She was not a formation grandmaster, nor was she a divine-level expert. What could she use to contend against the Sky Overlord Battle Immortal, who was famous in the Sky Overlord Empire and the East Moon Empire? In the East Moon Empire, although she was an extremely noble princess, the Sky Overlord Battle Immortal would not give her any face. He could not wait to capture her alive. Isn't that it? Gu Fei's clone said as he began forming seals with his hands, unleashing one doubt pattern after another. These doubt patterns were all imprinted in the surrounding void. As the number of doubt patterns continued to increase, these doubt patterns quickly formed into array diagrams. These array diagrams perfectly fused with the core of the array formation. What are you doing? Dong Wuxue stared at Gu Fei's clone with her mouth agape. What do you think? Gu Fei's clone revealed a mysterious smile to Dong Wuxue. At this moment, the dragon shadow above Black Qilin City directly rushed down from the sky and rushed into the City Lord's mansion. It instantly disappeared from the City Lord's mansion. The center of the formation is indeed in the City Lord's residence. Chapter 56-59. The power that the Black Qilin City's city barrier formation had accumulated over the years was indeed very strong. But Gu Fei's clone discovered a serious problem. That was, although the power of the Black Qilin City's city barrier formation was strong, it was too scattered. This way, he couldn't draw upon all the power of the Black Qilin City's city barrier formation. This made him unable to deal with the Sky Overlord War God, who had charged into Black Qilin City. The Sky Overlord War God was extremely domineering and arrogant. He even threatened to massacre the city, which made Gu Fei's clone very unhappy. If Gu Fei's clone was unhappy, the consequences would be very serious. He was going to get serious and personally go out to meet this Sky Overlord War God. How dare you call yourself a war god in front of me? You really don't know your place. In the center of the Black Qilin City's formation, Gu Fei's clone formed seals with both hands and constantly struck out Dao patterns. He was setting up a formation, and his formation was perfectly fused with the center of the Black Qilin City's formation. Then, Gufei's clone was enveloped by a ball of divine light. The power of the entire Black Qilin City's city barrier formation gathered towards the ball of divine light, where Gufei's clone was at. "Your Highness, you should retreat first." Gufei's clone's voice came from the ball of light. "Uncle Xian, leave with Her Highness." Gufei's clone's voice sounded again. "What are you trying to do?" Dong Yue Shui, or yelled at the ball of light where Gufei's clone was at. "Are you blind? Can't you see that I'm preparing my ultimate move?" Gufei's clone said in annoyance. "Ultimate move." Dong Yue Shui, or looked at the divine light that gathered from all directions and was extremely shocked. She immediately brought the black tiger and the middle-aged man in black, who was guarding the center of the formation, out of the wooden hut. In the City Lord Manor, there was a secret chamber. At this time, Gufei's clone, Wang Zhan's mother and sister, were hiding in the secret chamber. Not only was the secret room in the City Lord's mansion well hidden, but once the secret room was closed, it could only be opened from the inside. If the person inside didn't come out, even a divine-level expert wouldn't be able to open the secret room easily. After Dong Yue Shui came out of the core of the formation, she took the black tiger and the black-robed, middle-aged man to hide in the secret underground chamber of the City Lord's manor. Just as Dong Yue Shui and the rest hid in the secret chamber, the Overlord War God smashed the door of the City Lord's manor with a punch and killed his way in. However, the Overlord Battle Immortal, who had charged into the City Lord's mansion aggressively, was shocked by the scene in front of him. The City Lord's mansion was completely empty, not even a guard. He could not even see a shadow, let alone a person. However, he immediately rushed toward the place where the formation's power was converging. The Overlord Battle Immortal rushed over, smashing everything in his way. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of an inconspicuous wooden house behind the City Lord's mansion. Without any hesitation, the Overlord Battle Immortal threw a punch at the wooden house. Boom! With a loud bang, the entire wooden house was blasted into pieces by the Overlord Battle Immortal's punch. At the same time, a figure rushed out from the blasted wooden house. An extremely tyrannical yuan qi fluctuation erupted from this person's body. The Overlord Battle Immortal stared at the figure, and his pupils contracted. He sensed an extremely dangerous aura from the person. The person was obviously Gufei's clone. He had used the formation to refine the entire Black Qilin City's formation core into his body. At this moment, he was one with the formation and was extremely powerful. However, his martial body was still very weak and could not withstand such a powerful force at all. Nevertheless, he had sealed the force within his body. Countless formation patterns constantly appeared and intertwined on his body. This was his ultimate technique. With his own strength, he had gathered the power of the entire Black Qilin City's city protection formation. However, in this way, the entire Black Qilin City had become a defenseless city. Even the light shield that shrouded the entire Black Qilin City had disappeared. By gathering the power of the entire Black Qilin City's city protection formation, Gufei's clone seemed to have recovered his invincible cultivation. It was as if he could blast a hole in the sky with a single punch. This long-lost feeling of being extremely powerful and full of power was too refreshing. "Who are you?" The Overlord Battle Immortal stared at Gufei's clone and asked in a deep voice. "Me? Who cares who I am? If you don't want to die, get lost." Gufei's clone stood in the void and said impatiently, "How dare you ask me to get lost?" The Overlord Battle Immortal was furious when he heard this. However, he quickly calmed down. This guy was obviously trying to provoke him and make him reveal his flaws. "TSK, who do you think you are? If I were here, I would kill you with a slap." Gufei's clone said disdainfully. Please don't use such a low-level technique. The Overlord battle immortal calmed down completely. He had experienced hundreds of battles and had encountered all kinds of opponents. This guy was trying to use provocation to affect his state of mind. He was really cunning. Ha! Good. The Overlord battle immortal is really smart. Gufei's clone gave a thumbs up to the Overlord battle immortal. At this moment, countless Overlord divine soldiers charged into the city governor's residence. However, when they charged into the city governor's residence aggressively, they pounced on nothing because there was no one in the city governor's residence. Explode. At the moment when all the Overlord divine soldiers charged into the city governor's residence, Gufei's clone made a move. Pow! Gufei's doppelganger snapped his fingers. In the next moment, all the soldiers of the Sky Tyrant Divine Army who had attacked the City Lord's mansion exploded and turned into a cloud of blood mist. Their bodies and souls were instantly destroyed. When the Overlord battle immortal saw this, he almost collapsed. This was the Overlord Divine Army that he had spent a lot of effort to build. Such an invincible and invincible divine army had been instantly killed by the other party with a snap of his fingers. The Overlord battle immortal was going crazy. Kill. The Overlord battle immortal was enraged. He punched fiercely at Gufei's clone, and the explosive fist force caused the surrounding void to distort. Kill. Gufei's doppelganger roared, and threw a punch as well. Bam! Two fists smashed into each other in an instant, and the two figures were sent flying backward. Gufei's clone crashed through the walls of the city governor's residence and rolled outside the city governor's residence. As for the Overlord battle immortal, he crashed into the city governor's residence. He crashed through the walls and was buried in the ruins. Gufei's doppelganger stood up from the ground and walked step by step towards the hole in the wall that he had smashed open. At the same time, the Overlord battle immortal stood up from the ruins of the city governor's residence. He was shocked. Who was this person to be able to fight with him? Kill! Kill! The two of them roared and charged towards each other at the same time. It was as if they would not stop until one of them died. Chapter 56:60. As the invincible war god of the tyrannical Sky Empire, the war against the Dongwei Empire could be said to have been initiated by him. Wu Liang was also his subordinate. At this moment, Wu Liang, who was previously defeated, regrouped and came back. At this moment, in order to gather the power of the entire Black Qilin City's formation to fight against the Sky Hegemon battle immortal, Gufei's doppelganger did not hesitate to refine the core of the city protection formation into his own body. At this moment, he was the formation, and the formation was him. This was the legendary supreme realm of formation, unity of man, and formation. This guy, the formation master of the mystical heaven sect who sneaked back and hid to watch the show, saw this scene and almost fell from the tree. Unity of man and formation. Is this the legendary unity of man and formation? Master Lin mumbled to himself while trembling. Even in the mystical heaven sect, there was only one person who could reach the realm of unity of man and formation, and that was the mysterious sect master of the mystical heaven sect. The sect master of the mystical heaven sect was a mysterious existence. Even the disciples of the mystical heaven sect had never seen his true face. They did not even know whether the sect master was a man or a woman. However, the sect master of the mystical heaven sect's formation, Tao, was very impressive. Master Lin was also a competitive person. Otherwise, she would not have sneaked back to watch the battle. She wanted to see who exactly she was going to lose to. Who would have thought that she would see someone who surpassed the formation grandmaster? In fact, not even in her wildest dreams would she have thought that this wasn't the true strength of Gufei's clone. He was merely borrowing strength from her. If he were to rely on his own cultivation, Gufei's clone wouldn't even be able to withstand a single punch from her. Gufei's clone was cheating openly. Even the tyrannical Sky Empire thought that he had encountered a real godly state expert. Dongyue Shui, who was hiding in the secret room, also saw the scene above Black Qilin City through the dazzling light formation. Dongyue Shui was dumbfounded. When did brother become so powerful? Wang Zhan's sister, Wang Lingxue, stared at the scene in front of her in disbelief. My son, a woman in her 50s, looked at the screen with a worried expression. Although this woman's clothes were simple, her skin was fair, her appearance was dignified, and her charm was still there. It was not hard to imagine that this woman's appearance was not bad when she was young. At this moment, Gufei's doppelganger, Wang Zhansheng, was ferocious to the extreme. Every single punch he sent out contained immense power, causing the Sky Overlord Battle God to be beaten senseless. Bam! The right eye of the Sky Overlord Battle Immortal was punched. Bam! Sky-dominating Battle Immortal's left eye was punched again. Bam! His nose was punched again, and blood spurted into the air. Does it feel good? Does it feel good? Gufei's doppelganger's fists rained down on Overlord War Immortal's face. He used one of the 9 secrets of the Immortal Tao, the anti-void secret technique, to appear and disappear unpredictably. How could the Overlord Sky Battle God block him? Roar! The Overlord War Immortal was enraged. He was about to go crazy. A ball of fire erupted from his body and instantly swept in all directions. Half of the sky was burned red. Oh, he's going crazy? In a flash, Gufei's doppelganger appeared hundreds of meters away. You bastard, don't hit people in the face. Understand? The Sky Overlord Battle God roared at Gufei's doppelganger. Oh, sorry, I just like to hit people in the face. I can't help it. Gufei's doppelganger shrugged and said helplessly, outrageous, I'm going to kill you. Overlord War God, who had been beaten into a pig's head by Gufei's doppelganger, was so infuriated by Gufei's doppelganger that he nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. Swoosh! The Sky Overlord Battle God seemed to have transformed into an invincible god of fire, charging towards Gufei's doppelganger. At this moment, everyone was stunned. That was the Sky Overlord Battle God, the war god of the Sky Overlord Empire. Yet, he was beaten into a pig's head by Gufei's doppelganger. How is this possible? Dongyue Shui, who was hiding in the secret chamber of the City Lord's mansion, was also stunned. The battle strength displayed by Gufei's doppelganger was unbelievable. It was a miracle. How could this guy become so powerful all of a sudden? Dongyue Shui felt that she had seriously underestimated this guy. Could it be that this guy is a tiger in disguise? Is he actually some big shot who has nothing better to do and came out to gain experience? But this guy is clearly a small soldier of Black Qilin City. How can this be explained? Dongyue Shui had already investigated Wang Zhan's background, which was something she could not understand. Wang Zhan grew up in Black Qilin City and had never been to other places. But now, this small soldier could fight endlessly with the Sky Overlord Battle God, and even beat him into a pig's head. How can this be explained? This can't be explained. This is too difficult for me. Dongyue Shui was dumbfounded by Gufei's doppelganger. It couldn't be helped. Everything that happened to a small soldier, Wang Zhan, was hard to explain. Ha ha ha, treading on 8 desolations, I am the king. Gufei's doppelganger laughed and took a step forward. He directly ascended into the sky, instantly appearing above the Sky Overlord Battle God, and then stomped down. This was the 8 desolations step, Gufei's famous, unique skill. A terrifying power burst out from under his feet and instantly enveloped the Sky Overlord Battle God below. The Sky Overlord battle god rushed over aggressively, but the figure of his opponent suddenly disappeared. Then he felt his body tighten, and he could not move at all. Oh no! The Sky Overlord battle god knew that he was in trouble. Bang! With a muffled sound, Gu Fei's doppelganger directly stepped on the back of the Sky Overlord battle god and directly stomped him down from the sky. Boom! With a loud sound, Gu Fei's doppelganger directly stomped the Sky Overlord battle god down to the ground, creating a huge pit on the ground. Smoke and dust filled the air. In the big pit, Gu Fei's doppelganger stepped on the Sky Overlord battle god. I'm asking you, are you convinced? Gu Fei's doppelganger said proudly. I'm not convinced. The Sky Overlord battle god spat out a mouthful of blood and gritted his teeth. It's not your turn yet. If you are not convinced, I'll beat you until you are convinced. As Gu Fei's doppelganger spoke, he immediately formed seals with his hands and struck out 6 demon sealing seals, directly sealing the Sky Overlord battle god's cultivation. What are you doing? The Sky Overlord battle god was shocked and furious. He realized that he could not circulate his yuan qi. In the next moment, before the Sky Overlord battle god could react, Gu Fei's doppelganger's fist had already smashed towards him. It was another beating, and the Sky Overlord battle god was directly beaten until he cried for his parents. Everyone was completely dumbfounded. What a ruthless person! Dong Yue, Tianxia, Wu Liang, and the important figures of the Black Qilin City's Tiger Clan, Tu Clan, and Longxiang Clan were all dumbfounded. They never dreamed that the #1 war god of the Sky Overlord Empire, the Sky Overlord battle god, would have such a miserable day. Who the hell is this guy? Outside the city, Master Lin of the Mystical Heaven sect, who was squatting on the branch of a big tree, almost had his eyeballs fall to the ground. Chapter 56-61. The battle at Black Qilin City had too many twists and turns. Wu Liang was aggressive before, and the tyrannical young Lord Ba Fei even charged into the city. Wu Liang and the tyrannical young lord wanted to go all out and take down Black Qilin City in one fell swoop, but Gu Fei's clone appeared out of nowhere. Although Gu Fei's clone did not have much ability, and was only at the initial Earth rank, he knew formations. Thus, the battle at Black Qilin City was reversed. Princess Dongyue's side, which was originally at a disadvantage, defeated Wu Liang's army and captured the tyrannical young lord alive. This was a great victory. Although Ba Fei was a foppish young lord, he was still the tyrannical Sky Lord's most beloved follower. He was also the first lord in the tyrannical Sky Lord dynasty to have a private army. Capturing Ba Fei alive was definitely a rare commodity for Dongyue Shui. She would also have a trump card to challenge the tyrannical Sky Lord. However, before Princess Dongyue could rejoice for long, the tyrannical war god led his 30,000 divine army to Black Qilin City. The tyrannical war god was the #1 war god of the tyrannical Sky Lord dynasty, a divine-level expert. Dongyue Shui was dumbfounded when such a powerful person arrived at the city. Then, the battle turned around again. The tyrannical war god charged straight into Black Qilin City. However, he severely underestimated Gu Fei's clone. Thus, the tyrannical war god and his 30,000 divine army were trapped in Black Qilin City by Gu Fei's clone. However, Gu Fei's clone did not hesitate to use his trump card in order to teach the tyrannical war god a lesson. He directly refined the formation center of Black Qilin City into his body. Although he could not be invincible if he was serious, it was more than enough to defeat a divine-level expert like the tyrannical war god. Are you convinced? Are you convinced? I'll beat you until you do. Gu Fei's clone did not show mercy. Hearing that the tyrannical war god was not convinced, he immediately punched and kicked him, causing the latter to scream in pain. He did not go easy on him. Very soon, this amazing man whose name shook the tyrannical Heaven Empire and the East Moon Empire, who was known as the invincible god of war, could only groan on the ground. Are you convinced? Do you want me to rub you on the ground again? Gu Fei's doppelganger said coldly. No need, no need. I give up, I give up. The Overlord Battle God said hurriedly, if he continued to grind this fellow against the ground, he would definitely die. A wise man knows better than to fight when the odds are against him. He would admit defeat first and talk later. The dignified battle god, Ba Qianqun, was humiliated to such an extent. However, he wasn't stupid enough to end his own life right now. Being alive was better than being dead. If you had admitted defeat earlier, you wouldn't have been tortured, right? What Overlord Battle God? He's just an idiot, Gu Fei's doppelganger said disdainfully. Hearing this, the Overlord Battle God was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted. Sigh, what kind of war god is he? He can't even stand a single sentence from me. Gu Fei's doppelganger shook his head disdainfully. The most important thing for a cultivator was their temperament, which was also known as the heart of Tao. This Overlord Battle God couldn't even stand such a small setback. It was unlikely that he would be able to achieve anything great. The Overlord Battle God had been in a high position for a long time, and he had never been tortured so badly. Gu Fei's doppelganger had dragged the Overlord Battle God down from his pedestal. The Overlord Battle God obviously couldn't adapt to it, so he fainted from anger. This was a problem with one's state of mind. The heart of Tao was not firm enough. Gu Fei's doppelganger would never make such a low-level mistake. Regardless of good or bad times, his heart would never change. This guy really defeated the Overlord Battle God. Dong Yue Shui, who was hiding in the secret chamber, was in disbelief when she saw this from the light screen of the formation. To her, it was like a dream. However, no dream was that real. Oh no! Princess Dong Yue was stunned when she thought of the oath she made to Wang Zhan. The reason why she made the oath to Gu Fei's doppelganger was because she didn't believe that Gu Fei's doppelganger could defeat the Overlord Battle God. But now, not only did Gu Fei's doppelganger defeat the Overlord Battle God, but he also tortured the Overlord Battle God. Just when everyone was shocked, Gu Fei's doppelganger disappeared on the spot. When he reappeared, he was already in the sky above the original hut of the City Lord's mansion. The place where the formation core of Black Qilin City was located had turned into a huge pit, and in the pit was a huge formation platform. At this moment, there was no trace of formation energy on the formation platform. This was because Gu Fei's doppelganger had merged with the formation core. He was one with the formation, and the formation's energy had long been refined into his body. Gu Fei's doppelganger slowly descended from the sky and landed in the center of the formation platform. Then he sat cross-legged on it. The borrowed energy was not his own energy after all. However, if he were to inject this energy into the formation platform again, he would not be happy. After all, he had made great contributions to the East Moon Empire. Shouldn't he receive some rewards? After he made up his mind, he immediately released the tyrannical power that he had sealed in his body. In the next moment, countless formation inscriptions appeared on the formation platform under Gu Fei's doppelganger. The inscriptions condensed in the void and intertwined to form formation diagrams. Those formation diagrams then wrapped around Gu Fei's clone, who was sitting cross-legged in the center of the formation platform from all directions. Very soon, a cocoon of light appeared in the center of the formation platform. Powerful formation energy seeped out from the cocoon of light. There were still countless formation inscriptions circling around the cocoon of light. What is he doing? On the big tree outside Black Qilin City, Master Lin from the Mystical Heaven sect was extremely curious. However, she did not dare to approach. The itchy feeling almost drove her crazy. At this moment, the battle in Black Chelan City had not ended. Under the leadership of the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd commanders, the 30,000 Sky Tyrant Divine Army charged out of the City Lord's residence and headed for the position of the Sky Tyrant War Immortal. They wanted to save the Sky Tyrant War Immortal. At this moment, because the entire city defense formation's energy was sealed into Gufei's body by his doppelganger, the entire Black Chelan City was a defenseless city. With the battle power of the 30,000 Sky Tyrant Divine Army, it did not seem difficult to save the Sky Tyrant War Immortal and kill their way out of Black Chelan City. However, how could the experts in Black Chelan City let the Sky Tyrant Divine Army rescue the Sky Tyrant War Immortal so easily? Chapter 56-62. The Sky Hegemonic War God was extremely miserable. His cultivation had just been sealed by Gufei's clone, and now a saber was placed on his neck. Whoever dares to move, I'll cut him down. Dong Yue Tianxia tightened his grip on the saber, and a bloody mark appeared on the Sky Hegemonic War God's neck. Like a black torrent, the 30,000 Sky Hegemonic Divine Army came to a halt. The 3 commanders glared at Dong Yue Tianxia, wishing they could tear him to pieces. However, Dong Yue Tianxia's saber was already on the Sky Hegemonic War God's neck. Dong Yue Tianxia, release our war god. The 1st commander of the Sky Hegemonic Divine Army pointed his saber at Dong Yue Tianxia and roared, "TCH, was your head kicked by a donkey?" Dong Yue Tianxia scoffed. "Damn it, Dong Yue Tianxia, you're the lord of a city. Don't you think it's despicable of you to threaten us with our war god?" The 2nd commander said sternly. "Ha!" Dong Yue Tianxia burst into laughter. "You guys are too childish. Don't you understand the logic of winner takes all? You say I'm despicable? What about you guys? You were just clamoring about slaughtering the city." Dong Yue Tianxia mocked. "You, the 3 commanders of the Sky Hegemonic Divine Army, were both shocked and enraged. If their Sky Hegemonic War God was killed by Dong Yue Tianxia, then the Sky Hegemonic Divine Army would lose its value, because the Sky Hegemonic War God was the soul of the Sky Hegemonic Divine Army, the key to their existence. Once the Sky Hegemonic War God died, then so would the Sky Hegemonic Divine Army. One should know that within the Sky Hegemonic dynasty, there were many who were dissatisfied with the Sky Hegemonic Divine Army for not listening to the Imperial Lord's orders. In fact, the one who was most dissatisfied with the Sky Hegemonic Divine Army was the Sky Hegemonic Lord, because he was the most amazing person in the entire dynasty. However, the Sky Hegemonic War God just had to stand above him, which made him extremely displeased. The Sky Hegemonic War God's achievements overshadowed the Imperial Lord. This was something everyone in the dynasty knew. However, so what if the Overlord Sky Overlord's strength was superior? Even the Overlord Sky Overlord wouldn't dare to offend the Overlord Sky Overlord, because the Overlord Sky Overlord was a divine rank expert. In fact, the Overlord Sky Overlord was afraid of the power behind the Overlord Battle God. Dong Yu Tian, do you really dare to kill me? Although the Sky Overlord Battle God was in an extremely sorry state, and his cultivation base had been sealed by Gufei's clone, he did not dare to utter a single word in front of Gufei's clone. But in front of Dong Yu Tian, he was still unyielding. "Humph! You're just my prisoner now. Do you think I dare to kill you?" Dong Yue Tianxia sneered. "Ha! Although Sky Hegemonic Battle God had a saber on his neck, he couldn't help but laugh out loud when he heard East Moon Tianxia's words. What are you laughing at?" Dong Yue Tianxia stared at Overlord War God with a solemn expression. "I'm laughing at you for being a frog at the bottom of a well and not knowing the immensity of heaven and earth." Overlord War God put away his smile and looked coldly at Dong Yue Tianxia. "What do you mean?" Dong Yue Tianxia was taken aback. "East Pole Tyrant Clan, haven't you heard of it? overbearing battle god, said proudly. What Dongwei Tianxia's expression changed drastically. East Pole Tyrant Clan? Could the East Pole Tyrant Clan be behind the tyrannical Heaven Empire? How was that possible? Even Dongwei Tianxia, the lord of a city, broke out in a cold sweat. East Pole Tyrant Clan was one of the 8 great clans of the East Pole. In the East Pole, there was a saying that described the most powerful existences in the East Pole: the 1 emperor, 5 saints, and 8 great clans. These 8 great clans were the 8 great cultivation clans of the East Pole. These 8 great cultivation clans had existed for countless years. Every cultivation clan was a super antique cultivation clan that had existed since time immemorial. And the Tyrant Clan was one of the 8 great clans. If the tyrannical Heaven Empire was backed by the Tyrant Clan, how could the East Moon Empire contend against it? Tyrant Qianquan, to think that you, the mighty sky hegemonic battle god, are also a despicable liar. In order to survive, you're using the Tyrant Clan that has nothing to do with you to scare me? If I'm fooled by you, wouldn't I be worse than a fool? Dongwei Tianxia's face was filled with disdain. You, the sky hegemonic battle god, was so depressed that he almost spat out another mouthful of blood. Tell your people to put down their weapons and surrender. Otherwise, I'll cut you down with a single slash. Dongwei Tianxia said sternly. The sky hegemonic battle god and his 30,000 sky hegemonic divine army stared at Dongwei Tianxia nervously. And just as the two sides were at each other's throats, Gu Fei's clone was in the center of the Black Qilin City's Great City Barrier Formation, drawing upon the power of the entire formation to temper his martial body. He wanted to take advantage of this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to raise his cultivation and battle prowess as much as possible. Otherwise, how could he establish himself in the limitless realm, a place filled with experts? Gu Fei's clone didn't forget his mission here. He wanted to scout the path for his main body, to open the passage between the limitless realm and the lower realm, so that his main body could enter the limitless realm. Next, he wanted to seek revenge on that old guy, Sacred Lord Su Tian. However, the limitless realm was so big. Where exactly was Sacred Lord Su Tian? For a while, Gu Fei's clone couldn't get any information about Sacred Lord Su Tian. Everything had to be done slowly. There was no other way. The strength of Gu Fei's clone was too weak. If Sacred Lord Su Tian knew that Gu Fei's clone had come to the limitless realm, given her personality, she would definitely kill Gu Fei's clone. That old guy was a vicious and merciless person. This body is too weak. Gu Fei's clone was really depressed. Wang Zhan's body was too weak. Even if he drew upon the power of the formation to temper his martial body, he still wouldn't be able to deal with him. He couldn't deal with him. Just a little bit more power would be enough to tear this body apart. If Gu Fei's clone hadn't used formation runes to seal this clone's martial body, who knew how many times this clone would have been destroyed? Within the light cocoon, the spiritual energy was like a knife slicing through his flesh, tendons, and bones again and again. This kind of pain was hard to describe. Others wouldn't be able to bear it. However, since Gu Fei had grown to where he was now, what kind of pain had he endured? The pain of a martial body wasn't much. To a cultivator, the damage to the soul was the most fatal. However, even if he were to destroy Gu Fei's divine soul and reassemble it, he would not even frown his eyebrows. This pain was just a piece of cake for him. Blood changing, tendon transformation, bone forging, the martial body of Gu Fei's clone continuously transformed under the powerful energy. It became stronger and stronger, and the aura emitted from the light cocoon also became stronger. What is this guy doing? Chapter 56-63. Gu Fei's clone was actually drawing on the power of Black Qilin City's protective formation to refine his martial body. This was rather frightening, and the faint sound of wind and thunder could be heard from the cocoon of light. Currently, Black Chelan City was definitely an undefended city. At this moment, the East Moon Empire's reinforcements finally arrived. The sky was filled with fluttering banners. However, there was still no sign of the tyrannical Sky Empire's reinforcements. Wu Liang was truly depressed. He had already retreated in defeat and was about to flee, but the tyrannical war god had unexpectedly arrived with his Sky Tyrant Divine army. He was the tyrannical war god's subordinate. To be more precise, all the generals of the tyrannical Sky Empire were the tyrannical war god's subordinates. On the surface, the tyrannical Sky Emperor was the ruler of the tyrannical Sky Empire, but the military power of the tyrannical Sky Emperor was actually in the tyrannical Sky Emperor's hands. This was the most frustrating thing for the tyrannical Sky Emperor. As a great emperor, he actually could not even hold military power. To the tyrannical Sky Emperor, this was actually a humiliation. He was only an emperor without actual power, without military power. If the tyrannical Sky Emperor wanted to change emperors, or if he wanted to sit on the throne himself, it was actually not difficult. Now, the tyrannical Sky Emperor had actually been defeated. As a result, Wu Liang retreated in defeat again. Wu Liang was very shrewd, and he also knew very well that as long as he had an army, he would be put in an important position. He had to preserve his strength, because once his army was defeated, he would have no value. Wu Liang suffered heavy losses in this battle. His army of hundreds of thousands had fought until now, and only less than 80,000 remained. Now that the East Moon Empire's reinforcements had arrived, he could only lead his defeated army and flee like stray dogs, because if they did not flee, the entire army would be annihilated. As long as he fled to another city of the tyrannical Sky Empire, he could recruit more troops and regroup. Kill all the trash of the tyrannical Sky Empire. Kill. The East Moon Empire's reinforcements chased after Wu Liang's army like a tide. Unstoppable. Preposterous. Wu Liang did not dare to fight at all, and could only flee with his tail between his legs. At this moment, in Black Chelan City, the city lord Dongyue Tianxia held his saber against the tyrannical Sky Empire's army. The three commanders of the Sky Overlord War, immortal, were all heaven-rank powerhouses. Any one of them could put up a fight against Dongyue Tianxia. Even Dongyue Tianxia knew that he was no match for the commanders of the three divine armies. Therefore, East Moon Tianxia could only hold the Sky Tyrant Battle Immortal hostage and force the Sky Tyrant Divine Army to surrender. However, the strongest army of the tyrannical Sky Empire did not surrender immediately. You no longer have any chance to turn the tables. If you don't surrender, then all of you can die. Dongyue Tianxia roared at the Heaven Tyrant Divine Army in front of him with a savage expression. Dongyue Tian, do you know what you're doing? Do you want the East Moon Imperial family to be exterminated? Although the Sky Hegemonic Battle God's cultivation had been sealed by Gu Fei, he was still as steady as an old dog. Io, Lord God of War, don't try to scare me again. I'm a coward. If you scare me, I might accidentally slit your neck. I'm really sorry. Dongyue Tianxia smiled. The Sky Hegemonic Battle God was really speechless. Why did this guy not believe that he was from the East Tyrant clan? In fact, Dongyue Tianxia did not believe that the Sky Hegemonic Battle God was from the East Tyrant clan, because the East Tyrant clan was too awesome. How could a puny Sky Hegemonic Battle God be related to the East Tyrant clan? If the Heaven Tyrant Imperial family was from the East Tyrant clan, then the Heaven Tyrant clan would have destroyed the East Moon Empire and the surrounding forces long ago. Lord God of War, the three commanders of the Divine Army did not know what to do. You're awesome. You're amazing. The Sky Hegemonic Battle God gave Dongyue Tianxia a thumbs up. Put down your weapons. The sky hegemonic battle god roared at the sky hegemonic divine army. This war god's order. The three commanders heaved a sigh of relief and threw their weapons to the ground. They could not ignore the life and death of the sky hegemonic battle god. One should know that the relationship between the sky hegemonic battle god and the three commanders of the divine army was not ordinary. The three commanders were actually equivalent to the sky hegemonic battle god's disciples, and also like fathers. The three commanders were all heaven-rank battle generals trained by the sky hegemonic battle god. A wise man submits to circumstances. Very good. Dongyue Tianxia was overjoyed. Subduing the sky hegemonic divine army was a great achievement. He finally did not have to stay in a place like Black Qilin City. City Lord Dongyue Tianxia was a very ambitious guy. The sky hegemonic battle god looked at Dongyue Tianxia, who was a little carried away, and a cold light flashed in the depths of his eyes. At this moment, the guards of Black Qilin City and the experts of the various clans had already rushed over from all directions, surrounding the sky hegemonic divine army. Order your subordinates to remove their armor. Dongyue Tianxia said coldly to the sky hegemonic battle god. Remove their armor. The sky hegemonic battle god ordered without hesitation. The 30,000 sky hegemonic divine army accepted the order and removed their armor in unison. What are you guys still standing there for? Why aren't you collecting your weapons and armor? Dongyue Tianxia roared at the surrounding guards of Black Qilin City. He could not help but sigh. The sky hegemonic divine army was an army of hundreds of battles. They would unconditionally obey the orders of the sky hegemonic battle god. And the guards of Black Qilin City were far inferior. Under the command of Dragon Elephant Barbarian, the surrounding guards began to collect the weapons and armor of the sky hegemonic divine army. In fact, the current sky hegemonic divine army was already less than 30,000 people. At most, it was around 20,000, and this included the injured soldiers. War was cruel. No matter how strong an army was, when war broke out, there would inevitably be casualties. Although the sky hegemonic divine army was powerful, they would also die and be injured. More than 20,000 sky hegemonic divine soldiers were all locked up, while the sky hegemonic battle god and the three commanders of the army were locked up separately, awaiting Dongyue Shue's punishment. One should know that in Black Qilin City, Dongyue Tianxia was not the one with the highest status. Dongyue Shu was the real boss of Black Qilin City. Rumble! At this moment, a shocking sound came from the center of Black Qilin City's formation. A powerful Yuan Qi fluctuation erupted from the center of the array formation, shaking the entire city. Beam after beam of strong light rushed out from the cocoon of light in the center of the array formation. Soon, the light cocoon disappeared, and the divine light turned into a budding lotus. Then, under the shocked gaze of Dongyue Shu, the huge lotus slowly bloomed. A figure radiating with divine light sat in the lotus. Phew, is this the god Tyr? The guy sitting cross-legged in the lotus flower suddenly let out a long sigh and said, God Tyr, Dongyue Shu was dumbfounded. This guy actually cultivated to the god Tyr. How long has it been? At that moment, countless rays of divine light gathered towards the figure in the lotus like a tide and entered his body. Soon, even the lotus formed by the divine light was absorbed by the figure. Chapter 56:64. The divine rank was the highest realm that Gu Fei's clone could reach at the moment. There was no other way. Wang Zhan's body was too weak. Even if Gu Fei used his cultivation technique to refine the martial body, the martial body would not be able to withstand too much power. Gu Fei's clone's cultivation was at the beginner level of the divine level. However, He was a martial artist and had mastered the 9 secrets of immortal Tao, allowing him to challenge opponents of a higher level. This was the current confidence of Gu Fei's clone. Congratulations on your great progress in cultivation. Dongyue Shui was the first to congratulate him. Your Highness has come personally to congratulate me? This subordinate can't accept such a compliment. Gu Fei's clone smiled. So, you're still aware that you're my personal guard? Dongyue Shui said unhappily. This subordinate greets your Highness. Gu Fei's clone rose from the ground and bowed to Dongyue Shui. That's more like it. Dongyue Shui was pleased to see Gu Fei's clone treating her with respect. Come, let's go back. Dongyue Shui waved her hand and left. Your Highness, isn't this the city lord's mansion? Where are you going? Gu Fei's doppelganger said in surprise. Just follow me. You're my personal guard. Wherever I go, you'll be there. Protecting me is your mission, understand? Dongyue Shui said as she walked. Yes, Your Highness. Gu Fei's clone could only follow along. After all, being the personal guard of the princess didn't seem to be a good job. At this moment, the entire Black Qilin city was in flames. The extent of the city's destruction was beyond Gu Fei's clone's expectations, especially the east city of Black Qilin City. The city gate and the city tower were completely destroyed. It would not be an easy task to rebuild it. Apart from the east gate, the other gates were also damaged to varying degrees. Among the 4 major districts of Black Qilin City, the East District suffered the most damage, especially in the eastern part of the city. From the eastern gate to the city lord's mansion, the buildings on both sides of the eastern street were almost all affected by the battle, and the houses on both sides of the street were severely damaged. It also caused a lot of casualties among the citizens. Other districts were also affected by the flames of war. It had been a very long time since Black Qilin City had suffered such heavy losses. If the East Moon Empire wanted to rebuild Black Qilin City, it would probably take a lot of manpower and resources. However, none of this seemed to be under Dongyue Shui's control because she was about to return to the East Moon Imperial capital. Capturing the Sky Hegemonic Battle Immortal alive was a great merit. Dongyue Shui was going to escort the tyrant war god back to the Eastern Moon Royal capital to claim her reward. As a princess, she would bring great honor to the Eastern Moon Royal family. The next day, early in the morning, outside the west gate of Black Qilin City, banners fluttered in the wind, and a prison carriage slowly drove out from the city gate. In front of the prison carriage were hundreds of East Moon soldiers in battle armor, and behind the prison carriage were also hundreds of East Moon soldiers. However, these hundreds of East Moon soldiers carried bows and arrows on their backs, indicating that they were all archers. However, this was not the most eye-catching thing. The most eye-catching thing was the person in the prison carriage. This was a middle-aged man with a tall and mighty figure, his body covered in black iron chains. This person exuded a dignified aura, and his eyes shone brightly. Although he was in the prison carriage, he still stood proudly and calmly. He's the #1 war god of the Sky Hegemonic Empire, the Sky Hegemonic Battle God, Hegemonic Qianquan. Both sides of the West Gate Street were filled with citizens watching the show. To think that this guy would have such a day. This is the guy who attacked the city and killed quite a few people. The citizens on both sides of the street discussed animatedly, constantly pointing at the person in the prison carriage. What Sky Hegemonic Battle God? Die! Someone suddenly shouted, and then a rotten egg was directly smashed onto the head of the Sky Hegemonic Battle God in the prison carriage. Go to hell! My son died in the hands of the Sky Hegemonic Divine Army. My son's father, this is the murderer. Beat him to death. The people on both sides of the street were in an uproar. Countless rotten vegetables, fruits, and rotten eggs were smashed onto the sky hegemonic battle god in the prison carriage like raindrops. However, the sky hegemonic battle god still stood proudly in the prison carriage, allowing these things to hit his body without making a sound. This person is worthy of being called an ambitious and ruthless person. On the west gate, Gufei's doppelganger saw this scene and could not help but secretly nod. This sky hegemonic battle god was not simple. The reason why Gufei's doppelganger said that the sky hegemonic battle god was an ambitious and ruthless person was because the sky hegemonic battle god was really able to endure. Only an ambitious and ruthless person could endure what others could not. If he would rather die than submit and died on the battlefield, he would be a hero and would be respected by everyone. However, it was obvious that the sky hegemonic battle god did not want to be a hero because he wanted to live. Only by living could he avenge himself, and only then could he trample on the people who humiliated him. Unfortunately, he did not know that his opponent was Gufei's doppelganger. He was destined to have no chance of turning the tables. Previously, Gufei's doppelganger needed to borrow the power of Black Qilin City's formation to fight against the sky hegemonic battle god. But now, his cultivation had reached the early stage of the divine realm. In other words, without the help of Black Qilin City's formation, Gufei's doppelganger could still fight against the sky hegemonic battle god. Ambitious and ruthless person, you have a very high opinion of this prisoner. Dong Yushui, who stood in front of Gufei's doppelganger, said. Although she looked calm on the surface, she was extremely happy on the inside. The female general at the front of the team that escorted the sky hegemonic battle god was Dong Yu's captain of guards, Yang Fei Yun. She wore a battle robe and held a spear in her hand, looking valiant and heroic. At that moment, Yang Fei Yun was definitely at the peak of her life. One had to know that she never dreamed that she would have the chance to escort a great figure like the sky hegemonic battle god. The sky hegemonic battle god, the top war god of the sky hegemonic empire, the invincible divine general of the empire. He had fought countless battles in his life and had never been defeated. Who would have thought that he would be defeated in Black Qilin City? However, at that moment, a team suddenly appeared on the opposite side and went straight for the escort team. What's going on? Gufei's doppelganger could not help but frown when he saw this. Meanwhile, Dong Yushui stared at a huge flag in the opposing team and clenched her fists. The flag of the opposing team was embroidered with a tiger with wings. The flying tiger army of the Dongyue Empire, Gufei's doppelganger suddenly said. He had read Wang Zhan's memories and suddenly remembered the origins of the troops that had suddenly appeared. The Flying Tiger Army was one of the strongest armies of the Dongyue Empire, and the commander of the Flying Tiger Army was the strongest clan among the three great clans of the Dongyue Empire, the Tiger Clan. Of course, the Tiger Clan of Black Qilin City had nothing to do with the Tiger Clan, the #1 clan of the Dongyue Empire. The Flying Tiger Clan had an ancestor. Even the royal lord of the Dongyue Empire had to be polite when he saw the ancestor. The troublemakers are here. Chapter 56-65. Princess Dongyue was in high spirits as she stood on the west gate of Black Qilin City. Looking at the escort team, she felt that she was standing at the peak of her life. She actually captured the #1 war god of the tyrannical empire alive. This time, she had no choice but to become famous. She was already imagining the awe-inspiring scene of herself escorting the Overlord battle god back to East Moon Imperial City. However, just as Princess Dongyue was feeling happy, a team suddenly appeared on the road in the distance. The Hu clan. Dong Yushui was displeased when she saw the team's flag. The Hu clan was not the Hu clan of Black Qilin City. Moreover, the Hu clan of Black Qilin City had nothing to do with the Hu clan. Flying Tiger Corps. Gufei's clone smiled when he saw the team in the distance. There was going to be a good show. The flying tiger army suddenly appeared and stopped Yang Feiyun. What are they trying to do? Donghua Shue's tone was furious. Gufei's clone had vaguely guessed the reason for the sudden appearance of the Flying Tiger Corps. Guard Yang, just leave them to us. You should go back and protect Her Highness. A middle-aged general of the Flying Tiger Corps urged his horse forward and said to Yang Feiyun indifferently, "Hu Qian, what did you say?" Yang Feiyun was instantly enraged. "There's nothing wrong with your ears. Didn't you hear what I said? Do you want me to say it again?" The middle-aged general called. Hu Qian said coldly, "Ha ha." Yang Feiyun suddenly burst into laughter. "What are you laughing at?" Hu Qian said with a gloomy expression, "I'm laughing at you for being an idiot." Yang Feiyun stared at Hu Qian and mocked. "This guy wants me to hand over the tyrannical war god right away. Who gave him the courage? You're courting death." Hu Qian stared at Yang Feiyun, and a chilling, killing intent immediately spread from his body. "What, you want to fight?" Yang Feiyun's body also erupted with a powerful aura. This guy really wants to take the credit? There was no such thing in this world. You think I'm afraid of you? Hu Qian was about to make a move. Aha! At this moment, a person walked out of the Flying Tiger Army's carriage. Swoosh! The man waved his right hand and opened the folding fan in his hand. He looked at Yang Feiyun calmly. This person was dressed in white and had a slender figure. His face was like jade, and his lips were red, and his teeth were white. He was a handsome young master, but there was a hint of an evil smile on the princess's face. "Who Xiaotian?" When Yang Feiyun saw the young master walking out of the carriage, she couldn't help but be shocked. She never thought that she would see this guy here. This Hu Xiaotian was one of the 3 great young masters of the East Moon Imperial City. He was the genius of the younger generation of the Hu clan. At such a young age, he had already cultivated to the middle realm of the heaven rank. Such a level of cultivation was already one of the best in the younger generation of the Donghua Empire. After all, Donghua Shui, the princess, was only at the early heaven stage. Yang Feiyun stepped down. Hu Xiaotian, who was standing on the carriage, said proudly with an unquestionable tone. Yang Feiyun hesitated. She could look down on Hu Qian, but she couldn't ignore Hu Xiaotian. The Hu clan was the strongest among the 3 great clans of the East Moon Empire. In the entire East Moon Empire, other than the royal family, the Hu clan was the strongest. Moreover, this Hu Xiaotian was not only the strongest in the younger generation of the Hu clan, but also Donghua Shui's fiancé. Therefore, Yang Feiyun didn't know what to do. What? Still not stepping down. Seeing Yang Feiyun hesitate, Hu Xiaotian's voice immediately turned cold. Hu Xiaotian, you've grown up. How can you order my people around? At this moment, a figure descended from the sky and kicked Hu Qian off the horse. He stood on the horse's back and looked coldly at Hu Xiaotian on the carriage. "Ha! Your Highness, I'm your fiancé. Isn't what's yours mine?" Hu Xiaotian said with a smile. He had actually noticed Donghua Shui on the city wall long ago. Hu Xiaotian, what nonsense are you talking about? Don't even think about marrying me in this life. Donghua Shui said angrily. The reason why she was in Black Qilin City was actually very cliché. It was to escape from a marriage. In order to win over the Hu clan, the East Moon Imperial Lord actually wanted to marry his most beloved princess, Donghua Shui, to the genius of the Hu clan's younger generation, Hu Xiaotian. In the eyes of the Imperial Lord, Hu Xiaotian and Donghua Shui were a perfect match. Hu Xiaotian's son-in-law was not bad. It's not up to your Highness to decide whether to marry him or not. As long as I escort this overlord war god back to the imperial capital, I'll ask his majesty to marry us. Hu Xiaotian waved his fan and said with a faint smile, Hu Xiaotian, you have any shame? Dong Shui was furious. This guy even dared to steal her credit. He was simply lawless. Hu Xiaotian didn't even use a bit of strength. He wanted to take advantage of her the moment he arrived. How could Dong Shui let this guy bully her? So, what if I'm shameless? Hu Xiaotian's expression darkened. With a wave of his hand, the flying tiger army behind him immediately rushed forward and flanked Dong Shui's group. Your Highness, this, the city lord of Black Qilin City, and the other important figures of Black Qilin City had already received the news and rushed out of the city. When Dong Tianxiao saw Hu Xiaotian, his heart immediately skipped a beat. He knew something bad was about to happen. This Hu Xiaotian was going to cause trouble. At this moment, the East Moon Empire's reinforcements stationed outside Black Qilin City also gathered towards the West City Gate from all directions. Hu Xiaotian, are you trying to rebel? Dong Shui roared at Hu Xiaotian. Among the East Moon Empire's reinforcements, the Flying Tiger Army was the main force. The generals of the reinforcements were mostly from the Hu family. In other words, the East Moon Empire's reinforcements only listened to Hu Xiaotian's orders. Dong Shui never thought that her father would send such reinforcements. These reinforcements were controlled by the Hu family. With Hu Xiaotian's status in the imperial city's Hu family, he was actually equivalent to the general of this East Moon Empire's reinforcements. Rebel? How would I dare? I'm only here to welcome your highness back to the capital. My carriage is very spacious and much more comfortable than riding a horse. Hu Xiaotian said disapprovingly, You've gone too far. Dong Shui was both shocked and angry. At this moment, Hu Xiaotian had already controlled the entire situation. Even Dong Shui was probably powerless. She was so depressed that she almost vomited blood. The great merit of capturing the Overlord War God was snatched away by this detestable guy. Just like that. Do you want him alive or dead? At this moment, a voice sounded behind Dong Shui, a figure had been silently following beside her. Chapter 56:66. Do you want him alive or dead? Outside the western gate of Black Qilin City, behind Dong Shui, a young man wearing a guard's uniform walked out. What do you mean, do you want him alive or dead? Dong Shui looked down the horse in confusion. When she saw who it was, she couldn't help but feel happy. This guy came. Hu Xiaotian was going to be unlucky. If you want him alive, just cripple him. If you want him dead, just kill him. Gu Fei's clone looked coldly at Hu Xiaotian on the opposite carriage. It had to be said that this Hu Xiaotian was really elegant, and he was also the number one person in the younger generation of the East Moon Imperial Capital's Hu clan. Moreover, the East Moon Imperial Lord wanted to betroth his most beloved princess to him. This was really like the wind of success. Very soon, he would be the son-in-law of the East Moon Empire. At that time, the Hu clan's position in the East Moon Empire would be even firmer. The Longxiang clan and the Dongxian clan were nothing. In the East Moon Empire, one emperor and 3 major clans. This emperor was the East Moon Imperial clan, and the 3 major clans were the East Moon Imperial Capital's Hu clan, Longxiang clan, and the Dongxian clan. Where did this little guy come from? How dare he be so impudent in front of my young master? Hu Qian, who was next to the carriage, immediately pointed at Gu Fei's clone and roared. Whoosh! Kacha! Then a pig-slaughtering scream rang out. Everyone looked and saw that Hu Qian's finger and palm that were originally pointing forward drooped down. Hu Qian only felt an intense pain pass into his brain. My hand, Hu Qian's vision darkened from the pain, and his face paled. His right palm and fingers were twisted strangely, and the bones of his fingers and palm were actually crushed. When Hu Xiaotian saw this, his pupils involuntarily contracted when he looked at Gu Fei's clone. Just now, he only saw a flash, and before he could react, Hu Qian's hand was crippled. He was an expert in the middle realm of Heaven Stage, and he could still see the rapidly moving figure of Gu Fei's clone. Those below Heaven Stage couldn't even see the figure of Gu Fei's clone. What's going on? The surrounding people were dumbfounded. Those who dared to point their fingers at me are all dead. I don't want to kill anyone today. You're lucky. Gu Fei's doppelganger said indifferently. Hu Qian was furious. Hu Xiaotian's handsome face was darker than the bottom of a pot. Even if you want to beat a dog, you have to look at its owner first. This guard of Dongyue Shui was simply too impudent. How could a mere guard be so arrogant? Your Highness, what do you mean by this? Hu Xiaotian was unhappy. What I mean is, hurry up and scram. Dongyue Shui sneered. She did not want to marry this guy at all. What number one of the young generation of the Tiger clan? In her eyes, this guy was just a spoiled brat. This Wang Zhan in front of him was much more pleasing to the eye than Hu Xiaotian. An absurd thought suddenly crossed Dongyue Shui's mind, causing her lips to curl into a faint smile. Your Highness, you actually told your fiancé to scram. Hu Xiaotian's voice was extremely cold. He was originally a high and mighty existence, a proud son of heaven. When he was born, he was found to have a heaven-defying root bone by his clan. In fact, Hu Xiaotian's cultivation speed was also far faster than his peers. Such a proud person, how could he stand being looked down upon? Moreover, this person was his future wife. Humph, Hu Xiaotian, let me tell you, now that I have captured the sky hegemonic battle god alive, I have made a great contribution. As long as I return to the royal capital, I believe that Father will agree to any request I make. Dongyue Shui said coldly, What do you want? Hearing this, Hu Xiaotian immediately felt uneasy. What do I want? Don't you know very well? Dongyue Shui laughed happily. You think you can escort the sky hegemonic battle god back to the royal capital? Hu Xiaotian sneered. Where is the flying tiger guard? Why haven't you invited your Highness to come down and ride the carriage with this princess back to the royal capital? Hu Xiaotian shouted loudly. Yes, sir. In the next moment, countless soldiers wearing flying tiger battle armor rushed over from all directions, surrounding Dongyue Shui and the others. Hu Xiaotian, do you really want to rebel? Dongyue Shui was shocked. I'm not rebelling. I just want to invite your Highness to have a chat with me. Hu Xiaotian said with a fake smile. How could Dongyue Shui not know what this guy was planning? This guy wants to put me under house arrest, then escort the sky hegemonic battle god back to the royal capital to claim the merit. Sigh. Gu Fei's doppelganger suddenly sighed. Didn't you say you want to protect me? Now that the situation is dire, why are you sighing? Dongyue Shui glared at Gu Fei's clone and said unhappily, Didn't I just ask you if you want him dead or alive? If you wanted him dead, he would already be a corpse. What's the point of talking? Gu Fei's clone said nonchalantly, He is the number one of the younger generation of the Tiger clan. If he dies, the ancestor of his clan will probably go crazy. Dongyue Shui rolled her eyes at Gu Fei's clone. Even the Dongyue royal family was still very fearful of the ancestor of the Hu clan because the ancestor of the Hu clan was a saint-level existence. In the entire Dongyue Empire, only the ancestor of the Dongyue royal family and the ancestor of the Hu clan were saints. Do you think I'm transparent? The veins on Hu Xiaotian's forehead were throbbing. These two were actually talking about his life and death as if nothing had happened. In Hu Xiaoyan's opinion, these two were simply ignoring his existence. So infuriating. He, Hu Xiaotian, was the main character wherever he appeared in the East Moon royal capital, an existence that was the center of attention. Shut up! Gu Fei's clone and Dong Yue Shui roared at Hu Xiaotian at the same time. Hu Xiaotian was stunned, but in the next moment, he flew into a rage. What are you waiting for? Why haven't you asked the princess to dismount? Hu Xiaotian roared angrily. Orderly footsteps sounded, and the surrounding flying tiger guards formed a military formation, directly pressing towards Dong Yue Shui and Gu Fei's clone. This flying tiger guard was a personal army controlled by the Tiger Clan. Although this flying tiger guard belonged to the East Moon Empire in name, it was actually the private army of the Tiger Clan. It couldn't be helped. The Tiger Clan of the East Moon Imperial Capital was just that awesome. There were definitely more than 10,000 flying tiger guards here, and the group under Princess Dong Yue only had a few thousand people. It would also take time to mobilize the army in the city. By the time the Black Qilin City's army came to rescue, Dong Yue Shui, and the others would already be dead. Your Highness, the strong are respected. You should first think about whether you have the strength to do anything. Hu Xiaotian looked at the anxious Dong Yue Shui, and said proudly, You're right, the strong are respected, but who is the strong, and who is the weak? Gu Fei's clone said indifferently, You. Pa. Damn it. Pa. What the hell? Pa. A loud slap sounded, and then everyone looked at Hu Xiaotian with their mouths agape. I'll beat you to death. Gu Fei's clone suddenly appeared in front of Hu Xiaotian, and then directly gave Hu Xiaotian a round of slaps, making Hu Xiaotian's face look like a pig. Chapter 56-67. Gu Fei's clone directly slapped Hu Xiaotian a dozen times. Then, the entire world went silent. Everyone was dumbfounded, especially the flying tiger guards, and Hu Gan, whose right hand was broken by Gu Fei's clone, were all dumbfounded. They watched as their young master, Hu Xiaotian, was beaten into a pig's head. Moreover, this person seemed to be Princess Dong Yue's guard. You dare hit me? You know who I am? Hu Xiaotian was also stunned by Gu Fei's clone's slap. Both sides of his face were burning with pain, and when he opened his mouth to speak, he actually spat out a dozen bloody teeth. I say, why are you so ruthless? Dong Yue Shui said gloatingly, There's nothing I can do. Who asked this guy to be so annoying? I couldn't hold it in and hit your future son-in-law. I'm sorry. Gu Fei's clone shrugged and said as if nothing had happened. Hu Xiaotian was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood. Young master, are you all right? Hu Gan hurriedly went forward to support Hu Xiaotian, who was on the verge of falling on the carriage. The number one person of the East Moon Imperial Cities whose family was actually slapped in public and turned into a pig's head. Hu Xiaotian was about to go crazy from anger. If those guys in the Imperial City found out, how could he still have the face to stay in the Imperial City? What, my future son-in-law? This guy wants to marry me. Dream on. Dong Yue Shui said coldly. That's right, this toad really isn't worthy of a swan like you. Gu Fei's clone echoed. Uffed. Hearing this, Hu Xiaotian spat out another mouthful of blood. I am Hu Xiaotian, the number one genius of the Hu family's younger generation. This guy actually called me a toad. If I don't kill you, I won't be surnamed Hu. Gu Fei's clone had completely offended Hu Xiaotian, but he didn't care at all. Kill him for me. Hu Xiaotian pointed at Gu Fei's clone with a trembling finger. Ha ha! Gu Fei's clone couldn't help but laugh when he heard this. What are you waiting for? Hu Xiaotian was continuously attacked by Gu Fei's doppelgangers. He was completely enraged. Kill! The tens of thousands of flying tiger guards recovered from their shock and roared at the same time as they charged towards Gu Fei's clone. A terrifying killing intent filled the entire void. Although the tens of thousands of flying tiger guards could not compare to the divine army under the Overlord Battle God's command, they were still one of the most elite armies in the East Moon Empire. The aura released by the tens of thousands of flying tiger guards was no small matter. Dong Yue Shui, Er's expression changed. However, Gu Fei's clone remained calm. He wasn't faking it. He really didn't care about the tens of thousands of flying tiger guards. What flying tiger guard? In his eyes, they were nothing but chickens and dogs. Hu Xiaotian, since you really want to die, I don't mind fulfilling your wish. After saying that, Gu Fei's doppelganger instantly disappeared. No, Dong Yue Shui was shocked because she knew that Wang Zhan really dared to kill Hu Xiaotian. After all, even the Overlord Battle God was defeated by Wang Zhan. Who was this Hu Xiaotian? Bam! With a muffled sound, the void trembled. Then, the entire carriage shattered. Hu Xiaotian and the people around the carriage were all sent flying by the explosive power. The people on the road were immediately thrown into chaos. Hu Xiaotian tumbled into the grass on the side of the road. At this moment, two figures stood in the air, two fists pressed against each other. Both of their clothes were violently shaking, and both of their hair were fluttering behind them. God level! Gu Fei's clone stared at the skinny old man in black who suddenly appeared. This guy had been hiding in the carriage and only acted when he was about to kill Hu Xiaotian. Little guy, killing without saying a word. You're quite vicious. The old man's eyes were like lightning. He looked as calm as an old dog, but he was actually extremely shocked inside. When did such a powerful expert appear? By Dong Yue Shui, Er's side. Who was this guy? There were only a few God-level experts in the East Moon Empire. They could be counted with one hand, but this God-level expert before him was too young. Such a young God-level expert and a new face. This made the old man in black have no choice but to be cautious. After all, there were some people in this world that should never be offended. Although the God level was powerful, it was nothing in the eyes of those super forces. Although the East Moon Empire was very powerful, in fact, in the easternmost pole, there were countless forces that were stronger than the East Moon Empire. Not to mention those super forces on the surface. Even those hidden ancient cultivation clans were countless. So, in the easternmost pole, one should not be too arrogant. However, that Hu Xiaotian was still too young. He did things without caring about the consequences, and without any scruples. This old man in black was different. How could someone who could cultivate to the God level be an ordinary person? Hee, you've killed fewer people? Gu Fei's doppelganger sneered. The killing intent exuding from this black-robed old man was very powerful. Furthermore, he could control it freely. If it weren't for his powerful spiritual will, he wouldn't have been able to sense this fellow's existence. He had long sensed that the old man in black was hiding in the carriage. It seemed like this old man in black was definitely Hu Xiaotian's protector. It had to be said that the East Moon, Hu clan really valued Hu Xiaotian, actually sending a God-level expert to protect him. It should be known that God-level experts were also among the top elites in the East Moon Empire. Even the East Moon Imperial Lord did not dare to slight these God-level experts. Kill. The tens of thousands of flying tiger guards continued to press towards Gu Fei's clone. I'm in a good mood today, so I didn't want to kill, but if someone doesn't know what's good for them and insists on seeing blood, I can't do anything about it. The voice of Gu Fei's clone turned cold. The old man in black stared at Gu Fei's clone, bewildered. All of you, back down. The black-robed old man said loudly. Although his voice wasn't loud, everyone present felt their ears ringing. They were indescribably shocked. The tens of thousands of flying tiger guards directly stopped. Gu Fei's clone and the old man's fist were still pressed against each other. The old man in black slowly retracted his fist. Gu Fei's clone also retracted his fist. Dong Yue Shui, who was so nervous that her heart almost jumped out of her chest, finally sighed in relief. If Wang Zhan and the old man in black fought, it would be a loss for the East Moon Empire, no matter who won or lost. Tell your people to move aside. Gu Fei's clone said indifferently. All of you move aside. The old man in black directly ordered. The flying tiger guards in front of the escort team immediately moved to the sides. The old man in black seemed to have a very high status, actually being able to command the flying tiger guards. You're Hu Zhenlei, the god of thunder? Dong Yue Shui suddenly exclaimed. What, the city lord? And the others were all shocked when they heard this. This god of thunder was a big shot, already famous in the East Moon Empire several hundred years ago. Hu Zhenlei was originally a divine general of the East Moon Empire, and was once the general of the East Moon Empire, commanding the 3 armies of the empire. However, several hundred years ago, for some reason, Hu Zhenlei suddenly quit. He directly resigned from all his official positions and disappeared from everyone's sight. Chapter 56-68. Hu Zhenlei, the god of thunder, was a powerful figure that shook the Dongyue and tyrannical empires hundreds of years ago. However, he suddenly retired when he was at the peak of his life. No one knew what happened back then. Hu Zhenlei had disappeared for hundreds of years, but who would have thought that he would suddenly appear here and become Hu Xiaoyan's Dao protector? I didn't expect this guy to have such a background. In a flash, Gu Fei's clone appeared beside Dong Yue Shui. I didn't expect someone to still remember this old man. Hu Zhenlei glanced at her, a bit surprised. What ability does Hu Xiaotian have to have senior become his Dao protector? Shui asked curiously. Sigh. Hu Zhenlei didn't say anything, and only sighed, helplessly. Shui was shocked. Hu Zhenlei clearly had something he couldn't say, but she didn't dare to ask if he didn't want to say. Even though Hu Zhenlei disappeared for hundreds of years, he still had a lot of prestige in the Dongyue Empire. This was because most of the generals of the East Moon Empire had once been Hu Zhenlei's subordinates. Otherwise, how could he possibly command the Flying Tiger Guards? Let's go. We don't want to be late. Gu Fei's clone told Dong Yue Shui. That's right. Shui nodded. The tyrannical empire's army was charging towards Black Qilin City. Their war god was defeated and captured, so they had to save him. Moreover, the tyrannical empire sent over a dozen cultivators from the capital to attack Black Qilin City. These were all powerhouses at the heaven rank or above, and the one leading them was a divine rank powerhouse. These dozen powerhouses of the tyrannical Sky dynasty directly flew over. Even though the capital was far from Black Qilin City, it wouldn't be long before these cultivators arrived. If they didn't leave now, it would be troublesome when these cultivators arrived. Many of the East Moon Empire's spies were hidden in the capital of the Batian Empire, so none of their actions could escape the eyes of the East Moon Empire's spies. Moreover, the overlord of the tyrannical Sky Empire had no intention of hiding it. More than 10 experts of the tyrannical Sky Empire had left the city at the same time. This had already caused quite a commotion in the imperial capital. You want to leave after beating me up? No way. Granduncle, kill this guy for me. At this moment, Hu Xiaotian rushed out from the grass on the side of the road. He was in an incomparably sorry state as he pointed at Gu Fei's clone and roared. He didn't have many teeth left, and his words were unclear. Young master, Hu Qian and the others hurried forward. All of you, get out of my way. Granduncle, if you don't kill this guy, then I'll die here. Let's see how you're going to explain this to the ancestor. Hu Xiaotian was already completely driven mad, not hesitating to use his own life to threaten Hu Zhenlei. Young master, this Hu Gan and the others hurriedly stopped Hu Xiaotian. "TSK, who do you think you are?" Gu Fei's clone said in disdain. "You..." Hu Xiaotian was about to go crazy. "Granduncle, are you really going to watch me die in front of you?" Hu Xiaotian roared sternly. "If you want to die, then hurry up. A second-generation ancestor, like you will commit suicide? What a joke." Gu Fei's clone was even more disdainful. "Damn it, even if I die, I'll drag you down with me." Hu Xiaotian went crazy and directly sent Hu Gan and the others who were blocking him flying, then pounced towards Gu Fei's clone. A berserk energy fluctuation exploded from his body. He wants to self-destruct. Dong Yushui was shocked when she saw this. This Hu Xiaotian was also a heaven stage ranker. If he self-destructed, the killing power would not be a joke. "I say, your fiancé can be considered a ruthless person," Gu Fei's clone said as he clenched his right hand into a fist and was about to punch towards Hu Xiaotian. Who cares if he is Hu Xiaotian or Hu Xiaoti? Who cares if he self-destructs or not? If this punch lands, he will die. Gu Fei's clone would not let this second-generation ancestor get away with it. "Are you crazy?" Hu Zhenlei bellowed, extended his right hand, and grabbed towards Hu Xiaotian in the air. Hu Xiaotian, who was pouncing towards Gu Fei's clone, directly flew towards Hu Zhenlei and was grabbed by the neck by Hu Zhenlei like a little chick. Don't look at Hu Zhenlei's skinny figure. The tall Hu Xiaotian in his hands was like an eagle catching a little chick. Hu Xiaotian immediately became obedient because Hu Zhenlei had directly knocked him out with a punch. "This kind of second-generation ancestor. Why did you save him? Let me send him on his way with a punch so that he won't cause trouble for your family in the future." Gu Fei's clone shook his head. Although this Hu Xiaotian's talent was very good, he had never suffered any hardships. His life had always been smooth sailing, and he had never suffered any setbacks. Using the word hedonistic to describe this guy was already an understatement. Arrogant, conceited, and insufferably arrogant. Once this kind of person suffered setbacks, he would not be able to accept it. His mentality would instantly collapse, and he would definitely do incomparably crazy things. No matter how unbearable he is still a direct descendant of the Hu family. I can't just watch him die. Hu Zhenlei said helplessly. He, the direct descendant of the Hu family, is only like this. Gu Fei's clone was very disapproving. Hu Zhenlei did not say anything. "Let's go." Dong Yushui waved her arms, then took the lead and walked at the very front. The escort team continued forward. Now, no one dared to cause trouble. Even Hu Zhenlei did not make a move, and Hu Xiaotian was taught a lesson by a guard beside Princess Donghua, who dared to cause trouble. The escort team left Black Qilin City in a grandiose manner. There were more than a dozen carriages in the team, and in one of the carriages, Gu Fei's clone, Wang Zhan's mother and sister were placed. This time, when escorting Dong Yushui to the East Moon royal capital, Gu Fei's clone brought Wang Zhan's mother and sister along. He could not leave them in Black Qilin City. After all, it would not be long before a great war erupted in Black Qilin City again. Gu Fei's clone had already rearranged the formation for Black Qilin City. Even if the army of the tyrannical Sky Empire came, it would not be so easy to break through Black Qilin City. Moreover, the reinforcements of the East Moon Empire were still stationed in Black Qilin City. Hu Zhenlei, the violent god of thunder, was also guarding Black Qilin City and did not return to the empire. "Granduncle, why didn't you kill that guy?" In Black Qilin City, Hu Xiaotian's roar came from the mayor's residence. "If it were not for me, you would have died God knows how many times." Hu Zhenlei said indifferently. "Humph, this is what you owe me," Hu Xiaotian said angrily. Hu Zhenlei did not say anything. Hu Xiaotian continued to lose his temper. Very soon, the sound of something being smashed came from the main hall of the mayor's residence. "That guy is called Wang Zhan. right? When I return to the royal capital, I will make you beg for death. Chapter 56, 69. The news that Hu Shaotian of the Tiger family of the East Moon Imperial City had been beaten into a pig's head had already spread in Black Scale City. There was also a tiger clan in Black Chelan City, but the Black Chelan City's tiger clan had no relationship with the East Moon Royal Capital's tiger clan. However, this did not stop the Black Chelan City's tiger clan's determination to befriend the East Moon Royal Capital's tiger clan. Black Chelan City's Hu clan's patriarch, Hu Xiaoyu, immediately handed over all the information on Gu Fei's doppelganger Wang Zhan to Hu Shaotian. That guy is just a soldier in Black Chelan City? Are you kidding me? Under the big tree in the backyard of the city lord's mansion, next to the stone table, Hu Shaotian fiercely slammed his palm on the table. Countless cracks appeared on the incomparably hard stone table, as if it could break at any time. How would I dare to make fun of young master? Seeing that Hu Shaotian was enraged, Hu Xiaoyu was so frightened that he fell to the ground, trembling in fear. The two clans' clan head too, who was carefully standing at the side, was also extremely shocked. It was hard to imagine that these big shots in Black Chelan City, who could summon the wind and summon the rain, would actually behave like this in front of Hu Shaotian. Only the city lord of Black Chelan City, Dong Yutian, remained calm on the surface, but he was already panicking inside. Although his surname was Dong, he was only a branch of the Dongyu royal family. Dongwei Tianxia actually did not have much status in the Dongwei royal family. Compared to the imperial capitals Hu clan that held real power, East Moon naturally did not dare to offend them. Of course, Hu Shaotian didn't dare to do anything to him, the city lord of Black Chelan City. After all, he was also surnamed Dongyu. Even if he was a branch of the royal family, he was still a member of the royal family. Brother under heaven, is this Wang Zhan really just a small soldier in Black Chelan City? Hu Shaotian turned to Dongwei Tianxia and asked. When Dongwei Tianxia heard this, a cold light flashed in the depths of his eyes. This guy actually dared to call me brother? When I made my debut, this brat's father was still playing in the mud somewhere. Of course, Dongwei Tianxia dared not show any dissatisfaction on the surface. One had to know that Dongwei Tianxia was only in the heaven realm. Wang Zhan is indeed a small soldier in Black Chelan City. Dongwei Tianxia nodded. Ha ha, how interesting. Hu Shaotian's smile was very ugly because his originally handsome face was still swollen like a pig's head. Then who can tell me why a mere soldier is so strong? Even my granduncle has to admit defeat. Hu Shaotian gritted his teeth. This, no one dared to speak, because no one knew how Wang Zhan suddenly became so powerful and in such a short period of time. Don't tell me this guy is a descendant of some super clan that has come to play in the world. Hu Shaotian said angrily. Everyone felt the killing intent from Hu Shaotian's body. Wang Zhan's family background was very clean. They came from a military family in Black Chelan City. His father and grandfather, who died in battle, were soldiers of Black Chelan City. Hu Shaotian couldn't understand how someone who had grown up in Black Chelan City, an ant-like soldier, could suddenly become so strong. He was actually bullied by an ant. Hu Shaotian was so depressed that he almost vomited blood. Therefore, he couldn't let this guy called Wang Zhan go. Go and capture Wang Zhan's entire family. Hu Shaotian roared. This, Hu Xiaoyu and the others all hesitated. What, you can't even do such a small thing. What do I need you for? Hu Shaotian was furious. No, young Master Tian, it's not that we can't do it. It's that Wang Zhan's entire family has followed Wang Zhan. Hu Xiaoyu carefully said. Hu Shaotian was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Could it be that this guy doesn't have any friends in Black Chelan City? Hu Shaotian laughed sinisterly. Since he couldn't find Wang Zhan's family to vent his anger, then he would find his friends. This daddy will first vent the anger in his chest. However, Hu Xiaoyu and the others still shook their heads. Wang Zhan really didn't have any friends in Black Qilin City. Only the Black Tiger took care of him. But this Black Tiger also followed Wang Zhan to the imperial capital. Fuck! Hu Xiaotian was truly angered. This daddy just wanted to find someone to vent his anger on. Why was it so difficult? All of you, scram! Hu Xiaotian, who was stunned for a while, suddenly roared at everyone. Yes, yes, yes. Hu Xiaoyu and the two families' leader hurriedly retreated. Dong Yu Tianxia also turned and walked out, but the moment his back faced Hu Xiaotian, a cold light flashed in his eyes, and his expression became very ugly. Humph! Wang Zhan, as long as you are in the East Moon imperial capital, I have a way to let you die. Hu Xiaotian said fiercely. On the big tree behind Hu Xiaotian, a black shadow quietly stood on a branch. He seemed to be one with the surroundings. Even a heaven stage expert like Dong Yu Tianxia couldn't sense his existence. He was Hu Xiaotian's protector, the god of thunder, Hu Xinlei. Sigh. Hu Xinlei helplessly shook his head. His nephew's breadth of mind was really not good. No matter how talented he was, it would be difficult for him to become a great person. Gu Fei's clone Wang Zhan, who was gnashing his teeth in hatred from Hu Xiaotian, was currently following the main road towards the East Moon imperial capital. The group of several thousand people was vast and mighty. Black Qilin City was really far from the East Moon imperial capital. With the speed of Gu Fei's clone, it would probably take several months for them to reach the imperial capital. With the Overlord War God in custody, they couldn't go faster even if they wanted to. In fact, the reason why Gu Fei's clone was so slow with the Overlord War God was because he had other plans. I say, are there really people coming to rescue the prisoners? Shui, who was riding at the front on a tall horse, suddenly turned around and asked Gu Fei's clone behind her. There should be. If no one comes to rescue the prisoners, how boring would it be? Gu Fei's clone looked at the sky and said, it was already dusk, and night would soon fall. They needed to find a place to set up camp. You seem like you can't wait for someone to rescue the prisoners. Shui was speechless. Ha! Don't you want to capture a few more influential fellows in the Overlord Heaven Empire to take back for merit? Gu Fei's clone laughed. Of course I do. Shui blurted out, you really have a good crow's mouth. As Gu Fei's clone spoke, a tall and ferocious-looking man appeared on the main road ahead. The burly man held a mace that was 3 meters long in his hand. Seeing the mace in the man's hand, all the soldiers couldn't help but change their expressions. Even Shui couldn't help but frown. You're the crow's mouth. As she spoke, Dongwei Shui gave Longxiang Barbarian a look. Dragon Elephant Man immediately urged his horse forward. Chapter 56-70. Gu Fei's doppelganger was a little surprised that someone had come to rescue the prisoners. After all, they had just left Black Qilin City. They originally wanted to use hegemonic war immortal to lure out those guys from the tyrannical Sky Imperial Court and then get rid of them. Otherwise, they would not have escorted hegemonic war immortal on the road with such great fanfare. The burly man who blocked the way waved the mace in his hand and attacked Dragon Elephant Man. Violent yuan qi burst out from his body. This fellow was like a terrifying savage beast. Heaven-ranked middle realm. Gu Fei's doppelganger immediately sensed the cultivation of this burly man. These burly guys are all at the heaven rank. Gu Fei's doppelganger said, is there anything strange about that? Dongyue Shui said disapprovingly, not strange. Gu Fei's doppelganger thought, for a moment. This was the limitless realm where people had a long lifespan. If one's talent was insufficient, they could make up for it with time. Even a pig could become a god in the limitless realm as long as it had enough time. Heaven rank was not God rank. Therefore, in the limitless realm, even a little girl could be an old sister who had lived for tens of thousands of years. Gu Fei's doppelganger suddenly felt that in the limitless realm, he had to keep a low profile. He could not be as awe-inspiring as he used to be. Just as Gu Fei's doppelganger was thinking about the importance of keeping a low profile, Dragon Elephant Man had already fought with the burly man who blocked the way to rescue the prisoners. Clang! There was a sound of metal colliding, and the next moment, Dragon Elephant Man was directly sent flying. In just one blow, Dragon Elephant Man was defeated. The mace in the burly man's hand was too terrifying. Everyone was inexplicably shocked. This was a great killing weapon. One touch would injure, and one would die. For a moment, no one dared to go forward. This time, among the generals of Black Qilin City, only Long Xiang Man accompanied Dong Yue Shui to escort the tyrant war god back to the East Moon royal capital. The other generals remained to guard Black Qilin City. Moreover, in order to curry favor with the Dongyue royal capital's Hu clan, the Hu clan and the Tu clan did not send any experts from their clans to escort Dongyue Shui back to the royal capital. The Hu clan of the East Moon imperial capital was truly very powerful. They were definitely a clan with real power, and they practically controlled the entire army of the East Moon Empire. Moreover, there was an ancestor who had lived for countless years in the East Moon Empire's Tiger clan. No one in the entire East Moon Empire dared to ignore the existence of this ancestor of the Tiger clan. If they could latch onto the thighs of the East Moon Imperial Capital's Tiger clan, then the Black Qilin City's Tiger clan and Tu clan would immediately soar into the sky. This was a must. In their eyes, this was a real benefit. As for Dong Yue Shui, they couldn't wait for her to leave Black Qilin City. It's your turn to perform. Dong Yue Shui said to Gu Fei's clone beside her. What do you mean it's my turn to perform? Can't you do it? Gu Fei's clone did not want to fight anymore. He wanted to keep a low profile. If he could avoid fighting, he would. There was absolutely no harm in hiding. It was better to be safe than sorry. Me? You actually have the heart to let a girl risk her life against this ferocious-looking man. Dong Yue Shui glared at Gu Fei's clone with her hands on her hips and said fiercely, "You're a tough girl. You can do it. You can do it. Go, raise your sword and punish the evil and promote the good." Gu Fei's clone decided to hide until the end. He did not realize the importance of keeping a low profile before. Now, he was probably being targeted by many. Kill! At this moment, the strong man roared and waved the huge mace in his hand, charging into Dong Yue Shui's group. In the next moment, the huge mace in the strong man's hand swept across a large area. The soldiers under Dong Yue Shui cried for their parents and fled in all directions. "Wang Zhan, you bastard! Didn't you say you would protect me? Why aren't you helping?" Dong Yue Shui could not help but panic. If her group was scattered, would she have to escort the Sky Overlord War God back to the East Moon royal capital? "Yeah, I'm only protecting you. The others can do as they please." Gu Fei's clone said indifferently, "Don't forget, your mother and sister are in the group too." Dong Yue Shui rolled her eyes and suddenly said, "Thanks for the reminder. I'll go protect them first." Gu Fei's clone said, and leaped from the back of the horse. He walked in the air and traversed tens of meters in an instant, landing on his mother and sister's carriage. Dong Yue Shui was depressed. "Fire the arrows! Fire the arrows!" Dong Yue Shui could not care less and commanded the group to counterattack. At this moment, the strong man was already charging towards the Sky Overlord War God's prisoner carriage. At this moment, Dong Yue Shui's guard, Yang Fei Yun, raised his spear and charged towards the strong man. The strong man roared and waved the huge mace, smashing it down on Yang Fei Yun's head. Do you want to die? Seeing this, Dong Shui panicked. With a flash, she appeared behind Yang Feiyun, grabbing his collar and pulling him back. Boom! The mace smashed down, causing the ground to explode and dust to fly up. The place where Yang Feiyun was originally standing was smashed into a huge pit. If Dong Shui did not pull Yang Feiyun away, he would have been smashed into meat paste by the strong man's mace. This Yang Feiyun broke out in cold sweat. She never thought that the ferocious-looking guy would be so fierce. She was only half a step into Heaven Realm, yet she dared to fight a Heaven Realm middle realm brute. In the eyes of Gufei's clone, she was simply courting death. You're courting death. Dong Shui waved her right hand and sent Yang Feiyun dozens of meters away. She then flipped her left hand, and a huge bow appeared in her hand. This was the treasure of the East Moon Empire, the East Moon Bow. The East Moon Bow was not given to Dong Shui by the East Moon Imperial Lord. She stole it from the palace treasury when she secretly left the imperial capital. East Moon Bow. The strong man's eyes lit up when he saw the bow in Dong Shui's hand. He knew his stuff. Dong Shui put her right hand on the bowstring and was about to draw it. The East Moon Bow did not use arrows, but condensed qi into arrows. As long as the bowstring was drawn, the power of the bow would be activated and light arrows would condense on the bowstring. The power of the light arrows condensed on the East Moon Bow was not any weaker than real arrows. Moreover, light arrows were even more terrifying than real arrows. If one was hit by the light arrows, the arrow force would instantly enter the body and destroy the life force of the person. Under normal circumstances, people who were shot by the East Moon Bow would only die in one way, and that was to explode. The strong man did not give Dong Shui the chance to draw the East Moon Bow. Whoosh! Chapter 56-71. Who would dare to break out a prisoner without some ability? The burly man was like a human-shaped beast. He swung his mace in all directions, causing Dong Shui's team to be thrown off their feet and flee for their lives. Even an elite soldier would be defeated if they encountered this fellow. At that moment, the archers under Dong Shui's command made their move. A series of piercing sounds rang out as countless arrows shot towards the burly man. These archers were all fighters who had undergone strict training. They had all been through the baptism of war, and each of them had the ability to shoot with great accuracy. The burly man who broke out the prisoner was huge. If they could not even hit such a huge target, then these archers were not fit to be called archers. However, a scene that left everyone dumbfounded appeared. The incomparably ferocious fellow actually turned a blind eye to the arrows that were shot at him. The arrows that were flying towards him instantly landed on his body. However, the arrows that could pierce through rocks were all deflected when they landed on his body. Not only were the arrows that landed on the man's armor deflected, but the arrows that landed on his skin and face were also deflected. It was as if the arrows had landed on a piece of indestructible steel, unable to harm the guy at all. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. This guy had actually cultivated an indestructible body. The Black Qilin cities who clan's invincible mystic art, Dong Shui used a mystical footwork to dodge the man's storm-like attacks. The man's mace did not even touch the corner of her clothes. Black Qilin cities who clan is nothing. The man sneered disdainfully. Could you be? Dong Shui was shocked when she thought of something. Humph! The fierce-looking man sneered and continued to swing the huge spiked mace in his hand at Dong Shui. Dong Shui was shocked. She was almost hit by the man who did not know how to show mercy to the fairer sex. The mace smashed into the ground, sending dirt flying. This guy, Dong Shui was covered in dirt. Die! The man roared and swung his mace at Dong Yue Shui. This time, Dong Yue Shui had no chance to dodge. This guy would not go easy on Dong Yue Shui just because she was a girl. If she was hit by the mace, there would only be one outcome for Dong Yue Shui, death. Just as Dong Yue Shui was about to be struck by the mace actually stopped a few inches away from her. The mace touched Shui's clothes at the waist. Dong Yue Shui was scared out of her wits. She had taken a trip to the gates of hell and almost died. She looked down and saw a hand reach out from the side and grab the mace. The owner of this hand was her guard, Wang Zhan. Gu Fei's doppelganger, Wang Zhan, had no choice but to act. There was no way he could watch Dong Yue Shui be beaten to death by the raging bull. Sigh, the situation doesn't allow me to keep a low profile, Gu Fei's clone said helplessly. At a time like this, you still want to hide. Dong Yue Shui was depressed. She was almost beaten to death. I told you, I'll protect you. Gu Fei's clone stood proudly and said with his chest puffed out, You're my guard. Isn't it your duty to protect me? Dong Yue Shui said in annoyance and slipped away. Roar. The man roared and exerted his strength, trying to retrieve the mace that Gu Fei's clone had grabbed. However, Gu Fei's clone's hand seemed to be attached to the mace. No matter how much strength he exerted, the mace did not budge. Do you want it that badly? Then I'll give it to you. Gu Fei's clone took advantage of the moment the man exerted his strength and let go. The man could not retract his strength in time and staggered a few steps back. The man widened his eyes and stared at the young man in front of him. The young man stood with his hands behind his back calmly, not taking him seriously at all. This shocked and angered the man. Is this guy really Dong Yue Shui's guard? There must be a mistake in the information. How could there be such an expert by Dong Yue Shui's side? Since he dared to break the prisoner out, this bull-like guy who was invulnerable must have done his homework and would not act rashly. After all, the person he wanted to capture was the Sky Overlord War God, the #1 war god of the tyrannical Sky Empire. The Sky Overlord War God's cultivation was unfathomable. Being able to capture him alive meant that the East Moon Empire had the help of an expert. Could this guy be that mysterious expert? Surrender obediently. Gu Fei's doppelganger looked at the barbaric bull in front of him with a slight smile. You want your grandfather to surrender without putting up a fight? Go to hell. The fierce-looking man roared and swung his mace at Gu Fei's doppelganger. Hey! Gu Fei's doppelganger casually waved his right hand at the fierce-looking man. Then, this guy let out a blood-curdling scream and was sent flying. The mace in this guy's hand disappeared with a whoosh. Sigh. My strength doesn't allow me to keep a low profile. Gu Fei's clone shook his head helplessly and walked toward the carriage where Wang Zhan's mother and sister were, ignoring the bull-like guy who was sent flying with a wave of his hand. The man hit the ground and spat out 3 mouthfuls of blood. Then he collapsed on the ground and lost the ability to fight. Of course, Gu Fei's clone did not kill him. Otherwise, the bull-like guy would not be able to survive even if he had 10 lives. Keep a low profile. You must keep a low profile. Gu Fei's clone returned to the carriage and became the coachman. Everyone stared at this scene, dumbfounded. What are you guys doing? Why are you looking at me? Haven't you seen a handsome guy before? Gu Fei's clone said to the people around him helplessly. Everyone was speechless. Your Highness, mind your appearance. You're almost drooling. Gu Fei's clone felt even more helpless when he saw Dong Yue Shui looking at him with stars in her eyes. Ugh. Dong Yue Shui touched the corner of her mouth subconsciously. You baddie. Dong Yue Shui blushed and quickly turned her back to Gu Fei's clone. Hey, brother, Is it appropriate for you to flirt with Her Highness like this? At this moment, a fatty appeared beside Gu Fei's clone. It was a young, dark-skinned fatty. To be more precise, it was a dark-skinned fatty. What does it have to do with you, dark-skinned fatty? After watching the show for so long, you're finally going to make a move? Gu Fei's doppelganger didn't even look at the dark-skinned fatty who suddenly appeared. Chapter 5672. Although the guy who broke the prisoner out looked extremely fierce, Gu Fei's clone just casually waved his hand, and he was directly sent flying and fell to the ground. Everyone was in disbelief. A casual wave of his hand defeated a Heaven Realm expert. Everyone looked at Gu Fei's clone in a different light. In Black Qilin City, when Gu Fei's clone fought against Overlord War Immortal, not everyone in the city was able to see the cool scene of him displaying his invincible might. Only those big shots in Black Qilin City were lucky enough to watch the battle. Therefore, among the people present, not many really knew how powerful Gu Fei's clone was. Just as Gu Fei's clone returned to Wang Zhan's mother and sister's carriage and became the coachman, a dark-skinned fatty suddenly appeared beside him. The dark-skinned fatty floated in the void, just like that, like a mass of air. Moreover, the surrounding people seemed to be unable to see the fatty at all. Even experts like Dong Yue Shui, Yang Feiyun, and Dragon Elephant Barbarian did not sense the fatty's existence. I say, fatty, if you want to break the prisoner out, then do it. If there's nothing else, then scram. Gu Fei's clone glanced at the dark-skinned fatty and said impatiently, "Brother, don't misunderstand. I'm not here to break the prisoner out." The dark-skinned fatty quickly explained, "Don't tell me you're just passing by." "Haha, how do you know?" "I'm really just passing by." The fatty laughed. "All right, I'll take it that you're just passing by. But since the show is over, shouldn't you be on your way?" Gu Fei's clone said indifferently. He did not believe a single word that the fatty said. Since this guy wanted to play, then he would play with him. He was very bored anyway. "We seem to be going the same way. Let's go together. We can look out for each other." The dark-skinned fatty obviously didn't want to leave. "All right, as you wish," Gu Fei's clone said indifferently. Hee. The dark-skinned fatty actually floated to the ground and transformed into a fat soldier. The more powerful a cultivator was, the more divine abilities they would master. This kind of transformation technique was the most inferior divine ability for Gu Fei's clone. Moreover, in the world of cultivation, it seemed that there was no such thing as beauty or ugliness. Cultivators who were successful in their cultivation were naturally handsome and elegant. Not only were they as beautiful as fairies, even those who were originally ugly would become as beautiful as flowers. Even if a pig became a spirit, it could also transform into a handsome young man. Therefore, in the cultivation world, as long as one wanted to, even a pig head could become a handsome man. Therefore, in the cultivation world, as long as one wanted it, one could be as beautiful as the sky. Therefore, in the world of cultivation, anything was possible as long as one wanted it. However, what exactly did this fatty want to do? What was his background? All of this made Gu Fei's avatar very excited. He wanted to see what exactly this fellow wanted to do. Dong Yushui was currently reorganizing the troops, and the soldiers who died in battle had already chosen a place to be buried. After being busy for several hours, it was already late at night. They directly set up camp on the side of the main road, and the night passed peacefully. Early the next morning, after eating and drinking, the troops continued on their way. The soldiers who were injured in yesterday's battle stayed behind. They had two choices. One was to return to Black Qilin City, which was not too far away from here. The second choice was to continue on their way and slowly follow behind. However, most of the injured soldiers chose to return to Black Qilin City. because the capital of East Moon Kingdom was too far, and they were injured. They could not keep up with the troops. Thus, there was only one outcome, and that was to receive a bento box on the way. Dong Yu Shui's troops were fewer in number, but there was an additional prisoner carriage. This prisoner carriage was newly built, and the fierce man who broke out of the prisoners was locked in the new carriage, becoming a fellow sufferer of the sky-dominating war god. On the other hand, the sky-dominating young Lord Ba Fei was relatively more comfortable because Dong Yu Shui had arranged a carriage for him, and he did not have a chance to show up. As they got further and further away from Black Qilin City, there were fewer people around the main road. In the end, there were no signs of human habitation for several hundred kilometers. There were dense forests and hills everywhere. This was the hinterland of the East Moon Empire, so there were no mountains or precipitous ridges. However, the roars of wild beasts could be heard from time to time in the ancient forests. In this endless forest, there were many cities, but the distance between the cities was very far. Gu Fei's clone and the others were passing through an ancient forest that spanned 800 kilometers. On both sides of the road were tall trees, and the canopy of the trees blocked the sky. The mountain path was dim. It would instead be abnormal if nothing happened while passing through such a place. Can we pass through this forest before nightfall? Gu Fei's clone transmitted his voice to Dong Yu Shui, who was at the front of the group. I'm afraid not. Dong Yu Shui transmitted her voice to Gu Fei's clone. Then we'll have to trouble you. Gu Fei's clone said with a frown. With you here, what's there to be afraid of? Dong Yu Shui said calmly. As long as Wang Zhan was here, she didn't need to worry about her safety because Wang Zhan wouldn't let anyone hurt her. She was very confident in Wang Zhan. After all, when Gu Fei's clone was in Black Qilin City, Wang Zhan had directly defeated the Overlord War God. Keep a low profile, keep a low profile. Gu Fei's clone said angrily, I won't allow you to keep a low profile. Dong Yu Shui retorted. Gu Fei's clone was speechless. Do I need your permission to keep a low profile? Of course, he wouldn't say this to Dong Yu Shui. After all, he was still her bodyguard. However, this couldn't stop his determination to keep a low profile. In the limitless realm, the god level was only a minor character. Above the god level was the saint level, above the saint level was the half-step peerless realm. And above the peerless realm was, in short, there were simply too many people in the limitless realm who could kill Gu Fei's clone. If he were to offend a half-step saint, or even a saint level, he would have to face a bento box. Gu Fei had paid a huge price to send a strand of his will into the limitless realm. Therefore, he couldn't keep a high profile like he did in the other worlds. He had to keep a low profile. Only then would he be able to live longer and complete his clone's mission in the limitless realm. At this moment, Gu Fei's clone had a bad feeling. If they couldn't pass through the forest before nightfall, they would be in deep trouble. However, this was a team of thousands of people. There were also horse carriages and prisoner carriages among them. This already determined that the team couldn't be too fast. Passing through the forest in half a day seemed very unrealistic. As expected, an air-piercing sound suddenly resounded above their heads. Shadows swept past the treetops and instantly disappeared. Enemy attack! Dong Yu Shui shouted. The team immediately stopped. The archers quickly drew their arrows and knocked them on their bowstrings. They looked around vigilantly. The others immediately tensed up. At this moment, a dozen shadows silently appeared on the mountain path in front of them. Someone came to break the prisoners again. Sigh. Chapter 56-73. 800 miles of primeval forest. Only a single mountain path ran through it. On both sides of the path were dense and tall trees. The trees on both sides of the path were lush, their huge canopies blocking the sky. Even if the sun was high up in the sky, the path would still be dim. At this moment, a dozen black figures suddenly appeared on the path ahead. These black shadows blocked the mountain path, and a cold, murderous aura pervaded the air. You really don't know your place. Dong Yue Shui coldly stared at these sneaky fellows and sneered. Pairs of soldiers charged out from behind Dong Yue Shui and formed a battle formation in front of her. They held their shields in front of them and pointed their spears at the black figures in front of them. The archers at the back of the team also spread out, knocking their arrows and aiming at the black shadows. The thousands of soldiers that Dong Yue Shui brought out from Black Qilin City were all well-trained and seasoned veterans. Every single one of them had rich battle experience. They're all experts. Gu Fei's clone, who was sitting on the carriage as the coachman, frowned when he saw these black figures. These people were all heaven rank experts. None of them were weaker than the big guy from before. Moreover, these mysterious fellows were obviously all assassins. These guys would do anything to achieve their goals. Brother, Her Highness is no match for these people. It's up to you now. The black fatty who had transformed into a soldier came next to Gu Fei's clone and whispered. At this moment, the black figures began to press towards Dong Yue Shui. As they moved, the withered leaves on the ground floated up and danced in the air. Hee. Gu Fei's clone rolled his eyes. In the next moment, he extended his right hand without any warning and directly grabbed the black fatty, who had transformed into a soldier. The dark-skinned fatty had been on guard against Gu Fei's doppelganger, but Gu Fei's doppelganger's attack was too fast. Gu Fei's doppelganger grabbed his neck. Even if the dark-skinned fatty had earth-shattering divine abilities, he couldn't use any of them at this time. Brother, what are you doing? The dark fatty's shock was no small matter. You can't just come here and eat and drink for free. You have to put in some effort, don't you think? Gu Fei's doppelganger laughed. What? Don't. Put me down first. I'll go up and deal with these guys. The dark-skinned fatty said, hurriedly. Gu Fei's doppelganger did not trust this fellow. If he let go, this fellow would definitely run away immediately. Go. Gu Fei's doppelganger waved its hand, and the dark-skinned fatty shot out like a cannonball towards the dozen or so black shadows. Everyone was startled by this sudden scene. The dozen or so mysterious experts instantly dispersed. Boom! The dark-skinned fatty smashed heavily into the midst of the dozen or so mysterious experts. Dried twigs, withered leaves, and dirt flew in all directions. You bastards, listen up! Our Lord Fatty is going to fight all of you. Gu Fei's doppelganger shouted. The dark-skinned fatty, who had just crawled up from the ground, was depressed. Swoosh! 3 rays of cold light appeared and shot towards the dark-skinned fatty. A cold light flashed past, and a withered leaf was instantly split in half. Brother, you're too disloyal. The fatty shrunk his neck. A ray of cold light brushed past his head, causing a strand of hair to fall down. He then took a step back and turned around. Another ray of cold light brushed past his clothes at his waist. The fatty reached out with his right hand and grabbed the ray of cold light that was aimed at his throat. The group of black-clothed men were shocked to see this scene. This fatty looked like a simple-minded person, but he actually had such skills. It seemed like he had quite a background. The moment the fatty was caught by Gu Fei's doppelganger, his camouflage art lost its effect, and he revealed his true form. The 3 black-clothed men attacked at the same time. They initially wanted to kill the fatty before dealing with Dong Yue Shui. Who would have thought that the fatty who suddenly appeared was so powerful? The fatty was extremely depressed at this moment. You bastards think I wanted to attack. The ray of cold light in the fatty's hand was a flying sword. The flying sword was as long as a chopstick, and in the fatty's hand, it looked like a small silver snake that was constantly struggling. Flying sword? You're from the Eastern Boundless Sword sect. The fatty's expression turned serious. He exerted force in his right hand, and the flying sword in his hand immediately exploded, turning into specks of light that disappeared into the void. Wah! One of the black-clothed men who attacked the fatty spat out a mouthful of blood. His aura was immediately weakened by more than half. To a sword cultivator, a flying sword was equivalent to a second life. Once the flying sword was destroyed, the sword cultivator's abilities would be reduced by more than half. A sword cultivator without a flying sword was like a tiger without teeth. The black-clothed men were shocked to see this. This fatty actually destroyed a flying sword with his bare hands. That was a flying sword that had been tempered hundreds and thousands of times. To destroy a flying sword with his bare hands, just how much strength was required? Kill. Without any superfluous words, the group of black-clothed men directly attacked the fatty. Do you think I'm a sick cat if I don't show my power? The fatty's body shook as he spoke. In the next moment, the sound of the great path seemed to ring in the void. Countless Tao patterns rushed out from the fatty's body, turning into the phantom of a godly person. Violent waves of power spread out in all directions, directly sending the black-clothed men who were attacking the fatty flying. I'm amazing. I'm amazing. Everyone, give me a round of applause. Gufei's clone stood up from the carriage and applauded the fatty. The surrounding people were all stunned. Brother, what happened? At this moment, a weak voice came from the carriage. It's okay. I'm here. You and Mother can rest assured, Gufei's clone said. He had a feeling of obedience. His original body, Gufei, was an orphan. He had been brought back to the Taishan sect by his master, Wan Xiancheng, since he was a child. He cultivated ancient martial arts, so his progress was slow. He had never known who his parents were. Even his master, Wan Xiancheng, did not know. Now, one of his spirits had taken over Wang Zhan's body, and Wang Zhan was actually not dead. His spirit was only asleep. Wang Zhan's mother and sister had now become his mother and sister. The sudden appearance of his mother and sister really gave Gufei's avatar a huge headache, causing him to have a huge headache, especially this sister. She had been weak and sickly since she was a child. In fact, Gufei's clone could tell at a glance that his sister had a born Taoism aptitude. This was too awesome. Born Taoism aptitude. His sister was born with such a physique. This could only happen in the infinite realm. In other worlds, there was no such thing as a born Taoism aptitude. Chapter 5674. The dark-skinned and plump man had a mysterious background. Gufei's clone could not tell who he was, but even Dong Wuxuer could not tell who he was. At this time, Dong Wuxuer was also dumbfounded by this scene. Since when did such a powerful guy sneak into her team? Wang Zhan seemed to know who this guy was. What's going on? Dong Wuxuer transmitted her voice to Gufei's clone. How would I know? Gufei's doppelganger shrugged. How could you not know? Dong Wuxuer did not believe it at all. Is it someone from your sect? Dong Wuxuer asked. Gufei's clone was speechless. I see. You do have a mysterious sect behind you. I understand now. Dong Wuxuer nodded. What do you understand? Gufei's clone was really depressed. Your sect doesn't want to come out, doesn't want the world to know of its existence. I understand. I know the rules of such secluded sections. Dong Wuxuer said very seriously. This. Gufei's doppelganger was speechless. The princess's imagination was too powerful. However, it seemed that this was also a good thing. Knowing that he had the support of a mysterious sect, the princess wouldn't have any ill intentions towards him. Just as Gufei's clone was conversing with Princess Dongyue, the fatty was actually fighting them all alone on the mountain path. He was locked in a stalemate with the dozen or so black-clothed men involved in the secret formation. The dozen or so mysterious men used their movement techniques, and in the next moment, their power actually merged together. 10,000 swords flying immortal. The mysterious man in the lead roared. In the next moment, a terrifying sword power erupted, and countless sword flashes appeared in the void. These sword flashes pierced towards the fatty from all directions. Every sword flash was extremely dazzling and sharp. Wherever the sword flashes passed, the void seemed to be torn apart. You bastards! The fatty was furious because he no longer doubted them. He already knew where these fellows came from. No wonder they covered their faces, this group of sanctimonious fellows. With the protection of the golden body, I am invincible, the fat man roared. In the next moment, the divine sound of the great path seemed to ring in the void around him. Countless golden patterns of the way rushed out from his body. The patterns intertwined and instantly turned into a golden silhouette. The moment the countless sword lights pierced the golden figure from all directions, they were all sent flying away. The mysterious leader seemed to have thought of something, and a look of horror appeared in his eyes. Retreat! He roared angrily and was about to flee. You want to leave now? Too late. Fatty was furious. He clasped his hands together in front of his chest. In the next moment, his clasped hands separated and countless palm shadows appeared in the void, directly blasting towards the dozen mysterious men in black. Rumble, the violent palm force erupted, and the void around the fat man was shaking. Seeing how fierce the fat man was, Gufei's clone could not help but be a little surprised. It was really a fluke that he was able to subdue the fat man just now. Bang, bang, bang. More than a dozen mysterious men were directly bombarded by the fat man's palm shadows, and all of them were sent flying. They kept vomiting blood in the air, directly smashing on the mountain path or into the forest on both sides. The fat man stood proudly and slowly retracted his palm. This was simply the bearing of a generation's grandmaster. Seeing this scene, everyone was inexplicably shocked. This fat man was really terrifying when he was angry. Lord Fatty is mighty. Lord Fatty is so handsome. Gufei's clone raised his arms and shouted at the fat man. Brother, you are too unkind. The fat man was depressed. He did not want to attack, but this guy grabbed his vital point and threw him out. Even if he did not want to attack, he had no choice. I say, Lord Fatty, since we are on the road together, let's help each other. If you are in trouble, next time, as long as you say the word, I will not shirk my duty. Gufei's clone said disapprovingly. You said it yourself. The fat man suddenly smiled and directly returned to the carriage of Gufei's clone. He sat side by side with Gufei's clone and became the coachman together. Everyone stared at the two of them in a daze. For a moment, no one spoke. Only the painful screams of the mysterious men could be heard on the mountain path. The fat man did not really kill them, but he did not hold back either. These guys were really despicable to actually do bad things with their faces covered. How could he let them go so easily? Why are you still not arresting these guys? Dongyue Shui shouted at the surrounding warriors. Yes, Your Highness. Longxiang Man and Yang Feiyun immediately took the order and led their men forward. The mysterious men in black were heavily injured by the fat man and had long lost their ability to fight. Then, they were directly tied up by the warriors who pounced on them like wolves and tigers. Another 13 mysterious men were captured, and these mysterious men were very likely to be sword cultivators from the Infinity Sword sect. This was going to be a bit troublesome. The Infinity Sword sect was the strongest sword sect in the East Pole. Even if the East Moon Empire was given 100 guts, they would not dare to offend the Infinity Sword sect, because this was not a competition of the same level. Any elder from the Infinity Sword sect could destroy the East Moon Empire. This is a hot potato. Dong Yue Shui came to the side of Gu Fei's clone. Gu Fei's clone naturally knew what the princess was talking about. Is the Infinity Sword sect very strong? Gu Fei's clone said indifferently. You actually don't know about the Infinity Sword sect, or Dong Yue Shui thought of a possibility and could not help but be shocked. Could the sect behind Wang Zhan be so strong that it could ignore the Infinity Sword sect? She was imagining things again. If that was really the case, then she would have to carefully consider her relationship with Wang Zhan. At this moment, in the eyes of Dong Yue Shui, Gu Fei's clone Wang Zhan was many times better than the genius of the Hu family, Hu Xiaotian. Most importantly, Wang Zhan had an extremely powerful sect behind him. This was the true advantage in Dong Yue Shui's eyes. In the limitless realm, the importance of a powerful sect was absolutely unquestionable. Don't worry about those useless things. With me here, what are you worried about? Gu Fei's clone glanced at the fat man beside him, then turned to Princess Dong Yue. Don't you think so, me? Gu Fei's clone continued to speak to the fat man beside him. Whatever you say, do as you please. The fat man said in annoyance. He had been screwed over by this guy just now. Look, since I've already said so, Your Highness, you should go do what you need to do. Gu Fei's clone smiled. Chapter 56-75. The group continued on their way. The 13 mysterious black-clothed men did not have the luxury of a prisoner carriage. They were directly tied up by Dong Yue Shui's subordinates and dragged behind them in a carriage. Another 13 prisoners were added to the group. As for Gu Fei's clone and the mysterious fatty, they continued to be their coachmen. However, the surrounding people were very respectful of them, because the two coachmen were truly monstrous. One was a badass who crippled the #1 war god in Black Qilin City, and the other was an expert who defeated 13 sword cultivators in a single move. With these two around, anyone who tried to break the prisoners would fail and become prisoners instead. For Dong Yue Shui, she was very relieved to have these two in the group. She became more and more curious about the sect behind Gu Fei's clone. However, she would never have imagined that there was no powerful and mysterious sect behind him at all. Everything was just the result of her imagination. Moreover, Dong Yue Shui was even more overthinking things. Of course, this was the effect Gu Fei's clone wanted. As long as Dong Yue Shui believed that he had the support of a mysterious sect, she and the entire Dong Yue imperial family would have to be polite to him. In the infinite realm, it was better to keep a low profile before becoming a supreme existence that could contend against the 5 giants of the infinite realm. Gu Fei's clone decided to keep a low profile and continue living. After all, in the infinite realm, all living beings had extremely long lifespans. As long as no accidents happened, they could basically live forever. It was precisely because of this long lifespan that even if the living beings here did not have much talent, they could still use time to increase their cultivation. If talent was not enough, time would make up for it. If cultivating for 1,000 years was not enough, then they would cultivate for billions of years. For the living beings of the infinite realm, the most worthless thing seemed to be time. Therefore, among the great forces of the infinite realm, divine level was really not much. There were even many saint-level cultivators. In the infinite realm, the most difficult cultivation to break through was the infinite prime realm. There were not many saint-level cultivators below infinite prime, but there were many divine-level cultivators. Of course, this was only for the great forces with legacies. Moreover, legacies were also divided into different grades. For example, The legacies of forces like the East Moon Empire and the tyrannical Heaven Empire were much weaker than those of major forces. God-ranked experts were almost invincible in these two empires. However, for a great power like the Limitless Sword Sect, their disciples would be able to reach the divine rank after cultivating for 10 or 20,000 years. This was the importance of inheritance. Without the inheritance, it was impossible to cultivate to the corresponding realm. The inheritance of the East Moon Empire was only an immortal-level inheritance. This was also the reason why Dong Yue Shui was in awe of the master of Gu Fei's clone she had imagined. A weak lineage could never compete with a powerful lineage. At this time, seeing that it was going to be night soon, Shui had no choice but to find a small valley near the mountain path to settle down and continue their journey the next day. Traveling in this primitive ancient forest was already full of danger. After nightfall, the snakes, insects, rats, and ants that hid during the day would come out. Those venomous snakes and insects were no joke. If bitten by a venomous creature, even a cultivator might die. No one dared to underestimate those venomous creatures because no one knew when they would jump out and take a bite. In the easternmost region of the Limitless Realm, there had been a famous incident where a sacred lord was bitten by a bug and died. A sacred lord was bitten to death by a bug. That was a sacred level expert. Scatter the powder around the campsite. Dong Yue Shui said to Yang Feiyun and Dragon Elephant Man beside her. Yes, Your Highness. Yang Feiyun and Dragon Elephant Man accepted the order and left. As night fell, the roars of savage beasts could be heard from outside the small valley. Brother, I'm scared. In the tent where Gu Fei's clone was, Wang Lingxue, who was wrapped in a thick coat, shrunk her neck and said softly, With brother here, what are you afraid of? Gu Fei's clone, Wang Zhan, said as he flipped the roasted meat on the fire. A meaty aroma filled the tent. Your sister has been timid since she was young. Zhan, when can we reach the royal capital? A middle-aged woman sitting on the fire pit asked. Mother, it's still early. Don't worry, I'll definitely bring you and sister back to the royal capital. Gu Fei's clone, Wang Zhan, said with a complicated feeling. Brother Wang, I have something to discuss with you. At this moment, the fatty suddenly came over. There's no room for discussion. Gu Fei's clone waved his hand. This guy has a mysterious background. He must have some ulterior motives for staying here and refusing to leave. Look, the fox's tail is finally revealed. I haven't even said anything, and you're already rejecting me? The fatty was stunned for a good while. This guy doesn't play by the rules. Gu Fei's clone smiled and said, Because you're definitely up to no good. Sai, brother, what are you saying? The fatty laughed at himself, then pretended to be mysterious and said, Aren't you curious about what I want to discuss with you? Nope. Gu Fei's clone said indifferently as he roasted the meat. The fatty was completely speechless. Don't say it. Gu Fei's clone stared at the roasted meat in his hand and swallowed the words that the fatty was about to say. I said don't say it. Gu Fei's clone flipped the roasted meat. The fatty was depressed. I'll drink, all right? Fatty reached into a tattered cloth bag on his body and pulled out a jar of wine. He removed the seal and a sweet aroma of wine wafted out. At the next moment, the wine jar in the fatty's hand disappeared. It was in the hands of Gu Fei's clone. You're not even letting me drink wine. The fatty was enraged. Why are you getting angry? It's bad for your liver. Gu Fei's clone said straightforwardly, I'm the one who says that drinking wine hurts my stomach. The fatty said angrily, You have wine, and I have meat. Big pieces of meat and big mouthfuls of wine. What a joy. After saying that, Gu Fei took a big gulp. Awesome. Gu Fei's clone said comfortably, This is what you call wine. The wine in Black Qilin City's military camp is like water compared to the wine in his hand. This is the first time he drank the immortal brew from the limitless realm. Not bad. This can be considered an immortal brew. Moreover, this immortal brew contains the undying substance of the limitless realm. If mortals eat it, their lifespan will increase. If cultivators eat it, their cultivation will increase. What a fragrant wine! Right at this moment, a figure walked in from outside, and then he sat down beside Gufei's clone. He snatched the jar of wine from Gufei's clone's hand and took a huge gulp. "Your Highness." Chapter 5676. Under the night sky, lights flickered in the small valley. Dong Wei-Shuai's team of thousands set up camp in the small valley. Dozens of tents were scattered in the small valley. The tents were not placed randomly. The main tent was naturally the residence of Her Highness, located at the center of the dozens of tents. Both inside and outside the small valley were sentries. If anything happened, they could release a whistling arrow, and everyone in the small valley would react immediately. And to guard against the snakes, insects, rats, and ants in the forest, they would sprinkle medicinal powder around the tents. This was to avoid unnecessary casualties. When setting up camp in the wilderness, what they were most afraid of were poisonous creatures. That was because the toxicity of the limitless realm's poisonous creatures was not ordinary. Even sage-level experts would fall prey to it. Moreover, they were not here to play. Dong Wei-Shuai, and the others were escorting the Sky Overlord War God. The Sky Overlord War God was the #1 war god of the tyrannical Sky Empire. He was also a divine-level expert of the tyrannical Sky Empire. The importance of the Sky Overlord War God to the tyrannical Sky Empire was undeniable. The people of the tyrannical Sky Empire naturally did not want to see their Sky Overlord War God being escorted to the imperial capital of the East Moon Empire to be humiliated. The people of the tyrannical Sky Empire wanted to save the Sky Overlord War God, but it was not an easy task. But if they could not save him, there was only one way. What's going on? Don't the sky-piercing tower boast of their abilities? Why can't they even rescue a prisoner? Outside the forest, under the shadow of a large tree, stood a few ghost-like black-clothed people. What do you mean? You dare to look down on the sky-piercing tower? One of the black-clothed people sneered. Did I say something wrong? Another black-clothed person mocked. My people died inside too. The information you gave us was wrong, and you're blaming us? The black-clothed person from the sky-piercing tower was furious. Say before you act, don't you first investigate the opponent's strength? The black-clothed person became even more disdainful. All right, stop arguing. If the first time doesn't work, we'll do it the second time. If the second time doesn't work, we'll do it the third time. There's always a chance. The black-clothed person who had been standing in the shadow said. This black-robed person's voice was pleasing to the ears. It was actually a woman, and judging from her voice, she should be a young woman. Of course, in the limitless realm, young women could also be older sisters who had lived for tens of thousands of years. The black-clothed man from Tong Tian Tower wanted to say more. All right, let's go. Since we've accepted the mission, we'll have to complete it. In this world, it's really easy to earn some cultivation resources. The black-clothed woman heaved a long sigh, turned around, and left. Humph! The black-clothed man from Skysplit Tower sneered and glared fiercely at the other two black-clothed men before hurriedly chasing after them. Great Elder, are we going to let them go just like that? Under the tree, a black-clothed man said to another black-clothed man. If we don't let them go, are we going to make them stay for dinner? The Great Elder said snappily. But the war god, the other man in black, was a little anxious. Don't worry. Since Skysplit Tower has accepted our mission, they will definitely complete it. All we need to do is wait for news. After all, Skysplit Tower is the #1 assassin organization in the Eastern Pole. The Great Elder said in a deep voice, but they are an assassin organization after all. Their assassination skills are very powerful, but rescuing prisoners, the man in black said hesitantly. Skysplit Tower was the #1 assassin organization in the Eastern Pole, a ghost in the dark night. Who cares, as long as Skysplit Tower accepts the mission? The Great Elder was not worried at all. Skysplit Tower's strength was there for all to see. They were the #1 assassin organization in the Eastern Pole. If the tyrannical Sky Empire could afford it, they would have asked Skysplit Tower to kill the East Moon Imperial Lord a long time ago. However, killing the Imperial Lord of a dynasty was a matter that pierced the heavens. The price was unimaginable, and even the tyrannical Sky Empire could not afford it, because the implications of killing an Imperial Lord were too great. The East Moon Empire also had a backer behind them. At this moment, the moon was bright, and the stars were sparse. The surroundings of the small valley were very quiet. Not even the chirping of insects could be heard, and the roars of wild beasts had disappeared at some point in time. There must be a reason for this abnormality. Gufei's clone had been paying attention to the movements around the small valley. However, he was currently roasting meat and drinking wine in his own tent, enjoying himself. "Your Highness, do you have something to discuss with me?" Gufei's clone took the wine jar from Dongyue Shue's hands and took a big gulp. The immortal brew of the Unbounded Realm was really not bad, but it was a little strong and burned the throat. As soon as the wine entered his stomach, he felt warm all over. Waves of warmth directly flowed through the meridians of his body. It felt really good. "You're going to waste my azure sky fall just like that." The fatty felt his heart ache. This fine wine was meant to be savored slowly. Savored wine. You understand? You two idiots. The fatty watched as Gufei's clone and Dongyue Shue took a sip of wine and a mouthful of meat. His chubby face twitched from time to time. "Wine is meant to be drunk, not savored. I drink to my heart's content. You understand? To my heart's content," Gufei's clone said as he raised the wine jar and took another big gulp. "Drinking to my heart's content. Ha! Not bad, to my heart's content. If not, why the hell are you drinking?" The fatty seemed to suddenly understand and laughed heartily. Then he took the wine jar from Gufei's clone and took a big gulp. "Fatty, you're quite perceptive. Why don't you become my disciple? How about it?" Gufei's clone suddenly said to the fatty with a smile. Pooh! The fatty spat out a mouthful of wine when he heard that. Moreover, it sprayed all over the face of Gufei's clone. Gufei's doppelganger was depressed. "Wait, what's going on? Aren't you from the same sect as this fatty?" Princess Dongyue was a little confused. "Haha, who said that I'm from the same sect as him?" Gufei's clone laughed. This Dongyue Shue was stunned and did not know what to say for a moment. This Wang Zhan really did not say that the fatty was from the mysterious sect behind him. Then, who is this fatty? Someone of unknown origin? What the hell is going on? You want to be my master? Ha! The fatty looked at Gufei's clone and suddenly laughed as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. "I say, fatty, could it be that you're someone who can stand shoulder to shoulder with the 5 magnates? Am I not qualified to be your master?" Gufei's clone said disapprovingly. "You actually know about the 5 magnates." The fatty's smile disappeared when he heard that. He stared at Gufei's clone with a solemn expression. His gaze was extremely sharp, as if he wanted to see through Gufei's clone inside and out. In the fatty's eyes, Gufei's clone was also extremely mysterious. He could not see through him. Ha ha ha. Chapter 5677. In the tent where Gufei's clone was, Princess Dongyue was dumbfounded. She found it hard to believe that the fatty was someone of unknown origin. What's going on? Tell me honestly, do you have a master or not? Dongyue Schwetter stared at Gufei's clone and said with a serious expression. Why so serious? Gufei's clone did not care at all. He could not be bothered to explain. This is a very serious question. Dongyue Schwetter was very serious. Serious my ass. In this world, if you're not a friend, you're an enemy. It's that simple. This fatty should be a friend now. Of course, nobody can say for sure what will happen in the future. Anything is possible, Gufei's clone said as he took the wine jar from the fatty's hand and took a huge gulp. Haha, good. Fatty laughed heartily. There weren't many people who were as forthright as Gufei's clone. You're not bad too, Gufei's clone said as he handed the wine jar to the fatty. The two of them were having a great time drinking and eating, leaving Princess Dongyue at the side. This made Dongyue Schwetter very depressed. She was also dumbfounded by Gufei's doppelganger and became wary of this fatty. After all, it was already very polite of her not to chase a person of unknown origin away when he had snuck into the team. Dongyue Schwetter also suspected why the fatty would sneak into the group. Could it be that he wanted to break the prisoner out? These were all things that Dongyue Schwetter had to worry about. She was the boss of the group and was responsible for the safety of everyone in the group. Dongyue Schwetter could not sit still and quickly found an excuse to leave the tent. Not long after she left, there were many guards outside the tent where Gufei's clone was. Obviously, these guards were sent by Her Highness to keep an eye on the fatty. However, the fatty did not seem to care at all. He was still talking and laughing with Gufei's clone, drinking wine and eating meat. Gufei's spiritual force had taken over Wang Zhan's body. Now he was Wang Zhan. He had to take care of his sister and mother on behalf of Wang Zhan. Otherwise, he would not have brought his sister and mother along. The imperial capital of the East Moon Empire was the most prosperous city in the East Moon Empire. In the imperial capital, everyone was either rich or noble. Gufei's clone was going to bring his younger sister and mother there to enjoy life. With his current level of cultivation, it was more than enough for him to gain a foothold in the East Moon royal capital. Sai, it's time to awaken Wang Zhan's soul. Although Gufei's clone had possessed Wang Zhan's physical body, it hadn't destroyed Wang Zhan's soul. Seizing Wang Zhan's body was just a stopgap measure for Gufei's spiritual force. After completing the mission, he would return this body to Wang Zhan. Brother, what are you thinking about? Fatty could not help but ask when he saw Gufei's clone suddenly fall silent. Nothing. Gufei's doppelganger subconsciously looked in the direction of his sister and mother. At this time, his sister and mother were already asleep. They were all ordinary people without much cultivation. After a day of traveling, they were tired and sleepy, so they went to bed after dinner. Haha, that's easy. As long as you nod, no one in this world can hurt them. Fatty laughed. TSK, you sure talk big. Gufei's clone said disapprovingly. Sai, why don't you believe me? I'm telling the truth. Fatty looked gloomy. You're only at the divine level. There are many people stronger than you. What right do you have to say something so awesome? Who gave you the confidence? Gufei's clone looked at Fatty with a faint smile. Fatty almost blurted out his background when he heard that. You what? Tell me, who gave you the courage? Gufei's clone asked. I gave myself the courage. Can't I? Fatty's eyes flickered as he said, Your courage is praiseworthy. Gufei's clone shook his head when he heard that. This guy was really too cunning. He actually refused to reveal anything. Even I can't see through this guy. Sorry for not recognizing you. Fatty was very proud. Tell me, what do you want? Gufei's clone couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense with this Fatty. Fatty was stunned when he heard that. He didn't expect Gouffet's clone to be so direct. Nothing much. I just took a fancy to your sister. Fatty didn't say anything else. Ha! Gouffet's clone laughed. In fact, he had already guessed it. Why would a person like Fatty break a prisoner out? This overlord war, Immortal didn't have that much influence. His sister had an innate Taoism aptitude. Although she was weak and sickly now, once she obtained a suitable inheritance, she would be able to soar into the sky. Even an ugly duckling could become a swan. This kind of physique was very rare even in the limitless realm. Fatty, your eyes are really sharp. Gouffet's clone stared at Fatty next to him. You know, too. Fatty was surprised when he heard that. It seemed that Fatty already knew about his sister's secret. What do you think? Gouffet's doppelganger revealed a faint smile. All right, I'll lay my cards on the table. I want to recommend your sister to an old senior to be his successor. Fatty said, helplessly, what old senior? Tell me, how old is he? Is he older than the 5 magnates? Gouffet's clone asked curiously. Do you know how to chat? You're killing me with just one sentence. Fatty was depressed. Why? Can't you say it? How do I know if you're telling the truth or not? Gouffet's clone grabbed the wine jar and drank a mouthful. Then he wiped the corner of his mouth. It's not that I can't say it. It's just that it's not time yet. Fatty scratched his head and said, embarrassedly, why are you acting like a girl? You're so wishy-washy. It's not straightforward, not straightforward. Gouffet's clone shook his head. Fatty was not annoyed when he heard that. Who doesn't have a secret in this world? Don't you think so? He still refused to reveal his background. All right, I'll tell you too. I won't hand my sister over to an unknown guy. Gouffet's clone did not even consider letting his sister be under someone else's tutelage. She was born with a Taoism aptitude, and the inheritance she had was not some ordinary inheritance. It was more than enough for him to be the master of a born with a Taoism aptitude. Once a born with a Taoism aptitude started cultivating, her cultivation speed would be absolutely abnormal. It would not take long for her to become powerful. Others would need hundreds of years to reach a realm that she might be able to reach in a few years. This was the advantage of having a heaven-defying talent. It could not be helped. This was innate. Those who had a born with a Taoism aptitude were blessed by the heavens. This damn Fatty actually took a fancy to his sister and wanted to take her away. It was simply wishful thinking.